Okay. And how do you feel about the new facilities hosting this championship? It's your first time here?
Yes, a few of my drivers that I work with came to the test event here and they all said the facilities were fantastic and my experience so far is really good. Very welcoming French stewards, that's also a big difference, and the facilities are perfect for driving and the ambience is really good.
All conditions are included for this championship?
Yes, I think for the future this can have a world championship, it can have a European championship, you know, the future is really good and it's a good location. So yeah, I like it.
Thanks to come again, Boyd Excel. Pour continuer cette deuxième matinale, ce que je vous propose, c'est de faire un petit retour justement sur la tendance après le dressage, déroulé jeudi et vendredi. C'est en commentaire et c'est en images.
Le dressage en attelage, c'est un peu comme la première pierre à l'édifice que pose un meneur et son équipage à leur construction de championnat. S'il y en a un qui a assuré ses fondations, c'est bien le champion du monde en titre de 2021 à Cronenberg, Martin Hall. Venu avec un nœud de chevaux sérieux pour quadrupler son titre à l'occasion de l'édition 2023, le Hongrois a déroulé une reprise quasi parfaite, mettant tous les joues d'accord. À 36,92, il devance de moins de 5 points celui qui le talonnait déjà aux Pays-Bas, Frank Grimontreux. Bien décidé à en découdre, le Français aura à cœur de se donner sur le marathon pour réduire l'écart. Hongrie, France et à nouveau Hongrie pour compléter le podium à l'issue du test. Christophe Ostertag a lui aussi joliment dessiné son ébauche de championnat avec 2 de ses 3 chevaux venus pour l'occasion. Un proviseur individuel qui emmène de manière logique la Hongrie en tête par équipe. La belle reprise de François Dutillois vient compléter la performance de l'un de ses coéquipiers, Frank Grimontreux, et permet à la France de prendre la seconde place du podium en sortie du test 1. Pour la suite de la tendance par équipe, Allemagne et Pays-Bas sont respectivement les nations à surveiller de près aujourd'hui. À l'occasion du marathon, tout reste encore à construire.
De retour sur cette matinale, cette fois avec notre deuxième invité, c'est l'un des acteurs phares de ce concours puisqu'il est l'un des chefs de piste et notamment du marathon. Bruno, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Merci d'avoir répondu présent à la matinale. Comment en arrive-t-on à œuvrer, à travailler sur un tel championnat? C'est quoi votre parcours au final?
Je pense que ça fait globalement 20 ans qu'on y œuvre, étape par étape. Dans un premier temps au niveau national, on gravit doucement les échelons et après on trouve des partenariats au niveau international pour passer les différents échelons et aujourd'hui être au stade de 3 étoiles, donc de pouvoir œuvrer sur des événements comme des championnats du monde.
L'athlète, ça a toujours été une passion, vous êtes passé par d'autres sports équestres?
Non, globalement j'ai eu la chance effectivement de toujours disposer de chevaux à la maison qu'on a toujours attelés et donc ça m'a permis de rester dans cette boucle-là. La compétition a commencé à prendre un peu le dessus, j'y ai œuvrer en menant en paire, en menant à 1 et aujourd'hui ce côté un peu plus technique de la discipline trouve sa place aussi et l'intérêt y est, donc on va essayer de continuer un peu dans ce sens-là.
On a entendu justement que le marathon prévu pour ce championnat du monde était très technique. Comment on travaille justement sur ce tracé de marathon, sur cette combinaison d'obstacles? Ça a commencé dès juillet pendant le CAI, c'est ça?
Alors la préparation arrive même un petit peu plus tôt déjà, donc on était présent sur le site à partir du mois de mars. Donc pour prendre un peu la dimension des choses, faire profiter de l'expérience du championnat du monde d'attelage à 1 qu'on a eu l'année dernière, qui nous a déjà permis de prendre un peu les dispositions, les possibilités et le delta qu'on a au niveau de la création du support. Et on a utilisé donc ce premier CAI au mois de juillet comme support de test pour voir un certain nombre de choses. On a réajusté quelques éléments et on arrive aujourd'hui à quelque chose qui soit du niveau championnat du monde. C'est-à-dire on est monté crescendo au niveau de la requête et de la sollicitation de manière à aujourd'hui proposer un parcours qui va nous permettre de sélectionner et d'avoir un tri sur les meilleurs meneurs, puisque le but est quand même à la fin de désigner le champion du monde.
Sur ces 8 obstacles au programme, si on avait un sur lequel s'attarder et porter son attention, ce serait lequel en termes de technicité?
Alors, au niveau technique, on est vraiment sur une image de progression. On est, alors, peut-être une progression un peu à l'inverse. On est sur des obstacles très techniques sur le début. Donc le 1, 2, 3, 4 sont des obstacles qui vont quand même solliciter les chevaux au niveau de technicité, mais c'est là où ils sont aussi encore dans les capacités physiques les plus élevées. pour après arriver sur deux obstacles qui vis-à-vis du public sont sûrement les plus expressifs, c'est les obstacles d'eau. Hein. On a le gué de Normandie pour l'obstacle numéro 5 et on a le gué qui sera détaché à l'Orne pour l'obstacle numéro 6, donc qui visuellement pour le public sera d'après moi ce qui est le plus joli en soi. Et on arrivera sur
une difficulté supplémentaire avec ces portes plus étroites que les autres. C'est notamment le cas à la porte 7, à la porte 8 et à la porte...
A very good morning to you. Welcome back, wherever you may be watching and joining us from in the world. We bring you day 4, which is the concluding day of the FEI World Championship for the World Pairs. We've had 3 days of incredible sport. Those 2 days of dressage where you saw some of those horses working to absolute perfection. Leading from the front, of course, is, as we would expect, Martin Holler for the Hungarian team, along with his teammates Christoph Ostertag, who also put in that great dressage test. 48.46 was his score. Martin, incredible, way out in front on 36.92. But also after those marathons yesterday, Hungary have put themselves very much in front. The home nation, France, they're playing host to this fantastic event in Normandy. Not such a great day for Frank Grimmel-Prez, who came here with great expectations of another medal for him. Marathon just didn't go his way. But in the meantime, his teammate Francois Dutilleux, he put in a great marathon to build on his score after the dressage, and he keeps French hopes very, very much alive for a podium place. Mathieu Aurier-de-Gomme also had a good marathon. For Germany, Marco Freund, Anna Sandman, their fathers, their famous fathers, watching on alongside Dennis Schneider's another great name in German driving. They put down a really good score. So they have very, very much put themselves into contention for silver. France at the moment are on 113.98 and Germany 300, sorry, look, start again, 311.98 and 312.29. That is the difference. Knocking at the door, hard on their heels, just behind them. Couldn't be any closer. Switzerland. That incredible marathon from Marcel Luder. That was the only sub 100 score at the end of the day. They are on as a team 313.66. The prediction was coming into this event the Swiss would be very good on the marathon, and my goodness, they very, very much lived up to that. Netherlands still in contention. They are in 5th place as a nation, 317.87. Quite a gap between them and Austria, but they had some good marathons too. 334.09 and a shade behind them, Australia. Tor van den Berg did everything right to put him in contention for an individual medal, 334.24. So for the teams, very, very, very tight. A bit of a gap between Belgium, then going back to Poland, United States, Spain, Italy, Romania, Sweden, Great Britain, Czech Republic and Slovakia. So that's how the team event stands at the moment. In terms of the individual placings, as predicted, Martin Holler, after that incredible dressage, gave himself a massive amount of room, and he was 3rd overall on the marathon. Superb, some fastest times for him over the course. 101.03 was his total score. So although he was 3rd in the marathon, he had that fantastic margin and he is way out in front. His score, a combination of A and B, 137.95. Next behind him, and this is how much room, he's got a few cones in hand, but he will want to drive a really good course. He will be the last to go. We've got a long day before we see Martin out on the cones course. Francois Dutilleux for France in silver medal position on 156.24. He's lying in silver medal position. For Australia, this is a great result for a gentleman he's been there and thereabouts quite often, but here now really living up to all the expectation. Tor van den Berg for the Australians, and not too far behind that silver medal position at the moment. He wants a really, really good cones round, 157.17. Still so close at the top, Marcel Luder. He was 29th after the dressage, but that storming round on the marathon where those horses were working so well as a pair, that really was one of the keys to his success. If you watch them going through the obstacles, working in harmony like nothing else, and the confidence he had in them. They were a really tight unit. 99.14 his score on the marathon. That's put him into 4th place, 158.4. Very close. The Hungarian also playing for Team Gold here at the moment, Christoph Oztatag. A beautiful dressage he did. He was in 3rd place, 48.46. His score had a good marathon, 110.13. Not as fast as his compatriots, but has done everything right in terms of his bid for not just Team Gold, but an individual medal. He's on 158.59. Dennis Schneiders, he had a great marathon. He was 4th overall, 101.28, so tight at the top. He was 24th after dressage, but 159.74. This is showing the starting order, but I can confirm that Jaroslav Juran for the Czech team will not be driving, so we might just be starting a few moments after the predicted time, roughly 5 minutes. As you can see, Sue Botley also there has withdrawn. So Dennis Schneider's keeping the Germans very much in the mix. Highest place for the Dutch. They had solid marathons as well after some good dressage results. Stan Van Eyck for the Dutch. He's the highest placed in 7th at the moment on 160.27, 10th after the dressage, and 11th on the marathon. Very consistent from him. Tucked in behind the next Dutchman in the line, Eric Evers. He was 11th and then 13th. 11th after the dressage and 13th. So his score is currently 161.03, but that combined score is enough to put him into 8th, sticking with the top 10. Gosh, he's still putting in the great drives after so many years at the top of the pairs game. Werner Ulrich for Switzerland. Brilliant round from him. He was 6th after a delightful dressage test and a really solid marathon for him, 110.99. One of our more senior competitors. He was at the very first World Championships in 1985 in Sandringham, so that just goes to show how long he's been involved in the sport and still at the top of his game. And in 10th at the moment, Marco Freund for Germany on the German team. So all those top place drivers are also driving for their team. Yes, they've brought forward the start time, so that's interesting. So we'll just start now with the gentleman from Finland. He did finish the cones. Well, he starts the cones. He was eliminated, like Jaroslav, on the marathon. So that time is ticking, and I will bring you the times. We'll get to know this course as you do so well over time. But Jarmo Turianinen, and he is driving for Finland. The speed for the cones course should be 250 meters per minute. The length is 700 meters. The time allowed, now this will be crucial, you'll get to know the times quite well, 168 seconds. So that's when, if you go over that, you start getting the time penalties. We will have some of the narrow cones. There are the judges and the course builder in there at the moment, and we have some combinations, some oxers. The start and finish posts are in the same place as you would expect. Those early lines on the arena surface in this early morning sunshine in Normandy, and what a beautiful venue it has been for the World Championships. But driving for Finland, the first one, a bit of a pathfinder, and those blue cones denote that they are slightly narrower. And I'll just remind you all watching what the penalties are, because it can get quite costly if the balls roll. If you drive through an oxer, it is considered to be one whole element. And what we mean by that, well, that's the podium for later, is that if it's like a box, the elements aren't marked separately, so you could knock all 4 balls off, or you could knock 1 off, and you will be given the same set of penalties. However, if going through a combination like this, there we go, you can have waves, slaloms, serpentines, we used to call them slaloms, waves, serpentines and zigzags, they're called nowadays. But where the elements are marked separately, so A, B, C or D, or A and B, or however it's marked, they are treated separately in terms of whether you're going to be penalised or not. So to run through the cones, there are, like all areas of competition, if you don't wear your protective headgear, athletes or grooms, and it's been a fairly recent development that we require these hard hats to be properly strapped on with the chin straps as well. They used to tend to wear, it's obviously quite a tight turn going around there, those narrow cones. So the athlete, if you don't have the protective headgear, that will result in elimination if they enter the arena without the strap done up properly, or a jacket, gloves or apron. Now just look at that time. So there we have it. There is the live scoring app as well.
A total of 23.16 penalties in the cone driving for
so that goes to show the time is going to be quite instrumental. So those were quite a lot of time penalties there. So 23.16, 1 cone down. Next in for Italy, for the Italian team, Alessandro Formia. He's driving Leandro and Luxor.
Unfortunately eliminated on the marathon yesterday. He is driving, Alessandro Formia is driving Leandro and Luxor, 2 Dutch-born bred 7-year-olds.
So a bit like the start of a show jumping round, you have your set time that you can go in 45 seconds. So the clock counts down from when the bell ring or the rings or the buzzer goes. You have this time just to gather yourself. There's been plenty of course walking. There was an unofficial opening last night once the marathon was over, and then they walked it again very early this morning. And a couple of the judges will be up in the box that you can see there to the right hand side of the screen, and then another 3 of them are in the middle. So you'll notice a 3 on the screen already, so that's a knock. So if any part of an obstacle is knocked, so it's 3 penalties. If you knock it down in advance of it being driven, the bell has to be rung and it's rebuilt, and that adds another 10 seconds. We did see that happening once or twice in Exlu. So if any part of it has to be rebuilt, that's also a 10-second. And we saw this in Protoni. If an athlete starts before the bell is rung, that is elimination. So if the bell is rung, you have to stop. Any part of the course is rebuilt. If the athlete gets off, which one would hope doesn't happen, 20. Grooms dismounting, a bit like in the other areas. It's 5 penalties for the first incident and 10. And a bit like with the balls being knocked off in the marathon obstacles, the same for the World Cup as well. That's quite a tight loop round to there. You see, losing a little bit of rhythm and impulsion because of those tight loops. It's like many seconds that you're adding on. So this is what's crucial for exceeding the time allowed. It's 0.5. So you divide the time over by 2, or halve it, or multiply it by 0.5, however you work it out. But that is why the time is relatively more expensive than we would have seen before going through the obstacles, where it's 0.25 on the marathon. That's how that's scored. But for the cones, it's 0.5. So he's had 3 down so far. We're on to 9. If the groom even stands up between the start and finish lines, that's another 5 penalties. Depending on how it's still, you can have a fault competition or you can have a time competition. We tend to run it as fault competitions at this level. And if you don't start, there we are, that's it. The time ticking over. You can see now he's gone over the 168 if you're watching the monitor there. That's when it's going up half a penalty at a time. Yes, if you fail to start within that 45 seconds, the clock will start rolling anyway. So if you're watching the live scoring, if you found that app, you'll see that he's had 4 balls down so far. Jarmo had number 19 down, and there's another one gone. Quite an expensive round here for the Italian. This is looking to be a challenging course. This is going to really sort them out. There we go. Good crowds already.
On compte également 5 balles, un total de 41,88.
A score of 41.82, 88 for the penalties in the cone driving phase for Alessandro Fornia for Italy. Spain is next to go.
So we do have a standalone competition here. So each phase of this 3-phase competition, they have prize givings afterwards for the phases. Obviously, the prize giving after the cones will be rolled into the overall team and individual prize givings that will be done at much the same time. But there we have a confirmation. He had 1, 7, 8, 12 and 19 down. They were all scored at 3. So the total for him in the cones, 41.88. But now we're getting on to the first of our competitors who is driving on a total score from the first 2 phases. So in 88th place. So we've had Yaroslav. He didn't come forward. He was eliminated on the marathon, as was Jarmo, but he has come forward for the cones. Alessandro here, he's not placed. So we are now on to Carmen Goreburu Esnaola, driving for Spain as an individual with her Mua and Polo. And she's on the way. So there are 20 separate obstacles or sets of cones. It can be a little bit confusing calling them obstacles as well, even though that is technically okay, because we do associate the term obstacles so much with what we see on the marathon or at either end of an arena in the World Cup, where you have multiple elements. But we've got these narrow cones, we've got these oxers, and 2 combinations at 6 and 15. So referring back to the extensive FEI driving rule book, we get to chapter 13, which is all about cones. And the purpose of this competition is to test the fitness, obedience and suppleness of the horses and the skill and competence of the athletes. The fault competition, as mentioned earlier, should be used in driving events. It's conducted on the basis of penalties for obstacles knocked down and for exceeding the time allowed. So that's how the penalties work. And good round for Carmen, 2 down, a bit of time obviously, 27.11, so that gives her a total of 257.77. It's rather nice at this stage of the day when one goes into first place. But at the moment, Jarmo's round for Finland with Ignacio and King. He was on 23.16, so no double clears yet. We will perhaps have some towards the end of the day, or if we've got any cone specialists. So Carmen knocked numbers 8 and 13, so Alessandro also knocked 8. One gets to learn over time which are the slight bogey cones, are the ones that are going to cause a bit of trouble for everyone. Ugo Zay in next for Italy, driving as an individual. So just to remind you, if there is a star next to the name, that denotes that they are driving for their national team. So you are driving for yourself and representing the team. You can have 2 or 3 members in the team, but ideally 3 if you're able to field them. The Australians are doing jolly well with 2 at the moment, but you do drop 1 score. It's 2 scores that count each time. Now that's a tricky start. That's a tricky start to the course. If you notice, they have to dodge around number 2 to get to number 1. So it's not a straight line by any means, and then looping back. So already you're having to keep the horses really on your hand. You can't push them forward and establish this lovely sort of bowling forward trot that you want in the cones. A little bit of cantering, but the more you push them forward to a canter and then have to bring them back if you've got to negotiate one of the turns, just making the most of a bit more space there on the course is wherever possible, if you can gain a little bit of time, because as we've seen from the first 3 that have gone, this time is going to be quite instrumental by the looks of things. Now the time is measured over the distance. It's not going to be any different per metre or however you scale it, but depending on how many loops and changes of rein and what combinations you're driving, and nothing seems straightforward on this course. You've got some arena decoration there with the pots of flowers that may prevent you going straight to something. So all these tests, there's an awful lot of doubling back. That's the narrow oxer there, number 7 and 8. And then you've got to not get the podium either. Yeah, lots to think about in this course. There may be a drive off, occasionally we do see it if the athletes all have 0 penalties, but more often than not the times are enough to dictate what the placings will be. Obviously if you have double clear, those are 0 penalties that are carried forward to your total, but if you break it down to the competition for the cones itself, it will be the times that help. So the result of the first section, if the competition is used in 2 phases, competition with the winning round. So you can break it down a little bit. The course designer is responsible alongside the technical delegate for laying out, marking and measuring the course and building the obstacles. So Jorin Huteman, who's our technical delegate, and Gabor Finter, along with his assistants, combination of French and Hungarian assistants with him. That's the starting order, but we haven't had Yaroslav. We went straight on to Jarmo, and Sue Botley has also withdrawn. The number of obstacles will not exceed 20, and if we have some of our juniors driving, it won't exceed 15. The starting and finishing lines may not be more than 40 metres or less than 20 metres from the first and last obstacles. So that gives you an idea of where numbers 1 and 20 will be in relation to the rest of it. So those all-important start and finish gates, which are obviously where the time starts and stops. The arena should not be less than 500 metres squared, a minimum width of 40 metres or equivalent. Now that's been a good round for him in terms of accuracy. There is a 0 under the balls knocked off column, so that's great news for him. But that said, cautious on his route, and that did result in quite a heavy time penalty, so 29.78, but that gives him a running total of 250. Yeah, 252. So that just keeps him ahead of Carmen. Next in, Ota Barras, he is driving for Czech, Florian and Kobus. And there rings the bell. I've just noticed those start and finish gates next to the podium, it does all look rather bright in together, but yeah, have a look now. Interestingly, some have looped round, yeah, the Ugo beforehand kept those first cones on his left, the number 2 on the left, and then loop round on the left, but we've just seen that done differently. So we might have a combination of people looping to the left or right of number 2. Now, where that's quite tricky is these horses will probably lock on to that number 2 obstacle, because they come through the start lines and straight away they see something in front of them, and so it's quite, you have to persuade them gently that they're actually going for the set of cones behind. Interesting course building, really very much a World Championship course by the looks of things already, as we would expect. The length of the course must be between 500 metres and 800. For the juniors it can be shorter. The courses must be laid out so that the athletes have a chance to maintain a reasonably fast pace throughout the major part of the course. That's all about establishing that rhythm. Certain obstacles and combinations of obstacles, such as open and closed multiples. So when we say closed, more like the bridges, open where we've got these zigzags, serpentines or waves, will inevitably slow down the pace, but such a layout should be limited to a smaller portion of the course. So you're not going to have 10 either bridges or boxes or double boxes in there. It's all about keeping it fair for everybody. All obstacles should be visible from the judge's box. The president of the ground jury must walk and inspect the course, so that is Bert Jambon, who was sitting at C and also overseeing the marathon yesterday. He's had a busy few days. The length is measured accurately to the nearest metre, taking into account especially the turns. So no cutting the corners when you're measuring out the course. That's what we're saying on foot. So they should be measuring the course and the distances with the routes that the horses are going to be taking, so the lines of the horses, so you're not just cutting between them. So that's interesting. A lot of it is common sense. The cones which form this obstacle, they are regulated. You might remember yesterday I spoke about how their design came about when Prince Philip had seen these sort of wooden triangular obstacles or structures being used in the early days, and they kept being broken and having to be replaced, and they were quite noisy if they got hit. So he went back to his friend who was the chief of police in the United Kingdom and looking at traffic cones, so the sort of cones you see out on the road if there's roadworks or closing a road, and the design of the modern cone, which now stands at least 30 centimetres high. The point being that if they're made out of this tough plastic, if they get a knock or they're a bit more durable, they're not going to break. And
un parcours réalisé en 205 secondes 68. Il y a donc des pénalités pour le temps dépassé.
Yeah, quite an expensive round in terms of knocks and time. 39.84.
205.68, that's his time, 7 balls down.
No confirmation, 7 down, haven't got the numbers up just yet there. They've come up 1, 3, 7, 19, 6A, 6C, 15D. So that just goes to show that within 6, the combination, because he had A and C down, that counted as 6 penalties, whereas if he'd knocked the first and last elements of the oxa, because that's deemed as 1, that would be counted as a 3. So that's a total of 39.84. That gives Ota a running total at the end of it all, 252.96. Next in our gentleman from Athens, Athanasios Hatsopoulos from Athens, driving Darius and Grey Danas, KWPNs. I talked a lot about the different breeding and what the characteristics bring to modern sport. And who's he? He's got, looks like Miriam on the back with him. But great to have Greece represented at this World Championship. We've had lots of nations. I think it was 25 at last count. A weighted ball must be placed in the hollow on the top of the cone. So there's actually an open hole at the top so that it falls down only if the cone is touched. On a windy day, it can be a bit interesting, but it's perfectly still. Just have a look at the trees there. We're certainly not going to have the wind being an issue, which it really can be in the cones sometimes, and that's when you need really vigilant judges and course builders just to make sure that if anything does roll, it's not as a result of being knocked. It might be the elements, different elements. An obstacle consisting of a single or pair of cones called an oxa will constitute a single obstacle. So that's what we've got, these sort of square ones. If you think of an oxa, if you're show jumping, it's quite a sort of broad. You've got a back rail as well on there. The cones will have the cones themselves, so the elements that make up the course, red and white markers, numbers and letters. And actually, if you knock one of the letters as well, that is considered to be part of what can be penalised as well. The position of one pair of cones must be marked on the ground so that a constant position of the obstacle is maintained. So that's right, if something does get nudged or knocked out of place, it goes straight back into the same position just to keep it absolutely fair for everybody. Where practical, a line will also be drawn to ensure that the other cone is maintained. Well, they tend to have these sort of fixed long rulers that go between the bases of the cones. Those early cone designs that Prince Philip and his friends developed, they had sort of a raised lip at the bottom. Some cones still do. As you'll see here, the inside slope goes straight down to the ground, but when a lot of people were still driving with protruding hubcaps, that part where the axle goes across underneath the carriage, and certainly on just about all traditional vehicles that were very much used for at least the first decade, if not more, than combined driving being an actual sport under the FEI rules. They did sort of have this lip to allow the hubcap to get past, but nowadays with these sort of perfectly flat wheels front and back, there's no protrusions, and in fact it is part of the rules. Obviously you've got the lamps on as well, but nothing on the carriage should be wider than that parameter. You've got the splashboards or mud guards sticking out a bit. That's where the lamps are sitting in on that carriage, and the groom holding on, again a bit like the dressage. No intervention from the groom, so no pointing. They're not nearly as involved as they are on the marathon, where they play a really crucial role in terms of navigation, keeping the carriage upright, ballast, timekeeping, moral support, you name it, they're there. One down, so that was a really well judged and accurate round from Athanasios. Bit of time though. 30.17 time penalties. So if you got, yeah, just a minute over the time, if you divide that. 6D was the ball that was knocked. At the moment he's in 4th place after the cones. Actually Jarmo, who went first for Finland, our pathfinder, he remains in 1st place on his penalty of 23.16. You just don't know at the start of a competition where it's going to fall. It's so always a voyage of discovery. But Athanasios ends his competition, his World Championship in Normandy on 246.16. Next in for Denmark, and he is driving as an individual. The only Danish driver here, Lars Hebbing. In Denmark there is a great tradition of carriage driving. If you ever get to go to Copenhagen, they've got a lovely muse there, and lots of heritage in terms of carriage driving and royal studs and breeds, and he's swung round, keeping number 2 on the left. You just play to your strengths at this, so whichever is your sort of fluid angle. So he's looping around on that left rein. That's Hebbing, and Denmark's also a nation that gets very involved in this attelage de tradition movement, which is promoting the use of the traditional carriages. Pre-1945 ideally you can use a modern built carriage as long as it's built on traditional lines. Driving Lars here is with Mesandro and Miracle T. They are also KWPNs, and this was the same combination that he used for the dressage, and they're both youngsters, that's right, 6-year-olds. A maximum of 5 oxes are allowed on the course. And just to confirm, even if you knock 4 balls or knock all 4 sides of it, if things aren't going great, that is still 3 penalties. And the first set of cones will have the number, and will be marked with the red for the right and the white for the left. The second set will only be marked with red and white, so you have blank blocks there. Just notice the letters on, that's where they're all marked, on those sort of slightly triangular sloping, they're like pyramids almost, next to the cones. Multiple obstacles, variations or new designs. We used to call them all slaloms once upon a time, and that's when you had just a row of single cones and you could race down through them. They still get used a little bit in scurry driving, which is where you do the mainly pairs of ponies, something we see in the UK in at the Horse of the Year show. We're just about to have our one of our finals there at the NEC in Birmingham. That's next week, where we have lots of showing, some driving, but mainly ridden and in hand. But we have got scurry finals there, and they will similar. They use more boxes and that sort of thing, but that's done very fast. So if we're going to have any new designs, they have to be approved first of all by the FEI driving committee. And Carolee Fugli, no doubt he is there in Le Pen as well. He's shortly after 12 years to step down as the chair. We've got some really strong names coming forward for the voting process to replace him. He's been a great chair of that committee. A multiple obstacle may be constructed of markers or horizontal rails elevated to between 40 and 60 centimetres. So where you have these bridges, that's what you're going to get. Each group of cones or elements must be clearly separated and associated with one of the sections. So that's when you get your sort of A to D. Good round in terms of keeping the balls on for Lars. That's one for him, but this time is proven to be really testing so far.
30.18 points, penalties for the cone driving phase in 222.35 seconds with one ball down, 241.65 as he finishes this competition.
So that was 6D again, so that has proven to be quite interesting. 6D. His time was 222.35, total penalties of 30.18, and he ends his World Championships on 241.65. So our first competitor for Finland still in front on the cones. Now for the British as an individual, Libby Priest. She is based on the Isle of Man, so great to have Libby driving once again for the British. She's got 2 Dutch warm bloods as well. And for the cones, like the majority of the competitors will be using the same 2 as she did for dressage. So it's Enzam and Top and Victor. And I do have a note of their stable names. Victor is 16-1. She's joined on the carriage this weekend by Michael Sloan and Maria. So Ollie is the stable name of Enzam and Top. Victor is fairly straightforward. He's still Victor, and they are 14 and 13, both geldings. Libby's been driving for a long time. She started when she was 13 with a Shetland pony and has worked up over the years to a horse pair. She's reproduced these horses herself and has been helped along the way with Peter Bennett, who was a very successful competitor himself, as is and was his wife Emily. And this is Libby's 4th World Championship for pairs. Michael is her partner, who's been helping from the back step and along the way for 6 years. Introduced 2 horses by Libby. That's devotion. And she's also assisted by Maria Hoff, who Libby first met in the 2005 World Championships. And her niece Beth is also here helping. So very much keeping in the family, and it's the family support, the team support, the crews that everybody has to have around them. Don't forget, even with the pairs, most people have travelled with 3 horses, and they are all fed, watered. I mean, we've got physios, vets, everything, farriers on site. They are treated and looked after extremely well. 1 down so far for Libby. Getting glimpses of the big scoreboard there, thanks to our camera operators on the ground. Getting some good angles and shots here of this cones course. A rolling feast for everybody. So there's also, for those of you following from home, there is the results WhatsApp group as well, and that's been invaluable. Philippe Linart, who is managing the on-site scoring, is doing a great job there of getting these out really quickly. So confirmation of time, points of the time, plus it's broken down as to how many balls they've rolled. 2 for Libby. Time good, that's one of our best times so far by quite some way, 192.26. Remember, it is 168. Good time for Libby Priest. She'll be pleased with that. Congratulations to her. That ends her World Championship this year in 2023 in Normandy. Puts herself into first place so far on the cone. She knocked that 6D. I'm sure everybody who has yet to come is watching that one will be thinking about how they're going to tackle that. The last 3 drivers have managed to knock that one, so 6D is proving to be interesting. 18 as well. It's the first time that one has been knocked, but a good time for Libby. So 192.26 is her time, resulting in a total of 18.13. So that puts her in front at the moment, and 228.48 is the last score Libby leaves this competition with, but congratulations to her. Now for the United States, Catherine Dancer, she and her husband Scott are on the American team, and Catherine and Scott have been over here in Europe competing and training with Glenn Geertz for the summer in preparation for this event. They also came to Royal Windsor in England back in May, and she's setting some pace. Obviously the word out there in the collecting ring as they're all warming up, you're going to have to push on, this time is tight. That's what all the coaches, the trainers, the chef d'équipes, each nation that competes has a slightly different structure. Some have central funding through the national federations, and that really does make an enormous difference to the success, the structured training, being able to roll out sort of training programs, horse selections, athlete selections. Not all the nations have the luxury of this sort of central funding, and a lot of them, Brits included, have to do it themselves. And the Americans, and obviously we've got Australians as well, although they are largely based in Europe and Holland, it's such a big commitment for them to be able to compete at home in Florida or California, where the dancers are from, and keep coming over to Europe, where the majority of these championships are. We have had lots of championships over in the States, and in fact Gladstone was one of the ones that attracted one of the best entries. There we go, good trot. Yes, they're working hard there, that pair. Who's she got today? She is driving Intense and Isaac. Interestingly, she used the same two for the dressage and the marathon. It tends to be dressage and cones are the same two, and then Intense has come into play for this final phase. Intense is 10, and Isaac, she's got her geldings out, she has got the Contest of the Mare. They're both 10-year-old KWPNs. She was originally born in Germany, but at a very young age went over with her parents to the USA. Started driving at a young age with a pony, which she received as a Christmas present. Goodness, that's every little girl's dream, isn't it? Or most of them. She helps run a non-profit riding program where children are able to come along. So that's Catherine Dancer from California. One ball so far. Time ticking.
Le chrono pour Catherine Dancer, 198,016,06, pardon, c'était rapide, avec une balle renversée, encore une fois, hein, la porte 6D. Le total.
So she just sneaks ahead of Libby Priest in terms of placing in the cones, and it's that 6D again.
And the score of 18.03, and that's 223.01 to finish the competition. With the
confirmation there, 198.06 was the time for Catherine Dancer, which include, so it's going to be just over 30. Divide that 15 plus the 3 gives you your 18.03. That's how those penalties are worked out. Do you remember that 168? Keep that in your head. And for Catherine, she ends her World Championship on 223.01. But at the moment, after that drive, only one down, 60. The last 4 drivers have knocked that particular one. And I can confirm, thank you Andrew Council, they are definitely serpentines. So gone straight to the judge and said, are they waves or serpentines today? It was quite difficult to tell from the 2-dimensional plan, and we can confirm we have serpentines here on the course, and I shall in due course avail you with what constitutes a serpentine. So a multiple obstacle other than a serpentine, zigzag, double box or double U or a wave, those are what you can have, must not constitute of more than 3 pairs of cones or dislodgeable elements. So we've got 4. We tend to go A to D for the serpentines, zigzags and waves, all the boxes. And a multiple obstacle other than the aforementioned may not be longer than 30 metres measured along that centre line through the obstacle. So even if you've got it on a bit of an angle, it's that central line. There may not be more than 3 multiples in any course. And whilst I'm availing you of how these things work technically behind the scenes, we have our sole representative from Luxembourg, Claude Malget. He is here, age 63. Not all the drivers put their ages down, and he has got Emma Malget Manot on the carriage with him. He had Johan Daniel dos Santos on the marathon yesterday. Some drivers have the same back step or groom all the way through. Some have one for each phase. More often than not, they have a different one for the marathon, so that whoever's doing that can really focus on those routes and the times and everything. And Ducat has been used all the way through, all geldings here for Claude, and he's another one that has driven the same 2 for dressage and cones, Canio and Ducat. Canio is Hanoverian, 16-year-old. Ducat is Polish, and De Niro, who was the other one, was a Westphalen. Best results so far this year was at Celestat when he was 4th. So if there is a drive off, the multiple obstacles are not to be used. And for all these multiples, the serpentine has 4 cones in a straight line facing in alternate directions lettered A to D. A zigzag will have not more than 4 pairs with alternate left and right in a straight line. That's quite visual, that double box, W in a wave. They're on more of an angle, certainly for the wave. You can have waters and bridges. Those, we see more of them in the World Cup, definitely. They're really visually quite spectacular to see the horses either going over them or through the water. They have to be at least 3 metres wide for the water, depth of 20 to 40 centimetres with sloping sides. There must be a pair of cones at the entrance. A and exit is B. The cones are 2 metres apart. Knocking down a ball or balls with either A or B will be penalised as 3 penalties, so treated just the same. How has Claude got on to confirm 2 down on the course, a time of 217.92, so a bit more cautious on time. That gives him a total in the cones of 30.96, 7th place in terms of how the cones competition is running. He drops back behind Catherine and Libby in terms of the current placings. Catherine's still out in front on 223.01, and she currently leads for the cones, 18.03, and it was 9 and 10 for Claude. So the halfway point in the course, a bit more challenging for him. Sticking with the similar region of Europe, we go on to Halen for Belgium, driving as an individual. The Belgian team currently sitting in 8th place. More of a margin between them and Australia in front of them, but not much between Belgium and Poland for the team. Belgium on 346.36 and Poland on 347.07, and the USA behind them 348.96. So the USA should be pleased with Catherine. Her dressage score was counted, and that was a solid cones round for her in terms of the Americans and their placing. 1 down for Wim already. He's driving Elmo and Ecuador. Those have been his 2 all the way through. Elmo is a stallion. Jack Daniel, he is resting in the box. And Warm Bloods again. Competed earlier in the season, 13th at Exloo, 45th at Beekbergen, also involved in ridden dressage. So, that's 6. That's caught up now, so 2 down for him. 1:68, that time is proving really tough to get. How much of an impact it will have on those leaders remains to be seen. Still quite early on in the day we had 2 withdrawals from our 91, so we went down to 89. So Yaroslav Uran didn't come forward, nor did Sue Botley from our 91 starters on the marathon. Still on the 2, that's 6 to add. At least at this stage, you've got some lines in the sand. If you have a blank, which does happen occasionally, yes, that's a tight swing round there. But just falling into a good trot when they're pacing together does help. And if one's wanting to canter and the other one trots, want them really in the same pace if you can get it. There we go, the second combination. The judges have informed that that is a serpentine. We're now up to 4, 5, 4 down, but the clock is ticking. You just see the poles there that the team on the ground are using. Those will be fixed at the correct width. So confirmation that he had 4 down, 100 and 97.57, a total of 26.79. That's fourth place in the cones at the moment. That puts him just behind Catherine. She's still in front at the moment. 226.81 is where Wim ends his World Championship. The ones he knocked 6D again, 17 and 18. Next in for the British team. He is driving for the team. He's got that star next to his name with these brilliantly named horses, iPad and iPhone. Ike and Paddy as they're known, and John just adores his horses. Second this year at the British event in Chepstow, which is just over the border into Wales at the David Broome Centre. Very famous name in horsemanship, particularly associated with show jumping, but David, son James and the family have got a great venue there used for all sorts of events, not least driving. And 8th this year at Royal Windsor. Earlier in the season he did travel over to Normandy for a bit of a recce. He was in Le Pen in July and he was 23rd then. From Biddenden in Kent. Started driving just a year or two ago when he was 5 years old. Learned from his father, and the family used to show hackneys. He's been helped by Diane Phillips and Karen Hellier on the back there. iPad and iPhone, the two he's brought for this event. Competed for quite a long time with single horses and then is stepped up and now driving at World Pairs Championship level. So congratulations to John and everyone around him that has helped him get here. He's had a great event. I know the team were happy with the marathon he produced, really pleased with the dressage as well. So in terms of John and where he is with these lovely horses, great event so far for them. One knock, clock ticking, 168 proving to be quite tricky. Yeah, watch out for the judges and the course builder. That's who's sitting in the middle there. Sometimes they have a gazebo over them, but maybe we're on the 1st of October today. 1st of October, who would have thought? Late autumn, not quite so hot in Normandy. Yeah, flags barely fluttering in the wind. A lovely still day. The conditions have been super. Into number 10 and 11. Just spot those numbers, easier to see on your screens on the white blocks next to them. Picking up the pace. Look at these beautifully matched and marked horses for John Ripley for the British team. Oh, the concentration. 2 down now. That's 6 penalties to add. Where's it? That's just an adjustment there. That looks like a Mr. Hooterman. Inimitable tall figure of the Dutchman who does so much in driving. He's on the technical committee as well. Very, very dedicated course builder, technical delegate. John picking up the pace, trying to make a bit closer to the time or reduces penalties. We are over now. 3 down, and you can see just it ticking on in terms of the time. So many loops. And this is where in the cones all the training, all the suppleness, all the agility, all the obedience, all the communication that we want in dressage really counts in the cones as well. And well done to John. Congratulations to him. That's his first World Pairs Championship under his belt. Well done to him and to the team around him. 3 down. He's currently still sitting just behind. The margins are getting closer as we go further down the order, but Catherine Dancer 4, the United States, she's still in front, both in terms of the cones competition itself and the overall standing. John is in 6th place, 27.79 for him, 9, 18 and 6D. Looks like it's got a big Belisha beacon on it, that one. And John in 2nd place in the standings at the moment. But next in for the Swedish team, this is Amanda Krogstad. Jeremias Larsson is helping her on the carriage through all 3 phases, and she's another that has used the same combination for the marathon and the cones. Rinsti is her mainstay all the way through. Melly H for the dressage, but Nero now for the marathon and cones. These lovely Frisians. She was 2nd in Flying, and she also competed in Babaroko, Le Pen and Kronenberg. Did some training over in the UK with a lady called Claire Wigmore, who will be known to many of you. She ran a busy driving centre for many years and did a lot of competing and judging. She's Amanda first was introduced to driving at a local riding school when a new teacher came to the centre and brought a pony that could also be driven, and Amanda enjoyed that a lot. So that's a great way to be introduced to driving, because if somebody's passionate and enthusiastic about it, then it can be infectious, as with anything. When she finished school, she bought her first Frisian to ride and drive. Started out really as a dressage rider, but now likes driving much better, and who can blame her? So we're currently into the 70s. Amanda is in 77th position, 195. We've dipped under the 200 totals now for the first 2 phases. Everybody's somewhere in the hundreds now. 195.01 is her collective score. Currently in 77th. 1 ball on the ground at the moment. So 3 to add. It's always different vibe on each day of these events. Dressage, there's a lot of expectation of what's to come. It's calm, but there's still a bit of tension in the air, expectation. Marathon, all out, fun, relaxed. That's when you get the big crowds, you get the families. Always feels like a bigger day, the marathon, because it's using a much bigger part of the parkland. And if any of you had a chance to look at some of the brilliant photographs that were coming online at the end of the event, the backdrop of the chateau in this beautiful parkland really was stunning. And there was a great press release afterwards by the organisers where they interviewed the 2nd place competitor, Francois Dutilloy, who asking him about how Frank was feeling after the marathon he had didn't go so well. And it was a really interesting interview. It was always so revealing listening to or reading about what the athletes say about their different performances and what has happened. So confirmation there. 2 down for Amanda, a time of 202.71. That's 4th place in terms of the cone penalties, 23.36. That currently puts her ahead of Catherine Dancer. Catherine, who was in the lead for a bit this morning, but now 218. And Joseph Massier, he's got a Maistosu and Pluto. And so coming in for the team, Joseph Massier. Just a few final checks for distances on the course, and listen out for that bell ringing. We've got one Maestoso and two Plutos, so you know what prefixes they are associated with. And so Joseph Massier, driving on the team, has got a long list of international events under his belt. He's been a member of the Slovakian team in Hungary in 2015, and again at the last event in Kronenberg in 2021. The teams at those events were 14th and 15th. He rides and he works at the National Stud Farm at Topol Siansky, and he started as a groom for Miroslav Matuska, involved in vaulting, before he took up all this driving, and also works as a volunteer fireman. Has competed in the national championships, driving these mares, and Pavel on the carriage with him in the national dress. Nine to add, as you can see, so that's 3 balls down, or cones knocked into these narrower oxes. That's why we've got the blue cones there. Lots of turns, lots and lots of turns. So the wooden bridges, if ever they're used, they have to be of a suitable construction, which is approved by the technical delegate. Fan-shaped wings at the entrance. There we go for them. Each obstacle for the markers is defined by a pair of markers, red on the right, white on the left, as the athletes approach. If they drive through it the wrong way, so red on the left and white on the right, that will be considered an error of course. And they have to be placed not more than 15 centimetres outside, so that gap between them will not be more than 15 centimetres. Decorations and obstructions placed on the course before the official course walk, no penalty is incurred if they're touched. So if you knock the flowers, that's what we're saying, if you knock the flowers or the podium, you're not going to be penalised. The whole turnout must pass between the markers. Failure to get all through is considered a disobedience. All obstacles on the course must be numbered in sequence, in the sequence in which they are to be driven. The number of each obstacle must be indicated on a board placed at the entrance to each single multiple, well, it's called a board, they are blocks. The red and white markers are numbered, and the lettered boards may be combined, so you can have letters and numbers together. We're getting really technical now. The plan of the course must be available at least 2 hours before the competition. All has to be signed off by everybody. Inspection of the course. So for horse pairs, the speed, as previously said, is quite fast actually. For the horse, this is the 250 meters a minute. That's in comparison to the 4 in hand, who have 240. The paras have 230 for Joseph Massier, with quite an expensive round for him. 41.50, 215.01 was his time. 6 balls. That's a 13th placing on those penalties in terms of who's gone, but 7th for him drops him down the order a bit. He knocked 3, 9, 13, 6A, 6B and 15B. That's what happened there. Libor Kirker in next for Czech as an individual. And as you may have heard there, driving the two geldings. Who's he got here? Haras and Jim. He does also have a stallion with him as well. That's Lasker, but doesn't look like he's been driven. Czech warm blood horses. And this is the gentleman, if you remember from his dressage info, he owns an enterprise that hires out animals, particularly horses, for the film business. So the width of the cones for the horse pairs in centimetres are 170. For the serpentine so that's centimetres, 6 to 8 for a serpentine, metres, zigzag 10 to 12. So this is the space between them. And the wave 8 to 10, distance between the obstacles, 12 metres. So the cones with the reduced width, so the width of up to 5 single obstacles, so remember an oxer is considered a single obstacle, may be reduced by 5 centimetres for pairs, up to 10 single obstacles for the single classes. But at the moment the pairs for this ruling come under the same heading as the 4 in hand, so 5 single obstacles. You can have alternative options. All sorts of things that can mean you're eliminated, but let's keep it positive. Broken harness. If at any time the athlete has started and has a disconnected pole, shaft, rein trace or anything like that, or should a horse have a leg over the pole trace or shaft or whatever, leader bars, the POJ, President of the Grand Jury, must ring the bell and stop the clock. And then you get your grooms down. Disobedience, this is interesting. If an athlete attempts to pass through an obstacle and the horse shies away at the last moment, even if they don't hit it, that's considered to be disobedience. If the horses run away, or if in the opinion of the main judge they've lost control. I doubt we'll see any of that today. If everything comes to a complete halt, with or without stepping back anywhere on the course, in front of or in an obstacle, even if they don't knock anything down, just if you're having a bad day, this all amounts to not getting through with the whole turnout, running out, circling, reining back. A disobedience will incur 5 penalties for the first, 10 for the second, and elimination for the third. That's fairly standard. Set of marks if there's a disobedience in a single obstacle, which means the athlete does not pass through the whole obstacle, the whole turnout doesn't go through, they have to retake it. The bell will only be rung if something's knocked down. Libor Kirker, good round for him. 2 down, slow on the time, 210.57, but only 2 balls down, 27.29. That puts him currently into second place behind Amanda Krogstad for Sweden. That's our running placings at the moment, so that total for him at the end of his World Championships 221.36.
La Roumanie au départ avec Kalman Babo, le numéro 72, actuellement 74e du classement. Il était le premier à prendre le départ.
Next in for the Romanian team, he has that star next to his name, is Kalman Babo. And for the cones, he's got Casper, 341, and Vagabond. Casper is a stallion. On the carriage with him, Sander Babo. He also drives a team, and we've got Dutch Warmbloods here, KWPM. Those, well, it's an acronym. I shall leave the Dutch to pronounce it properly for you, but it's Koninklijk, all to do with the Royals, Warmblood, Paard, and Nederland. That's where those letters come from, KWPN. And he has competed at all the recent history World Championships as an individual in Hungary in 2015, in Lipica, that wonderful Lipizzaner stud, Lipica, I should say, in Slovenia 2017, in Drebkau, Germany in 19, and in Kronenberg. Always loved horses, and equestrian sports. Started when he was 14 and competes regularly either with a team or a pair, but a long list of international events under his belt. Big horses these. Resistance. So resistance and disobedience are considered to be different things in the rules. A horse is considered to offer resistance if at any time and for whatever reason it refuses to go forward. If it plants and does not move, or it could be going back, turns round and rearing, not to be recommended in harness. And so those come under the disobedience penalties. The timing, that you can use stopwatches, but nowadays we have pretty much everything, but like in show jumping, electronic timing devices. So the nose of the leading horse crosses the start line until the nose of the leading horse crosses the finish line. That's when your time, just like coming in and out of the obstacles. A digital display must be used at the events. That's actually part of the ruling. It's not just to keep everybody informed on the ground, but that's actually considered a necessary part of running an event. Times will be recorded to hundredths of seconds. The time limit, so that's the overall time limit, after which you will be eliminated, is twice the time allowed. So that time allowed is 168. If your mental arithmetic is fast, you'll know that that means the time limit is 336. That's all done in seconds. Length overall is 7 meters for the whole course. 2 down for him, numbers 11 and 18, but he's done enough in terms of the time, using all his years of experience to be up on the clock in comparison to those that have gone before him. He's popped himself into first place at the moment for the cone, 16.97. So that means Catherine goes into second place for the Americans, Libby Priest into third for the Brits. That's the cones competition. We are still, I mean, Kalman Babo was in 74th place. We've got 73 more to go. There will be a huge number of changes as the day rolls on. But in the meantime, for Argentina, Baroness Amelie von Buchholz. Great to have Argentina represented here at this World Championship. So that's the running position at the moment for you. Kalman Babo, we've just seen for Romania, has popped himself into first place, 16.97. No one near that elusive double clear yet. Remains to be seen if we're going to get one. We had a lot of double clears in Exlu for the European Four-in-Hand Championships, but if you cast your mind back to the World Four-in-Hands, just over a year ago in Pretoni near Rome, that magical venue. Only Bram Chardon had a double clear, something he is an absolute master at, but they're not easy to get at World Championships, and certainly this course, the team behind it, they've set some big questions for our drivers.
Bonjour et bienvenue à tous à l'occasion de cette deuxième émission matinale qui reviendra largement sur le test de dressage qui s'est déroulé jeudi et vendredi. Avant de découvrir la tendance par équipe et en individuel, je vous propose d'en apprendre un peu plus sur celui qui écrit l'histoire de l'attelage, le numéro 1 mondial, 6 victoires en championnat du monde, 10 victoires en finale de Coupe du Monde. J'ai nommé bien évidemment Monsieur Boyd Excel. Bonjour Boyd, welcome and thanks to accept our invitation. You are a 4 horses driver. Why did you decide to come to le Haras du Pin for this World Championship for pairs?
Well, I mean, a lot of the driving, the grassroots of driving, people start with singles, they progress to pairs, and then in the future they move to the four-in-hand. So there's a lot of drivers here that we support and we guide. Anna Salmon, I'm working with. Emma Olsen just competed from Sweden. Jacob Arnold from the US of A. So I'm involved with like 5 or 6 drivers, Sandra Kowalik from Germany. So there's quite a few that we support, train all year, and then help them try to produce their best performance.
Okay, perfect. What makes the difference when driving with a pair than 4 horses?
Sometimes it's actually more difficult to have a perfect pair. You don't have to have twins, but you need a pair that complement each other, like a marriage, husband and wife. They don't have to be a match, but they have to support and help each other. And then it's very difficult to find just 2. Driving a 4-in-hand is a little bit more like a happy family. You know, very different ones, but they all, again, work together. So it's a different dynamic, but tomorrow's marathon is quite influential marathon. There's a lot of balls for 2 points, 2 points, and 2 points means 8 seconds, so that's a big influence on the scores. So far the judges have been very strict. Unfortunately, there were some good tests yesterday that they didn't reward. I think I would have liked to see them say, hey, that was very good, okay, that wasn't so good, but almost they were holding back for the second group today, which is a shame.
Okay. And how do you feel about the new facilities hosting this championship? It's your first time here?
Yes, a few of my drivers that I work with came to the test event here and they all said the facilities were fantastic and my experience so far is really good. Very welcoming French stewards, that's also a big difference, and the facilities are perfect for driving and the ambience is really good.
All conditions are included for this championship?
Yes, I think for the future this can have a World Championship, it can have a European Championship, you know, the future is really good and it's a good location. So yeah, I like it.
Thanks to come again, Boyd Excel. Pour continuer cette deuxième matinale, ce que je vous propose, c'est de faire un petit retour justement sur la tendance après le dressage, déroulé jeudi et vendredi. C'est en commentaire et c'est en images.
Le dressage en attelage, c'est un peu comme la première pierre à l'édifice que posent un meneur et son équipage à leur construction de championnat. S'il y en a un qui a assuré ses fondations, c'est bien le champion du monde en titre de 2021 à Cronenberg, Martin Hall. Venu avec un lot de chevaux sérieux pour quadrupler son titre à l'occasion de l'édition 2023, le Hongrois a déroulé une reprise quasi parfaite, mettant tous les juges d'accord. À 36,92, il devance de moins de 5 points celui qui le talonnait déjà aux Pays-Bas, Franck Grimont-Pré. Bien décidé à en découdre, le Français aura à cœur de se donner sur le marathon pour réduire l'écart. Hongrie, France et à nouveau Hongrie pour compléter le podium à l'issue du test. Christophe Ostertag a lui aussi joliment dessiné son ébauche de championnat avec 2 de ses 3 chevaux venus pour l'occasion. Un provisoire individuel qui emmène de manière logique la Hongrie en tête par équipe. La belle reprise de François Dutillois vient compléter la performance de l'un de ses coéquipiers, Franck Grimont-Pré, et permet à la France de prendre la seconde place du podium en sortie du test 1. Pour la suite de la tendance par équipe, Allemagne et Pays-Bas sont respectivement les nations à surveiller de près aujourd'hui. À l'occasion du marathon, tout reste encore à construire.
De retour sur cette matinale, cette fois avec notre deuxième invité, l'un des acteurs phares de ce concours puisqu'il est l'un des chefs de piste et notamment du marathon. Bruno, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Merci d'avoir répondu présent à la matinale. Comment en arrive-t-on à œuvrer, à travailler sur un tel championnat? C'est quoi votre parcours au final?
Je pense que ça fait globalement 20 ans qu'on y œuvre étape par étape. Dans un premier temps au niveau national. On gravit doucement les échelons et après on trouve des partenariats au niveau international pour passer les différents échelons et aujourd'hui être au stade de 3 étoiles, donc de pouvoir œuvrer sur des événements comme des championnats du monde.
L'attelage a toujours été une passion ou vous êtes passé par d'autres sports équestres?
Non, globalement j'ai eu la chance effectivement de toujours disposer de chevaux à la maison qu'on a toujours attelés. Et donc ça m'a permis de rester dans cette boucle-là. La compétition a commencé à prendre un peu le dessus. J'y ai œuvré en menant en paire, en menant à 1. Et aujourd'hui, ce côté un peu plus technique de la discipline trouve sa place aussi. Et l'intérêt y est. Donc on va essayer de continuer un peu dans ce sens-là.
On a entendu justement que le marathon prévu pour ce championnat du monde était très technique. Comment on travaille justement sur ce tracé de marathon, sur cette combinaison d'obstacles? Ça a commencé dès juillet pendant le CAI, c'est ça?
Alors la préparation arrive même un petit peu plus tôt déjà. Donc on était présent sur le site à partir du mois de mars. Donc pour prendre un peu la dimension des choses, faire profiter de l'expérience du championnat du monde d'attelage à 1 qu'on a eu l'année dernière, qui nous a déjà permis de prendre un peu les dispositions, les possibilités et le delta qu'on a au niveau de la création du support. Et on a utilisé donc ce premier CAI au mois de juillet comme support de test pour voir un certain nombre de choses. On a réajusté quelques éléments et on arrive aujourd'hui à quelque chose qui soit du niveau championnat du monde. C'est-à-dire on est monté crescendo au niveau de la requête et de la sollicitation de manière à aujourd'hui proposer un parcours qui va nous permettre de sélectionner et d'avoir un tri sur les meilleurs meneurs, puisque le but est quand même à la fin de désigner le champion du monde.
Sur ces 8 obstacles au programme, s'il y en avait un sur lequel s'attarder et porter son attention, ce serait lequel en termes de technicité?
Alors, au niveau technique, on est vraiment sur une image de progression. On est, alors, peut-être une progression un peu à l'inverse. On est sur des obstacles très techniques sur le début. Donc le 1, 2, 3, 4 sont des obstacles qui vont quand même solliciter les chevaux au niveau technicité, mais c'est là où ils sont aussi encore dans les capacités physiques les plus élevées. Pour après arriver sur 2 obstacles qui vis-à-vis du public seront sûrement les plus expressifs, c'est les obstacles d'eau. On a le gué de Normandie pour l'obstacle numéro 5 et on a le gué qui sera détaché à l'Orne pour l'obstacle numéro 6, donc qui visuellement pour le public sera d'après moi ce qui est le plus joli en soi. Et on arrivera sur une fin de parcours où on a effectivement une possibilité d'expression des chevaux qui soit plus ouverte, donc on va les avoir encore plus en action, mais on sait aussi qu'ils auront déjà perdu un petit peu d'influx, sachant qu'ils auront déjà gravi un certain nombre d'obstacles en amont.
Super, merci beaucoup Bruno de nous avoir éclairé sur ce marathon que l'on va vivre ensemble. Nous on termine du coup cette deuxième matinale. L'occasion pour vous de vous connecter sur Grand Prix TV ou sur clipmyers.tv pour suivre aujourd'hui cette belle journée de marathon qui nous attend. En attendant, nous, je vous propose, on se retrouve demain pour la 3e matinale. D'ici là, restez passionnés. Bonjour à tous, nous sommes déjà sur cette troisième matinale de ce championnat du monde d'attelage et sur cette journée tant attendue de la maniabilité qui verra donc du coup titrer un champion du monde à nouveau cette année. Avant de vous connecter sur le live, je vous propose un entretien avec le triple médaillé d'or venu une nouvelle fois remettre son titre en jeu, cette fois donc au Haras du Pin, le numéro 1 mondial et hongrois Martin Hall. Martin, good morning and
Good morning.
thank you to come on the morning show. My first question is about your form. You are the defending champion. What is your recipe for success?
It's a tough question to start with. Actually, hard work, I think, dedication, and I have a really good team around me who helped me all through these years. And the amazing horses, of course, who pull the carriage, who do everything, but the success is ours. But they do the hardest job.
Okay. New horse this weekend, King's Gambit, just one international show with him. Few words about him?
Yes, we just bought him 3 months ago from Theo Timmerman. He's a Dutch driver. I saw him at the competition and I was really amazed how he did the marathon. So we bought him from Theo. I did a competition with him. It was really good feeling. But then we didn't take him to competitions because he had to adjust to our system a little bit. That takes a little time. And I hope that for today he has done that. And we really have faith in him.
Okay, perfect. How do you feel about the other competitors this year?
It's a very strong field of competitors, of course. It's not easy to be the one who everybody wants to beat, but that's pressure, that's why we are here, that's what we do since many years, and we will try to cope with it. I hope it will work, if not, then we try next time.
The French driver Franck Grimonpré was at the second place in 2021. Maybe
Hopefully we'll get to see the end of that interview with Martin, because there is nothing better than listening to the likes of Boyd and Martin talking about what they do, how they do it, and to hear Boyd's interpretation of the difference between driving a pair and a team. As I've said throughout this commentary, sometimes with a pair, a bit like a single, there's nowhere to hide, and particularly if in the dressage the head goes up or they're pulling differently or one's falling out of draft, it really is very, very difficult to hide. Whereas with the three, as he said, the four together, a bit more like a family, working very differently. But we're back onto the competition. We just had a short break there, but that was some lovely footage brought to you by the team with the interviews with Martin and Boyd. Martin, who the form book would say, and certainly from the performance that he has put in so far this weekend over the course of the competition, remains hot favourite to keep his title. But this course is asking all sorts of questions. So we are back after that short break for Argentina, Baroness Amelie von Buchholz. She is currently lying in 73rd place. Her competitor number is actually number 1 because she drives for Argentina, which falls first in the alphabetical order. That is how the numbers are given out. So you'll see, yeah, Eva behind her is number 90. That's because Sweden's obviously much further back, and then Scott next, US of A, United. So that's what those numbers denote, as where they fall alphabetically. That's how the organisers give them out, and we've got a great team behind the scenes, certainly in the office, led by organiser Supremo Cindy Timmer. These events just tick along so nicely with her, making sure everybody's kept informed, the information is out there, the various WhatsApp groups that run these events now, saving on all the paperwork. But there's results groups, officials, competitors, it's all there. But this information sharing, the way in which modern communication is used in this most ancient of pastimes, hitching a horse to something and asking it to go forward and pull it, it's what built civilization. We always say the draft horse, the loads they've borne and carried for us as humans, it's what makes the world we live in, or certainly made it. 2 down for Amelie so far. We're still waiting for that elusive double clear. Are we going to get one today? Lots going on, but always slightly more relaxed on cone day. The dressage over those 2 days, Thursday and Friday, just glorious to watch so much of it. A showcase from some of our drivers. Frank for France had such a great dressage test to tuck in behind Martin on the leaderboard. Martin's test, those beautiful horses, and just saying there that he and the team have purchased another horse fairly recently. Quite a brave thing to do, to introduce a new horse to the fold, but he was impressed by him on the marathons. And Amelie, Baroness Amelie von Buchholz, driving for Argentina. Congratulations to her on completing her cone round, 3 down, a time of 211.29. That gives her a total of 36.64. Announced there as 30.65 on the rolling total here is 30.64. Yeah, just been amended on my screen, 30.65. So that's 12th place in terms of the cones result. 4th for her, Kalman Babu, who was our last driver to go just before that short break, and Amelie, it was 6B. This 6 combination is proving to be interesting. 9 and 19. In the meantime, for the Swedish team, Eva Ottosson driving Adrian and Avon. She had Sabenji with her as well. He's in the stables. On the marathon, it's Adrian that has been driven all the way through. Danish warm bloods. Started to drive in her early 30s when her jumping horse was injured. Has been a multiple Swedish champion, and she's been on the Swedish team certainly for the last 10 years with the horse pairs. In Hungary we've had championships in Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Germany, Netherlands, and now we're in France. And great to hear somebody who's competed at as many venues all over the world as Boyd Excel saying what a fabulous venue this has been. Great to have such a lovely welcome from the officials, and that really does make or break an event, that if you've had a long journey, turning up and getting a lovely greeting, warm smiles, everyone helping, what a difference that makes. And Boyd very much giving his blessing and endorsement to Haras, or Le Pin as we tend to call it, in Normandy. This wonderful investment they've had, and certainly maybe those organising some 4-in-hand World Championships will now have an eye on this venue for the future. The next one will be at Svilvasvarad next year in Hungary. How the 4-in-hand championships tended to work was that you'd have sort of a standalone 4-in-hand World Championship, and then you'd have a World Equestrian Games, one of the WEGs that would fall in between. So you'd have a standalone 4-in-hand championship every 4 years, and then an integration into a World Equestrian Games. That said, it has proved to be quite a big job for these national federations to take on all the disciplines at once that come under the FEI umbrella. Don't forget, in Tryon they also had endurance as well with those dreadful weather conditions. So it was broken down in 2022, and we ended up having Italy as the host nation for the eventing, the ridden eventing, and the 4-in-hands. But on to a standalone 4-in-hand World Championship next year in Hungary. Really looking forward to that, obviously. But in the meantime, it is Hungary who is by far the lead nation in terms of both team and individual standings at this particular World Championship. It started as a standalone event in 1985 in Sandringham at the Royal Estate in Norfolk, when Prince Philip was very much a huge figure still in terms of driven sport, the rule making, and also as a competitor. And how grateful we remain to him for his incredible input to the modern sport. Now, how's it going for Ava? 2 down so far. Just about to have the clock stop for her. Good, yes, don't walk right in front of her. Now, that puts her in front at the moment. We're down to 15.69. The number of penalties will creep down over time, but 1:87.38 was the time.
Final score for Eva Ottosson and for Sweden, with 2 balls down and 187.38 seconds. State is next to go.
So that puts her in front in terms of the standalone cones. Of course, she's also got ahead, but we are still in the 70s. Next in is Scott Dancer for the American team. He is a team member for America. They've got 4 drivers here today, 3 in the team. And Scott is in 71st position after dressage and cones. His current score is 191.75. But that round from Eva Ottosson for Sweden with Adrian and Avon. She sits now on 207.72, but 19 and 15C were the ones for her. Let's see how Scott does with Isabella Ciucci and Ivilandro. Those are his 2. He's got Sarah Schumann on the back of the carriage with him. He's used the same combination, this mare and gelding, all the way through. Isabella is 10, as is Ivilandro, both the same age. They've had a busy season competing over here. Royal Windsor, he was 6th. Bornham in Belgium, 9th. And then also competing at Beek Bergen. Scott and his wife, Catherine, who we have seen moments ago. They started driving, gosh, about 30 years ago now. And they have participated in many European events over the years, so lots of travelling for them from their base in California. And Scott was a member of the team in 2013, 10 years ago, and 15, and competed as an individual at the last Pairs World Championship in Kronenberg. All the balls on top at the moment for Scott Dancer for the American team. And remember, in terms of the actual team competition, it's very tight between the USA, Poland and Belgium. Belgium in 8th on 346.36, Poland in 9th on 347.07, and the USA in 10th on 348.96. So tight in that zone of the leaderboard. Then it's very tight between Austria and Australia and 6th and 7th. This is how tight it is. 334.09 to Austria and 334.24 for 7th place for Australia. Yeah, equally close at the top, apart from Hungary, who've got that great buffer after some superb driving from their 3 team members. So we're now into times 3 balls for Scott, but the time is going to be pretty good.
188 secondes 10, 3 balles renversées, le score total pour Scott Dancer des États-Unis.
Confirmation 3 balls for him in a time of 1:08. 188.10.
188.1 seconds, that's 10.5 penalties for time.
So that's how it's worked out. So if you take away 168 for that, it's quite easy with the 188. So that's 20.1 time on penalties. You divide that in half. That's how you get to that 10.05, and then you add on the 9 for the 3. So that's breaking down how we've got to 19.05. Fifth place for him in terms of the cone competition. A third place in the current standings, 210.80. We just have to wait and see how in due course that is going to roll on and affect the team positions between America, Poland and Belgium. That's very close between them currently. As a team member now for Belgium, we've got Philippe Cornelis in the ring, and Juvelia is the horse he's driven all the way through, and for dressage and cones, Goed Gaon. All geldings for him. All Dutch warm bloods. He's been out in Beekberg and Le Pen some more, Bornham and Kronenberg this year, so had quite a busy season. So now we are on to our 70th place driver, 91. There were 93 on the nominated list. We'd lost Peter Novak before the event. Then Hugo Vigas for Portugal did not start the competition despite having travelled to Le Pen, and then we had 2 who did not come forward to compete after the marathon, but that's all fine. Horses are fine. Sue Botley from the British squad decided she'd had a great marathon and dressage, but was going to leave it at that. So no doubt they're packing up, starting to go home. So we're rolling out in reverse order. That's how it works on this final day of a World Championships like this. Most events, they go in reverse order. So we go down towards whomever is lying in first place, which of course is Martin Holler. And if you watched a bit of the interview with him earlier, maybe if we get chance for a bit of a break, there might be one round about 12 o'clock, just before then local time. Might have a chance to hear the rest of that interview. Love hearing the athletes talking about the preparation. They always pay tribute to the horses, but most of all the team around them, the families, the parents, the brothers and sisters, the wives, husbands, partners, nieces, nephews, trainers. It does take a small village, not to just to raise a child, as we say in English, but to get these competitors to even just to the event, let alone to get them to the top and keep them at the top. There's a twiddle there, 10, 11 and 12. It could very nearly be a bit of a serpentine or something, couldn't it? But they're marked individually. They interestingly don't seem to have been causing quite so many problems as that pesky 6D. We've had a few 6As and Bs, but 6D so far has been the one that's caused a few problems. Less so the narrow oxers. People have really practiced those before they get here. 6 on the penalty score box so far, which would indicate we've had 2 down. And that adds a third. So the 9, remember, it's always in multiples of 3. 3 for every element or ball that rolls or is knocked. If it's knocked and the ball stays on top, great, as long as you don't actually dislodge any of it. That's the key. So it's all about accuracy, so accurate, and you really have to stay cool. Can't let any tension boil into yourself or the horses here. Cool heads required from everybody. Now it looks like it's a pretty warm day out there, and through 20, great. High shot looking down as Philippe finishes his World Championship. 3 balls, 3 knocks, 205.78. Funny enough, it didn't look too slow against the clock, but fairly big time for him. So with the 9 to add, that gives him, on top of time penalties, 27.89. That's 12th position. He's dropped down the leaderboard over Ottoson, still in front at the moment. And Philip for the Belgian team. And again, similar comments to those made for Scott Dancer just now. These scores could well have quite a bearing on where the final team running order is. Now, this was a gentleman who hasn't had the event that he might have hoped for, but that's sport, that's live events, and that's what happens. And Frank Grimont-Prez probably thought he might well have been driving a little bit later in the day. His dressage was sublime. Do watch it again. He's got a nice tight line in there, one of the best so far to number 1. But in getting that tight line, interestingly, he's had a bigger swing round to number 2. Maybe if you gamble and go through 1 a little bit on the angle, you don't have to swing out quite so wide. That's what happens during your walking of the course. So he came in very straight to 1, but that meant he had the bigger half circle to get back to 2. But he's on the course at the moment. This beautiful dressage that he had, he was in second place, only just over the 40 mark, 41.45. A beautiful test. The horses working so well together, the quality of the paces, the suppleness. I think that for me was what really stood out, the suppleness and the athleticism of these big horses. But there wasn't a moment when they weren't bending and moving equally well on both reins. And just look at those gorgeous canters. Seems slightly effortless. And you want it to look easy. It's a bit like if you're tennis fans or you watch some of the top players, they somehow seem to always make it to the ball and make it look easy. Roger Federer certainly was a master at that. And it just is the same at the top end of horse sport as well. But not to be Frank's day on the marathon. The feedback was there were 2 errors of the course which were corrected, but there were 2 obstacles in which he received 20 penalties, so 40 to add to the collective times in those obstacles, the time and plus the odd ball, 2 penalties, 0.25 per second in the obstacles. It was a really expensive marathon for him. He was 86th after the marathon, not the day he anticipated at all. He was the silver medalist last time in 2021 and had dearly hoped he'd be on the podium again, but it's all to play for in terms of the French team bid. And this for him, and I'm sure the coaches, Felix Marie Brasseur, the Simones, everybody helping behind the scenes, they all have said, go in there, the game plan is you're driving for the team now. So wanting to get a really good round that will be one that's counted towards the team score. Doesn't matter what happened on the marathon in terms of the team. His was the drop score. 1 down so far. 1 down so far. How's he going to be on time? It is such a tight time to get. Still circling round. Oh, they have not made this course easy. There is nowhere where the questions aren't being asked yet. But, and well done to Frank. Quite a sort of wry smile. Yeah. Puff of the cheeks, an acknowledgement to the crowd, the home support. Not the event he was hoping for on home soil, but he's made a great job of the cones. And Frank, job done. Congratulations to you. 7.79, 1 down, 15D, good time, 177.97. So streaks ahead of everybody else so far. And in terms of the French team, great job done. Well done, Frank. Not easy to dust yourself down when it hasn't gone brilliantly, but what a pro he was to come back after yesterday and put in a cracking cones round. 7.99, that puts him way in front, and the first sub 200 total we've got, he's on 198.85. The majority from here on in may well be sub 200, but that's for the French team. Job done. to our Romanian team now. We've had some Romanians driving already, and we have Roland Istvan Varga with this Neapolitano, the dark Lipizzaners. They don't always have to be grey. 42 and 45. They are 8 and 9, so quite young. Great camera angles from our team on the ground there, bringing you all these images, so we're getting a really good feel for the course and certainly able to see which of those obstacles, which pairs, which combinations are proving interesting. So far, these tight oxers driving quite well relative to everything else. Romanian team out of the 17 competing for the national titles in 13th at the moment. One down for Roland Istvan Varga. Trying to gain some time against the clock, but when you're on these tight circles, really difficult. And pushing on through, 3 down, time not too bad, 192.89. that gives him a 7th position, so we're now on to, he was placed 68th coming into this event after the first 2 phases, and 7th for him. Frank, super cones for him just beforehand, so that drops the Romanian down to 5th in the current standings. Eva Otterson in 2nd. The other Romanian, Kalman Babo, is sitting in 3rd, but so many to go. These will just be academic in due course, these placings. But Frank Grimont-Prez for the French team, driving Calais 97, and James Bond. Great round for him. Now in for Austria. There was some good driving from the Austrians yesterday on the marathon. They meant business, and they're currently sitting in 6th place in terms of the team. Quite a gap between them and the Netherlands. The Netherlands in 5th on 317.87. Austria 334. It may be just too big a gap to bridge for the Austrians to get beyond 6th place, but they will be looking over their shoulders. Australia, Tor Vandenberg, certainly going to be one of our last to go through. Had a storming day yesterday, so we won't know right till just about at the end how those teams in that part of the order are going to go. But Marcus Fleischmann here with Alexandra Fleischmann on the back in all 3, and he too has had the same pair for all 3 phases. His spare is Inferno, but the geldings highlight Ludoncello the 5th and Kingston. KWP ends, Kingston is 8, highlight is 11, and he's been out and about this season, started driving in 2011. Bought his first horse, only wanted to drive at learner level. Well, look where you are now, Marcus, on the Austrian team. So, as we say in English, out of small acorns grow great oaks. So everybody starts at the beginning. Even Mr. Excel started at the beginning a long time ago. So it's, look where you are now at a World Championships. Just brilliant. So Marcus Fleischmann worked with trainer Albert Ponti over the years and achieved his ambitions, which obviously started to grow once he got past learner level, and he was an individual in Kronenberg 2 years ago, but now on the team. And the family all involved in the sport. Marcus Fleischmann, one down on your screen so far. This is an important round in terms of where the Austrian team might find themselves. They have had medals in the past at these pairs. That's a real fiddle to get through. You obviously just cannot drive a straight line approaching it. If you were straight, you're going to knock that combination in front of you. Yeah, been expensive for him. We're now up to 3 down. That's where the 9 comes from. Time gone over as well. At 1:68. What a challenging time, because it's a challenging course, but this is a World Championship. Clock stops at 183.24, 4 down. That gives a total of 19.62 for 7th place in the standalone cones competition, but that drops him down a couple of places to a 9.41 in 3rd place. So Frank Grimond-Prez showing all his experience and class in that round. Only 1 ball and great time. So it is attainable. It is attainable. Frank, we would have thought, might have been once upon a time in the final few. And it may be that that's the marker, that the later, the Martin Hollers, the Francois, Anna Sandman, Dennis Schneiders, Christoph, Marcel Tor, all those at the top end of the rankings, Marco, Werner, they will have watched that round of Frank's, and that will be a standard by which they will be setting their rounds. 1 down, obviously they all want a double clear, but just goes to show that the time, it's maybe not attainable, but you can get pretty close to it. He was just under 10 seconds over. 177.97 his time. So that was 17.97 to be divided then in 2. Then you had the 3 to add, and that's how you got to the 7.99. So it was 4.985, which will be rounded up. That's what they've done, rounded up to the 9. And then you add the 3. Back with Spain now, and one of their team members, Jose Manuel Gallan Pacheco. And we have also had a Spanish judge here as well, Miguel Guitraz. He was alongside Anne-Marie, Bert Jambon, Andrew Council and Barry Capstick, making what we reckoned were, between them all, a total of 10,000 decisions and marks over the course of 91 tests, each test with 22 boxes to be marked. And multiply all that by 5, and it was a pretty hefty total, and for the number crunchers and the scorers. So lots and lots of concentration from them. They were also all out on the marathon yesterday, either managing 2 to 3 obstacles each or the cool down, Anne-Marie Turby, the French judge there. And these are the Lusitanos, Portuguese bred horses. We've got Caminhos Figueiras, that's a name that comes up quite often in the breed, and Dollar. $15 and $16 is. Caminhos Figueiras is 16. 1 gelding and 1 stallion. And this is also a gentleman that has been competing for some years. A long list of actually success in mainly Spain and Portugal, as one would imagine. And he's got Miguel Gomez Sanchez on the back with him all the way through, based in beautiful city of Seville. And that's definitely gone. Collective groan from the crowd on that. That's a shame, because he'd actually had a pretty good round until that point. That's why you had the big groan, because clearly everyone was watching him and watching the scoreboard. So 2 down, that late cone for him, but a good time, 178.25. We're getting a bit nearer. We're getting a little bit nearer to that time, 178.25, which gives a total penalty score of 11.13. So he knocked 12 and 19. 12 and 19 were the 2 that were knocked, and 111.13. That puts him into second place in the cones. Frank's tremendous 7.99. That's going to take quite a lot of driving to get near that. And Jose Manuel puts himself into second place in the current rankings. Frank Grimaud-Prez for France, and so for the French team, great round for him. Back to the British cause. And another lady who is based on the Isle of Man, that's between the British mainland and, well, actually Ireland, owns and manages a busy livery yard. And this is Nicola Pimblett, driving Brown Boy B and Harad, known as Harold. Wind just up a tiny bit, but it's fractional. You can just read the flags in the back there. Nicola's been driving for many years, started off with a single horse, and she's been a member of the British team for nearly 10 years. First of all with a single horse at Isaac, and then she was on the team in Kronenberg in 2021, currently based and training with Claudio and Mika at the Rianta Equestrian Centre. It would be great to get one of them on the microphone if possible, because just like Boyd said, he's been training about 5 or 6 of the drivers here, including his groom Emma, Jacob Arnold. I think he also said some of the Germans. Anna Sandman he helps. He was the German squad team trainer in Exlu because he couldn't drive. It was a European Championship, but here he's spread himself between, I dare say he's helping the Australians as well. That would make sense. And Nicola, Diana Lindsay and Martin Holler as well. He's been training at Riant for some years now. One of the first of the Hungarian drivers to take his training, take his approach, take his preparation away. I think he said it's 17,000 kilometres to get there. Long old way. But he winters at home with the horses. This is Martin. Has a break from it all, and then in February they load up. They take 7 or 8 carriages, the horses, all the kit. He has a house there, it's his life, and that's what he does. And they move up to the Apeldoorn area of the Netherlands and train. And so Nicola and Diana Lindsay for the British team have followed a similar path to help in their preparation. They've also been competing. Nicola this year was 7th at Royal Windsor, 11th at Exlu, 14th at Laden, and Kronenberg was 19th. So lots of competing on the continent for her as preparation for this. It really is not easy crossing the channel. A bit easier than getting to an event from the States or Australia, but we've got Brown Boy B, known as Danny. He's 17 years old. Harad, known as Harold's 11. He's by Mano. No doubt Mika and Claudia watching closely from the sides, as will be the British chef, Minter Wynn, and everybody on that crew. Wolf Bowman Ripley also helping the Brits, a former team gold medalist himself with the horse pairs, and both Minter and Wolf are based at Ashfields, the driving centre in Essex. Looking up there for Nicola 3, a time of 2:03.98, 26.99. That's 13th for the cones. She was in 65th coming into this. At her World Championship ends on 216.64. 2, 9 and 17 were her ones, but that will feed back to the rest of the team. Brits had a great placing of 8th in the teams after the dress. I was really pleased with that for everyone. Perhaps need to go back to the drawing board a little bit on the marathon. But Andrea top now as an individual for Hungary. She's had Laszlo on with her all the way through, and she is another who is driving this the same two in dressage. 150 Maestoso, Gaetana the 10th, and bonus. It's got another one called Manu. That was one of her horses for the marathon. She's been out and about competing. She was also at Lipitzer last autumn, about a year ago. We had the pairs event there, but I think that was brought forward in the year because of this World Championship. In a World Championship year, it does have to be shifted around a little bit, the regular calendar, to make way for this special event, and for the World Pairs every 2 years, and it's been held every 2 years since the opening event, the opener in Montemaggiore in Italy in 1983, then the first Pairs World Championship proper, like we have now, was in 1985 in England at the Sandringham, the Royal Estate there. So Andrea is a doctor, a rheumatologist. Don't forget, in driving, it's just brilliant. We have our professionals and those that do it full time very much up against the amateur drivers, and they all get to, providing they've done enough qualifying events, come together at World Championship level. You see it less so in the ridden disciplines. If you think about who's riding, we've got the show jumping in Barcelona at the moment, the Nations Cup, which is a really big event. A lot of the equestrian world and FEI focusing on what's going on in Barcelona at the moment. We're in Normandy, and just about all those show jumpers there will be professional riders. What goes on it's just gone on at the Europeans for the dressage, but here in driving we do combine a lot of people who have a different day job with the professionals, the likes of Boyd and Martin, who does it a lot as well, and the Chardons, think of them all, the Durons, these great driving families. Good horses going into their bends as Andrea's asking them to move on. Clear so far, clear so far. Very much hoping we don't have a commentator's curse, but for Andrea Top of Hungary. Horses moving well forward. It's just, it's a part of the course where they really have to wiggle round. Come on, Andrea. So far, so good. These lovely greys. The Lipizanas. Oh, she's just gone off screen. Great view of the course there. I'm sure Andrea's out there somewhere. And then she comes back into shot. Thank you. Right. Oh, great round for Andrea. Bit up on the time, but that's what happens when you make that judgment call. But no balls on the ground. Actually, it was only Ugo for Italy right back at the beginning of the day. He didn't have any down, but he had quite a hefty time on that. But well judged for Andrea Top for Hungary. Nothing to add. 186.15, so subtract that from 168, divide the difference by 2, that gives you 9.08. She's still behind Frank with that 7.99, but we've had 2 clear rounds in terms of the cones. Nobody that near the time, really and truly. Probably Frank about 10 seconds over, just under 10 seconds over. He was. Andrea 186, 18.15 seconds over for her. She, at the moment, in the rolling positions, has put herself into first. She's another one that's ended 100, 200, 198.31. Frank is on 198.85. So good round for Andrea Top for the Hungarians, and no doubt that will be getting fed back to those who are coming afterwards, and certainly they're 3 extremely strong team members. As an individual now for Belgium, Nathan Nice, he's got the 2 horses that he's used all the way through, Captain Jack van der Stockhorst and Mario, both geldings, both 8. Mario is a Swedish warm blood, and Captain Jack is a KWPN. He has done a lot in the past with pony teams. He was on a bronze medal winning team. Well, he was bronze as an individual. The Belgian team were 4th in Breda in 2015. Breda, another one of the Dutch venues. His father is pony team driver Jan Niels. So Nathan grew up around horses. He has been a successful show jumper from a young age. Has a twin sister, and they used to jump the same ponies that the father drove. I dare say they grew out of them in due course. His real passion, however, is driven sport, and he's been a prolific winner with the juniors in Belgium and also at the Belgian Championships, and designed his own dressage carriage, which will be the same one that he's using here for the cones. So if you are interested, you may or may not be, in understanding the difference between the sort of layout and the configurations, do go just Google the FEI. And a serpentine is where you have a straight line running down the middle between your 4 elements. And the distance between the cones centre to centre will be 6 to 8 metres for pairs, and that's for both horses and ponies. A little bit longer for the 4 in hands. In the meantime, not a bad time. 2 balls down. Yeah, so one of the better times at 181.02, but take away the 168 from that, divide it by 2, add on the 3 at 19 and 3 at 15A. So he puts himself into 4th place with 12.51 and a 4th place overall. But Andrea Tot at the moment sitting in 1st, Frank Grimond-Prez for France still ahead in terms of the standalone cones competition. Now for the Czech team, we are on to position number 62 in terms of how many are running today, and this is Alexander Suka, who's on the Czech team, driving Enna and Essa, and they are his 2 Kladruber mares. This beautiful Czech breed, so associated with the country, and the national stud is not too far from Prague, so do, if ever you're there, go and visit it. These stunning horses, they come in sort of the black and the greys. They've got an amazing heritage. Such handsome, regal horses in real life with these beautiful Roman noses. They just have such a natural presence to them. Very upright in their pasterns. That's one of the features by and large. It almost looks like they're standing in high heels. They've got quite upright pasterns, quite straight in the back leg. A few conformational traits that go with them, but going back through the old bloodlines, a little bit of cross-pollination between some of the Lipizzaners as well. And the greys were the imperial court carriages at the time of the Habsburg empires, and the fates of so many of these breeds. That's one gone. That's a really good view there. If you're going to knock it, really knock it. Nothing, no doubt there for the judges. That's 3 to add so far. But these beautiful horses, great that they have a job in driving. But yes, the geopolitics of divisions in Europe, even within the last century, and what went before in terms of Swedish, Danish courts, what was happening in this part of Europe. I see, that sounds like the dog's been told to sit in the background on the camera mic. For those of you that follow the 4 in hand driving and circuit, Irinesh Vasil, who works at the National Stud, he drives a stunning team of stallions. But here we've got the mares, Kladrubers. The darker ones tended to be used under saddle or for funereal work, but these greys back in the day to pull the imperial coaches. Clearly a lot of excitement in the sidelines if you're canine. They are certainly no respecter of the magnitude of a situation. It's all the same to them. It's a great day out if you're a dog, though. Round, 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 and there we go. Alexander Sukup for the Czech Republic. 2 balls, time 2:02.43. So final penalty in this phase for him, 23.21, and a total we're splitting times. Yeah, that's just been updated on the live screen. 23.22. It's interesting, depending on how the computers are working in the background, as to whether they round it up or down. It tends to be the scorers seem to be, if there's a sort of 0.5 or 0.005, they're rounding up. And so that gives a total of 212.33. In the meantime, Anna de Ronde, a family that needs no introduction in driving at all. Parents Marie and Koos, extremely well known, not just in four-in-hand and the World Cup, but in all areas of driving internationally. Marie and Koos were involved in the setting up of the new International Carriage Drivers Association that was launched in Bordeaux at the World Cup final earlier in the year, and that's really a sort of sporting body to represent the interests of all athletes in all combinations from all nations, and things like a bit of a melting pot to talk about rule changes and represent the interests of the drivers to the governing body for the sport, which is the FEI, based in Switzerland. Busy weekend for the FEI, it always is. They've always got loads and loads of events going on, but certainly a lot of eyes on Barcelona at the moment with the end of the Jumping Nations Cup. Twiddling through that, one down so far for Anna Durand. Driving Baraton and Maestro. And don't forget that before too long we'll be seeing her talented father out on the World Cup circuit, only a month to go before the first event in Lyon. So staying with France as a focus, it opens and closes the World Cup season. We've got Mechlin, Maastricht, Geneva, Stockholm, London and Leipzig to bring you all the rounds from that absolutely fantastic four-in-hand sport that really has brought driving to a whole new audience, and it's really great to hear how many people are inspired to take up driving by perhaps going to one of these great indoor shows. They are huge festivals of horsemanship and everything that goes with it, and maybe some people come there to watch the jumping or some dressage or vaulting and they see driving for the first time, and they may well have been inspired by Anna Durand's father, Koos. He's been a previous World Cup champion, I think it was 10 years ago now. Boyd, of course, who is here as a trainer. We saw an interview with him in the break, and he's now won it 10 times, record breaking. It was a really important win for him in Bordeaux to get that 10th. He felt it had been denied to him last year when Bram pipped him at the post at that bumper World Cup that we had in Leipzig, where we combined the dressage, the jumping and the vaulting, getting everything back on course after the disruption of the pandemic. And that was the most fantastic event to combine these finals, an absolute treat for all fans of the sport. Anna Durand, and good support there from the Dutch. 2 balls down for her. But a good time for Anna. Obviously the cone driving genes have been passed down to her. And 184.4. So that's 14.2. That's a 5th placing for her in the rolling cones positions at the moment. But well done to Anna Durand, her first World Championship with a pair, and no doubt it will be the first of many, the next generation of the Durand family to join in, and great to have her competing. So for confirmation, 8.2 time faults for her, 6 for the 2 balls on the ground, 14.2, 5th place for her, and that in the rolling positions puts her into 5th place, 202.04 after all 3 phases. We move to Slovakia now, and this is Joseph. Also, we've got 2 Josephs on this team. This is Bukuliak, and he's got 2 horses here, Lars and Louvre, both stallions. He was placed 3rd in their national championship this year. He's age 37. He has put his name down. And best result for him this year was in Altenfelden, where he was 7th. So Ari, the sire of one of these horses. Lars and Louv both aged 7. One down so far for him. Slovakia currently bringing up the rear in terms of the team competition, but there's nothing really between them and the Czech Republic. Czech Republic in 16th with 171.13 and Slovakia in 17th with 371.94, so just a blink between them, less than a ball, less than a point, very close. So those keeping an eye on the team competition. And then next in line in 15th, Great Britain on 367.46. Ahead of them, Sweden on 365.92, and in 13th place, Romania 361.71. So that's at the lower end of the teams table. That's where they are just now, but it will all change, no doubt, as the day progresses. Looking to be an expensive round in terms of balls down, and time a bit challenging. He's obviously quite gone for it, but doesn't always pay off. And through he goes. Just heard the local commentator saying a new pair of horses for him, but so they're all familiarising themselves with each other, still quite young. 8 balls down. Time not too bad, 192.78. We have had slower rounds today, but expensive in terms of the balls, 36.39, 27th for individual placing, and that pushes him quite far down the current order. 9, 11, 12, 13, 19, 6A, 15A and C. Yeah, back to the drawing board for Joseph in terms of the cones, but 2 super looking horses that should have quite a future in front of them. Back to French team interests. Mathieu Henri de Gomme, his was the drop score for the dressage, 73.42, but a good marathon from him, 114.29 was counted. Obviously, Francois de Tilloy had that cracking marathon, which really kept French interests absolutely focused on the podium. But Mathieu, let's see what he does. Frank, for the French team, has given them a little bit of leeway with his cracking cones round, still in first place in terms of the cones competition on 7.99. It would have been really interesting to have ears out to hear what the team trainers would have been saying. No, that doesn't look like the dressage carriage. He's using a different carriage. That's interesting. Quite often, more often than not, they will be using their dressage carriage, but it's got much more of a marathon feel to it, this one. Another competitor who has a long list of international events to his name, driving a Boom de la Lutte and Tornado. So we've got a Stallion and a Gelding in here. 9 and 11 competed at the test event earlier in the season, and here in Le Pen and was 10th. He was second at the French Championship, so 10th overall placing, but in terms of the French interests at the FEI event, the C8I, we call them, Concours Attelage International, that's what that stands for, because the FEI, the first language is for them, and certainly the rules initially written in French and English. Now they're just all produced in English, but back in the day a lot of the Fédération Équitation International, FEI, so these acronyms come from the French. So this gentleman Mathieu, all eyes on him for the French team bid for a medal. It's the first time he's competed with a pair at a World Championship, so done jolly well to get onto the team. He manages a riding and driving school with his wife, and that said, he has also competed a lot with a single, so knows what it takes to compete internationally. But here with the pair representing the home nation. Mathieu Horry de Gomme. Just when you get a rhythm, then you have a tight turn. One can only imagine the mind of Gabor Finta, our Hungarian course designer, thinking, right, this is a World Championship. We're not going easy on them. Narrow cones there, the blue. How is he doing? We're into time. Into time. 2 down. Oh, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Ali, Ali, Ali for the home crowd. Good on time. The French are doing pretty well on time. Not near Frank. Frank did a great job for the team. 2 down for Mathieu.
Sixth place in the cone driving phase for Mathieu Horry with 2 balls down, 6 penalties, 9.46 for time in 186.92 seconds, and the total score of 203.17 now. Miroslav Matruska for Slovakia.
So confirmation, if you could just hear the local commentator there, 7 and 13 down, so 6 to add in terms of cones penalties. 186.92 was the time. That gives him a cones total of 15.46, which leaves his teammate Frank Grimalprez certainly way out in front for the individual competition. Mathieu slips a bit for the placings. We still have Frank sitting in second position at the moment. Andrea Tott with her good cones round for Hungary as an individual. Our medic, she's sitting on 198.31, currently in first place. In third, Jose Manuel Gayan Pacheco for Spain, for the Spanish team. But now into this beautiful arena in Normandy sunshine. We have the current Slovakian 2023 champion. This is Miroslav Matruska. He's got Juras Kacznek on the carriage with him and driving for the cones, the same combination that he used in the marathon. Favori and Maestoso, the Lipizzaners, and Favori 12.8, that's the Stallion, and they are all from the National Stud Farm at Topol Sianki. His best placed event during the season was at Altenfelden, where he was 5th, and Miroslav also drives a 4-in-hand. He's been the Slovakian national pairs champion on many occasions. Started off driving as a groom for Pavel Gaspar, and drives for 20 years or so as a representative of the National Stud Farm. Involved in all ridden disciplines as well, jumping, dressage and a bit of vaulting. And with him he's brought 2 mares and a stallion. So driving a mare and a stallion today. So far all the balls on top. The horse is just bowling along nicely, what we call a hand canter. But yeah, that's one of the really tight points of the course there. Just can't really establish the nice flow. So well judged in terms of accuracy, no balls on the ground, but it's always a trade-off, and in managing to get a good clear round, the time was a bit slower, 2:05.61, so that's 18.81. That's an 11th place, so nothing to add in terms of penalties for cones, but quite a few to add for the time, and that gives him a departure score from these championships of 205.89. We're now into the 50s in terms of placings. And Simon John as an individual for the Polish squad, using the same 2 for the cones and the dressage. C. Ashtano and Fabry Phoenix. A stallion and a gelding. Polish and Hungarian bred horses. He was an individual competitor as well in Kronenberg in 2021 and also in Hungary in 2015. So it's quite academic if you look at the rules, the difference between a serpentine and a zigzag. Andrew Council has said these ones are serpentines as one of the judges. So for the zigzag, centre line cones to be set in a straight line, either in front or at the middle or at the rear of the cone. I see, so you can have any point. With markers placed at 15 centimetres, that's fairly standard. Centre line cone shall not be adjusted. The outside cone could be set to the required track, so that depends what you're in. And the wave, that's a bit more easy to distinguish, where you have the cones almost on a 45-degree angle on the track. That's what it has to be, 45-degree angles from the straight. So the wave is slightly different. So the serpentine and the zigzag a bit more similar in terms of the layout, with that straight line down the middle. But the wave, if you think about the waves coming in at the beach, that's where that comes from. You can have alternative cones options where you take a loop, and the oxa composed of 2 pairs of cones in a straight line, and the distance between those first and second pairs will be between 1.5 and 3 meters at the discretion of the course designer. Counts as a single obstacle, we've already mentioned. This is interesting in terms of the material that the cone's made out of. Has to be a stable and fairly indestructible plastic. The height is between 30 and 50 centimeters. The platform, so that's the base, 400 by 425 millimeters. The angle is 60 degrees. That's an interesting fact. 4 cones, bit expensive in terms of balls rolling. Time pretty good, 182.73. It's a bit of a trade-off, 19.37 his total, and he ends his event on 206.27. So that's Szymon John driving as an individual for Poland. We move back to Italy now. As Rocco Cordera. And we'll probably have a break after this, so just note if you're following this live, Christophe for Belgium will be in at midday local time, so just a bit of a break. Might be a chance to see the end of that interview with Martin Holler. That would be great if the French team on the ground could bring us that. That was really interesting. So Szymon John for Poland, he had 2, 10, 11 and 19 down. Those were the 4 that were expensive for him. But now we have Rocco Cordera, and he is a member of the Italian team. The Italians currently sitting in 12th place, not a huge amount between them. They've got a bit of a buffer looking behind them to Romania, but the Italians on 355.9 and the Spanish on 353.22. So that's the nip and tuck for them in terms of the team standings, and an early ball for Rocco. For the whole competition he's driven the same combination. He might have driven them on different sides. He's got Info NL there, and Durkee, Mare and a gelding. Evelyn is on the back for him. Durkee's the mare, she's 15. And Info NL is a 10-year-old gelding. He learnt to drive for fun as a child from his grandfather in 1989. Started driving horses at a very unique and popular carnival in Ivrea probably, where a strong tradition is still alive and where about 30 pairs of horses, and 12 of them being 4-in-hands, gather every year for the Battle of the Oranges. He was in Kronenberg and he's been on the team for quite some time. In Kronenberg, Lipica and Topolcianki in Slovakia. Best placing for him on an Italian team in Hungary in 2009 when the team was 5th. Rocco Cordera for the Italian team, quite an expensive round. Might be a score in terms of the cones. They might want to bet a 7 down on the screen. So far, that's 7 into 21 for your 3, or 3 into 21 gives you the 7. And lots of people milling around. Lovely to see the support. Hopefully lots of the locals have come in, not just all the crews with them all. He's trying to push on a bit, get a bit up against the clock, but it isn't going to happen. That 168 has long since gone. 18 is that narrow pair of cones, and then the loop round tonight. It'd be jolly nice if 19 was actually placed the other way round, then you could have had quite a straight line to it, but no, we flipped them round and have to loop back to 20 again. So 7 down for him, 218 for time, 46.11 expensive cone round for the Italians. That pushes him down the ranking, 232.61 his total at the end of it. So if we stick to the running order that was indeed issued, and yeah, there we have clarity from the team on the ground. We will have a bit of a break. We'll be back in just over 10 minutes, but that shows you from home Frank Grimonprez recovered after his marathon he may want to forget, and a brilliant cones round for him, and fantastic in terms of the French team effort, 7.99. Andrea Tot for Hungary as an individual had a lovely cones round, 9.08. So that's where the standings are individually. Just running through, these are the individual placings for the cones, not the combined competition at the moment, but we are running a separate competition as we do for each of the 3 phases. That's who we've got. We've got lots of different flags: Luxembourg, Greece, Argentina, Slovakia, the British, the Czechs, the Spanish. And the Italians not having the greatest day for their team. There they are. 2 withdrew at the bottom, Sue and packed up to go home. But we'll take a quick break from the live broadcast and come back in 10 minutes. Take care.
Bonjour à tous, nous sommes déjà sur cette 3e matinale de ce championnat du monde d'attelage et sur cette journée tant attendue de la maniabilité qui verra donc du coup titrer un champion du monde à nouveau cette année. Avant de vous connecter sur le live, je vous propose un entretien avec le triple médaillé d'or venu une nouvelle fois remettre son titre en jeu, cette fois donc au Haras du Pin, le numéro 1 mondial et hongrois Martin Hall. Martin, good morning and
Good morning.
Thank you to come on the morning show. My first question is about your form. You are the defending champion. What is your recipe for success?
It's a tough question to start with. Actually hard work, I think, dedication, and I have a really good team around me who helped me all through these years, and the amazing horses, of course, who pull the carriage, who do everything, but the success is ours. But they do the hardest job.
Okay. New horse this weekend, King's Gambit, just one international show with him. Few words about him?
Yes, we just bought him 3 months ago from Theo Timmerman. He's a Dutch driver. I saw him at the competition and I was really amazed how he did the marathon. So we bought him from Theo. I did a competition with him. It was really good feeling. But then we didn't take him to competitions because he had to adjust to our system a little bit. That takes a little time, and I hope that for today he has done that, and we really have faith in him.
Okay, perfect. How do you feel about the other competitors this year?
It's a very strong field of competitors, of course. It's not easy to be the one who everybody wants to beat, but that's pressure. That's why we are here. That's what we do since many years, and we will try to cope with it. I hope it will work. If not, then we try next time.
The French driver Franck Grimaud was at the second place in 2021. Maybe the same scenario this year?
I'm okay with that. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Again to come on the morning show. Avant de retrouver notre deuxième invité, ce que je vous propose, c'est un petit recul sur cette journée de marathon. C'est en images et c'est en commentaires.
S'il y avait un qualificatif à apporter à cette journée de marathon, ce serait saisissant. Les 91 équipages qui ont pris le départ sur cette course effrénée de plus de 8 km ont offert au public venu en nombre une série de rebondissements exceptionnels. Des 3 prétendants au podium de ce championnat du monde à la sortie du dressage, seul Martin Hall a su conserver sa place et par la même occasion creuser l'écart avec la concurrence. De 5 points d'avance, l'échappée écarte le peloton de 18 points après ce deuxième test. La France est deuxième, malgré les malheureux déboires du vice-champion du monde 2021 et deuxième du dressage Franck Grimaud. Son coéquipier François Dutiwa a réalisé un marathon parfait qui lui fait gagner 6 places. La journée de maniabilité s'annonce tout aussi intense car de cette seconde place à la 6e, seuls 4 points font la différence. Thor van den Berg, Australie, Marcel Luder, Suisse, Christophe Ostertag, Hongrie et Dennis Schneiders, Allemagne, se tiennent dans un mouchoir de paix. La tendance est d'ailleurs la même par équipe et ce, via ses rebondissements, l'écart est exceptionnel. Derrière la Hongrie, qui a une fois encore montré son excellence, la France reste deuxième via la maîtrise de Mathieu Horridegom, mais à moins d'1 point de l'Allemagne, toujours en 3e position. Juste derrière, la Suisse et les Pays-Bas sont en chasse. Coup de cœur pour le Suisse Marcel Luder, qui après avoir remporté le marathon ici même en juillet dernier, réitère hier sur le parcours de ce championnat du monde. Bravo!
On est de retour sur notre matinale sur laquelle on accueille en plateau un des partenaires titres de ce championnat et des événements équestres au Haras du Pin, la Maison Pourcin. Karl Lemaire, bonjour, vous êtes dirigeant de la Maison Pourcin. Si on devait définir la Maison Pourcin pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas encore l'entité, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas encore la marque, comment pourrions-nous le faire?
Alors c'est un patrimoine extraordinaire, extraordinaire. On est la dernière bouclerie parisienne du secteur et la maison existe depuis 1830. C'est une maison privée que j'ai sauvée il y a maintenant 6 ans puisqu'elle allait complètement disparaître. Et vous avez toute l'histoire du luxe français, de l'équipement militaire, tout ça grâce au cheval, au Mondéquin. Et on a donc depuis 1830 tous les accessoires qui ont été fabriqués pour le Mondéquin et notamment l'attelage, ce qui explique ma présence ici à cet événement.
J'allais justement y venir, du coup, quel est votre lien avec les sports équestres et notamment l'attelage? Mais c'est l'histoire le lien, c'est ça?
C'est l'histoire qu'on conjugue au présent chez nous, puisqu'ayant été juge là, au cours de ces 2 derniers jours pour juger l'élégance des attelages, on peut constater que tous les attelages, à 90% sont des produits pourcins, puisqu'on travaille du laiton et donc ce sont des produits pérennes qui peuvent traverser plusieurs générations. Et on voit bien, on a le témoignage aujourd'hui, que les accessoires utilisés dans l'attelage des chevaux, c'est bel et bien d'inspiration pourcin ou d'origine pourcin directement.
Et donc du coup, de ces accessoires, vous déclinez d'autres produits?
Alors bien sûr, puisque le Mondéquin au niveau de l'entreprise n'est pas non plus un secteur très développé. La maison Pourcin, et c'est une des raisons pour lesquelles la maison Pourcin, au cours des 5 premières années où j'ai sauvé cette maison, on ne s'est pas trop adressé au Mondéquin parce qu'il nous fallait fabriquer du volume, fabrication française, 100% française, j'insiste parce que c'est quand même très dans l'air du temps, mais nous c'est du concret, sur des machines qui parfois datent du 19e siècle, et nous avons à la fois une dimension artisanale et industrielle. Le Mondéquin sous-entend essentiellement le milieu artisanal de notre savoir-faire. Donc on a d'abord axé notre activité sur la maroquinerie de luxe, sur l'équipement militaire. Donc encore aujourd'hui, la gendarmerie porte ses boucs qui sont des produits pourcins depuis ce temps.
C'est beau. Vous avez parlé justement du prix de l'élégance. On va y revenir un peu. Vous avez passé 2 jours à apprécier l'ensemble des attelages sur ces journées de test numéro 1, jeudi, vendredi. Qu'est-ce que ce prix de l'élégance ?
Alors ce prix de l'élégance, c'est le Haras national du pain qui nous a demandé de remettre ce prix. Il y aura donc bien sûr 3 prix. Dans le monde de l'attelage, même si les voitures hippomobiles sont plus modernes, il est de tradition, et le code du secteur m'a-t-on expliqué, c'est que tous les harnachements et la cuivrerie, ce qu'on appelle la cuivrerie, donc les accessoires métalliques qui sont dessus, doivent être de tradition. Et c'est à ce titre-là que j'ai été juge et que ce soir je vais remettre les prix, parce que ce sont des détails de l'élégance. Le cheval a toujours été un vecteur de l'élégance et du luxe, hein, pas qu'en France, mais également dans tous les secteurs. Ces 2 derniers jours, j'ai personnellement été émerveillé par la qualité des harnachements des chevaux au niveau international.
Merci beaucoup Karl Lemaire
Merci.
de nous avoir accompagnés à l'occasion de cette 3e matinale. On va du coup passer maintenant au sport et avant de vous connecter sur un Grand Prix TV ou Clip Myers TV pour déterminer avec nous le nouveau titré champion du monde en individuel et la nouvelle équipe qui sera elle aussi titrée championne du monde, eh bien je vous propose un petit résumé en images de la journée de marathon, ça s'est passé hier. D'ici là, restez connectés, surtout passionnés. À demain, bye bye.
Le jingle pour vous dire de revenir nous retrouver sur cette phase de maniabilité. On va faire un petit point en français sur ce qui se passe actuellement parce que personne n'est dans le temps hein, pour l'instant, Thibaut.
Alors on a eu absolument personne dans le temps, dans les 168 secondes accordées. Par contre, nous avons eu des meneurs qui s'en sont rapprochés. C'était notamment le cas de Franck Grimont-Pré qui a réalisé le meilleur chrono avec un total de 177 secondes 97 avec malheureusement une balle. Mais néanmoins, Franck Grimont-Pré pour l'instant est en tête de cette épreuve avec un total de 7,99 devant Andrea Tot à 9,08 pour la Hongrie à la 3e place. José Manuel Gayan Pacheco qui obtient la note totale de 11,13. C'est donc pour l'instant les 3 meilleurs sur cette épreuve de maniabilité.
Et on a même très peu de sans faute même sur les balles. Il n'y a que 2 sans faute sur les balles. Hein. 3 sans faute sur les balles.
Il y a Miroslav Matuska pour la Slovaquie. Andrea Tot également. Et au Gosset également. Donc 3 meneurs qui ont réalisé ce parcours sans aucune balle, malheureusement pas dans les 168 secondes. Allez, peut-être un double sans faute avec le prochain départ. Il est là, il se présente à vous.
Welcome back after that short break. Lovely to hear a few words from our current leader and defending world champion Martin Holler. What a great job he's done. He puts it down to hard work, dedication, his amazing horses. They do all the hard work, as he said. And King's Gambit, Martin's new horse from Theo Timmerman, having been impressed with seeing him on the marathon. So that's quite interesting. In the meantime, for the live event, back we come to the cones. We are on to our driver athlete who is placed in 55th position after the marathon, and the dressage, Matto and Moritz. A for the Belgian as an individual, Christophe de Vliegere. And he's got July Schubert on the carriage with him for this. 2 geldings that he's used for all phases and still quite young, only 6, so just learning the trade. Christophe got involved in the sport through his father, who was actually a sponsor of one of the Belgian team drivers. And he's also been involved with pony pairs and pony teams. Competed in Hungary in 2015 as an individual where he was 35th. So 1, to 3 balls already. Going to be a slightly expensive round for the Belgian here as an individual. We have a mixture, of course, for those who are competing for themselves and obviously representing the nation always, but 3 athletes, can be 2, but 3 athletes from the squad will have been selected by the trainers, the coaches, however they structure it, the chef to keep, or they might well have a committee. Each nation will do it very slightly differently. Well, we have no judges or course builders in the middle. That tends to be where they sit. In fact, I can probably find the information to tell you which judges on one of the officials. It's live. We've all got links to the live scoring, which is brilliant. So we're getting it through. Oh, bless you. Clearly standing right next to one of the cameras, if it's not the operative themselves. So all sorts of information that's constantly coming out in terms of results. So on the marathon yesterday, Barry Capstick was on obstacles 1, 2, 3. Andrew Council was on 4 and 5. Miguel on 6, 7, 8. Anne-Marie was managing the cool down, and Bert Jambon was overseeing it all as president of the ground jury. That's what was happening there. And today, our 5 judges, they're still working. So in the tower, Bert Jambon and Anne-Marie Turby, so they will be sitting next to the scorers, just overseeing that side of things. And out there in the arena, we've got Andrew Council, Barry Capstick and Miguel Gutierrez. So rather a few balls for the Belgian. Christophe with his young warm blood horses, but plenty of potential for them. 6 balls on the ground, a time not too bad, 193.74. But add it to those 18 penalties for the cones. So 30.87 for the cones. He had 3, 13, 19, 6B and D. Ah, there it is, popped up. We haven't seen it for a while. 60, up it pops again to remind us that it is not to be taken for granted. And 15C, a total exit score for Christophe from this event of 217.05, 16th in terms of the current standings, but that changes each time somebody comes out. Now, Sandra Kolik, who has actually been previously a medalist at World Pairs Championships, driving now for the Germans, particularly strong German squad, and they are currently sitting but just a shade behind the French for the team event. Kolik family has always been involved in driving as a hobby and yet started competing some years ago. Torsten Kolik, the driving force, and they actually organised the 3-star competition in Drebkow, and that was where, indeed, those of you following the form will know that the Pairs World Championship was held in 2019. We then moved to the Netherlands, to Kronenberg 2 years ago, and now we find ourselves in Normandy. And what a beautiful venue. You might have had a chance to catch in the first break today the interview with Boyd Excel, who really gave his blessing to the venue, and a great deal of investment from the French government has gone into this, probably ahead of the Parisian Olympics next summer, although driving is not an Olympic sport. It was over the years, and certainly during the time when Prince Philip had all his influence, there was a lot of discussion about making driving an Olympic sport. Sadly, we never quite made the cut, and I think it's unlikely we will do now. But believe it or not, it was once nearly a reality. So all eyes will be on France next summer for the Olympics, and probably in conjunction with that there's been a great deal of investment in this wonderful venue, which recently hosted the European Ridden Eventing Championships. Last year they had the World Singles Driving Championships here, so it's been a venue that is very much associated with international level sport. Good for access. That was one of Boyd's other... Oops, that's gone. Very much gone. That's number 10, I think we can safely say, for Sandro. It's really tempting to look down. You must try and keep the eyes up because the weight of the head, where that distributes. Yes, he keeps looking down. I wonder what his trainer, Mr. Excel, will say to him from that. Keep eyes up. Yeah, you just, particularly when it's really complicated. I know the pressure's on. And good crowds sitting watching this. Yeah, twiddle, twiddle. These tight turns on the course. This is why this time is proving to be so instrumental, because you just can't pick up the pace and kick on, as we say. Still 3, but we're now into the time adding on. That's another one gone. And these loops, 18, the narrow cones there, and this hard loop round to 19 and then to 20. Pushing on over the line in 191.22 cones, so that will be 6 to add. 17.61, pretty good time actually in comparison to what we've seen today. One would expect that. This gentleman, a very experienced competitor, previous medalist at World Championship level. 9th in terms of the cones competition, 6th in terms of the current standing. Andrea Tott remains in front, having done her position absolutely no harm at all with her great cones round. In 2nd place for the cones, and Frank Grimont-Prez for the French after his fantastic dressage. Great for their team with his cones round. Not driving for the national team, but will certainly have a groundswell of support. This is Eve Cadivana, and she had a good marathon yesterday, as did her compatriot Diane Delma. They both were fine on that phase, and this lady has a long list of international events as well on her biography. She's got all stallions here, the Dutch warm bloods. She's got Hudson and Jan Roos. Hudson is 11, Jan Roos is 9. She's been a member of the French team for quite some time, and indeed they won the bronze medal at Conti. She was in Kronenberg as an individual competitor. Been competing in jumping events since she was 11, switched to driving because of a knee injury. That's quite often a reasonable transition to driving. She has won a top pairs driver award in the past for the FEI. This is her 8th World Championship. And she's a mother and a trainer. She also helps organise this Samour event, which is one of the popular ones on the circuits. That's Eve we've got here. She's used the same two. Her spare is called Incredible Wonder Boy. Hudson and Jan Roos now. How are we doing? All the balls on top at the moment. But this is a lady with many, many years of experience behind her, and that wisdom and the sort of muscle memory, it really all counts at this level. We talk about the young bucks in pairs driving, but if you've got the years behind you, it just helps keep you calm. It doesn't get any easier. Certainly perhaps the memory side of it might be a bit more challenging. Clock ticking, still none on the floor at the moment for Eve. For the French, I haven't got her back. It's been a testing part of the course, not so much in terms of balls down, but just in terms of having to really bring the horses back, collect them up again. Those important scales of training where you're talking about rhythm, suppleness, straightness, and then the collection is what you'll get when you've got all those other bits and pieces sorted out. And certainly for this cones course, I don't know what the diameter of that circle is, but it's not very big at all for these big horses. And ping ping through she goes, and that will go down very well. And a big smile for Eve, rightly so, super round for her. No balls on the ground, 192.27, 12.14 time faults. She puts herself currently into first position. She's just knocked another lady, Andrea Tot, off the top. 4th place overall for the cones competition on its own, but great result, and certainly, as you can see and hear, very popular with the home crowd. Rightly so. They've staged a wonderful event in the Orne region of Normandy, and thank you to all the organisers, the big team behind it on the ground. You can see on the screens those stewards that are rectifying any rolling balls and cones, but we've got an army of stewards out of sight managing warm-ups. We've got all the scorers, the number crunchers, we've got to sort out prize givings. It's a massive team effort to stage an event like this, so thank you to everybody who's given up their weekend to do it. But what better place to spend it than this beautiful setting in Haras. And welcome to any of you who may be watching live from the United States. Will be either very early in the morning, depending which coast you're on, or certainly the middle of the night. Vernon Helmuth here for the United States, driving as an individual. For the cones, the same two horses, Ebony VDK, as you can see on the screens, and Fernando. They're the ones he used for dressage, and Quirabelle was the mare he used for the marathon as well. We've got a mare and a gelding in this combination. Was brought up on an Amish farm in Iowa, a place called Hazelton. Has been around horses riding and driving all his life. And has over the years worked with the great Michael Freund, with strong connections with Germany for this athlete, who was introduced to the sport of combined driving whilst he was in California at the Sargent Equestrian Centre. 51st ranking in the world coming into this. And Beatrice Sigran on the back of the carriage with him through all phases. So back to not being actively involved as she would have been yesterday on the marathon for the cones and the dressage. No groom participation. Might be just whispering what the route is, but by now there's plenty of lines in the sand, so that always helps. So far so good in terms of balls on the ground. The penalties are starting to clock up for the time. As soon as that clock hits 169 seconds, that magical time being 168. And don't forget that out there at the moment, the other athletes, they will be sorting out their split times. Those that are coming later and really putting themselves in serious contention for medals, they will be working on split times, and that's where perhaps the groom is just helping get that sorted. So that big scoreboard up on the top is quite important as well for that. But 12.68, the number of penalties out of that, all purely on the time for Vernon Helmuth. A good World Championship for him. He puts himself currently into first place, just going ahead of Yves, who we've just seen for France. 6th place in terms of the cones competition itself. Frank Grimonprez still out in front with his 7.99. Will remain to be seen when that stops. In 51st position, that's where we are in the running for Sweden. She is on this all-lady team. The Swedes have brought a squad of ladies over with them. Camilla Ahlberg. She's got Morgan Carlson on the carriage there with her, as she did for the marathon and for the cones. The same true that these were the particularly pretty horses I thought the other day. Dixie and Echo Mare and a gelding, Swedish warm bloods, all owned by Camilla. Both these two same age at 11. She's had a good season out and about in the run up to these World Championships. First at Arstorp. Yeah, some good top 10 results for her this year. She grew out of her pony and didn't want to sell her, so started to drive. Now that's actually a way that a lot of people get into driving. If you have either your own family pony that when you ride and you don't want it to go. That said, if you are going to train an animal to drive, a pony or a horse, like most things, you would want to do it when it's fairly young. But if you've got somebody that you know very well and they're fairly compliant and they're used to your ways, if you want to start introducing them to driving, and the first way you do that is just by making sure you move a lot behind them. Obviously when you're riding, everything's happening at the back and at the sort of the front end of the horse. There's Jerome Hooterman, our technical delegate, the tall Dutchman. He was the course builder in Exloo a few weeks ago. Busy for times for him, and no doubt he'll be out for the World Cup before too long. So that's Jerome Hooterman just in the middle there, managing any adjustments to the cone course. 3 to add so far for Camilla Ahlberg. But like Camilla, lots of people start out with driving with the ponies. Not too often they start with a horse pair. There are lots do, and there might be some of our competitors here who've started that way. The dream is always for just about everybody to move up to a 4-in-hand. But a great thing about driving, we've got World Championships for ponies, for horses, for singles, pairs and teams. Tandems were briefly part of the FEI repertoire, but they came out. But at a lot of events, certainly in the UK, you will still have your tandem classes. That's where you've got one in front of the other. Is considered to be one of the most difficult and unpredictable combinations to drive. But it's when it all goes well and you've got those 2 horses or ponies lined up in front of you, the 4 reins in your hand, it's the best thing. And I say that as a massive tandem fan myself. It also teaches you an awful lot about rein handling, driving a tandem, and it sets you up very, very well if you're going to drive a 4-in-hand. If you can master tandem driving, and oh, did she get away with it? Wow, don't think so. No, it doesn't look like it. The ball's gone. That's 2 so far for Camilla. But when you're driving a 4-in-hand, particularly with big horses, the reins are coming at quite a wide angle back into your hands. But if you're driving a tandem, particularly with smaller ponies, they all come pretty much from the same spot into the hands, and you have to have really instinctive reactions to your rein handling. So if you want to improve your 4-in-hand handling, get those horses in front of each other and drive them as a tandem, and that will definitely sharpen you up. Oh, that's a turn, that's a turn, that's a turn. The problem is the tighter the turn, the more momentum you lose. Camilla Ahlberg, 2 down, and the clock stops for her on 212.35. Just get the picture back for you.
Il y aura un total de 2 balles renversées à la porte numéro 3 et à la porte 15C, avec également des pénalités.
22.18 for time in 212.35 for Sweden.
Yeah, just confirmation there, 28.12. the two cones that she knocked, number 3 and 15C, that we got quite a good angle there, that was tricky. Horses probably just getting a little bit ahead of her, and she had to really line them up again to make that C. Didn't quite do it. That's 28th in terms of where she stands with the cone, 17th with the current running order in terms of places. She ends her World Championship on 212.07, still in front after a good cones round. Vernon Helmuth, no balls on the ground for him, just time penalties, as was Eve Caddy Werner. She's currently sitting in second place on the leaderboard, but for the cones competition, Frank Grimont-Prez did all sorts of things right. And we stay with France for a lady that had one of the best marathons of the day for a really long time, until some of those faster athletes came along. She had some cracking times on the marathon. Let's just confirm where she was. There's Diane on the list. 50th was 73.79. Yeah, but on the marathon, yeah, good position on the marathon for her. She was 109.57. That was 17th, which out of 91 was very good. Had two cracking, particularly good waters from memory. So Diane Delma for France as an individual, driving Courianthe IFC. That stands for the International Federation. It was the Equestrian Federation. That's the French. And Future Kiss. So with the ladies still, Diane Delma for France as an individual. So currently sitting in 50th. 73.79 was actually 85th for her dressage, but this 50th placing combined that brilliant marathon. Obviously a bit more of a speciality for her than the first phase. 109.57. If you think Martin Holler was just over 100, it was only Marcel Luder who got on to 100. So Diane very much in touch with the leaders on her marathon. Great performance, and she pulled herself up from 85th after the dressage to 50th. Let's see where she can go now. All the balls, no, I think one's just gone. We'll bring that update to you. Is it going to be this sticky combination? There's Jerome, you can see there propping himself up with his stick. Yeah, there you go. That's one of the balls gone there. Confirmation, and there's 2, so 6 to add. She's not going to replicate Frank's incredible round. And now we're into time. You can see that it's ticking on for the time. Ali, she's doing her best. On she goes. Well done. Certainly a very, very good marathon for Diane Delma. For the French concern,
193.3, that's her time. 2 balls down, 6 penalties, and 12.69 for time. A total of 18.69 penalties in the cone driving phase and 202.05 total. And next to go for Serbia, the only Serbian competitor in this World Championship is Milan Djordjevic.
So just to confirm, it was numbers 16 and 15D. So yes, you could see she was just having to overcorrect a bit in that second combination at the D obstacle, and then probably lost balance. There was a bit of a loss of balance there between 15D and 16. Easily done. The time was 193.38. Not too bad a score in terms of where we are so far. 14th, 18.69, and she exits her World Championship on 202.05. And as you just heard, our local announcers saying our only Serbian competitor, but great to have him here, from Penici. Got Branislava Đurđević on the carriage with him, but this is Milan Đurđević, and he's got mares and stallions with him. He's got a mare and a stallion in here at the moment. Embora is the mare, Embora the 5th, or V. One assumes that's Roman numeral for that. And Salant's Locomotive Breath, the stallion. Same combination for the dressage and the conge, which tends to be the go-to combination, not exclusively. Embora is KWPN. All three of his are. One of his horses certainly was, might well be still owned by Babu Kalman, and Embora is 14, and Salant's Locomotive is 8. Had a win in Croatia this year at Ferry Kanachi. But great to have Serbia represented at this World Championship in Normandy. Balls on top at the moment. Clock ticking. This wonderful venue in the Orme region of Normandy. It's the oldest national stud farm in France. It was conceived by Louis XIV and built between 1715 and 1730 under the reign of Louis XV. The stables nicknamed the Equestrian Versailles, and certainly all the horses and certain those people on the ground have said the stables here, particularly after the overhaul that the venue has received, are absolutely stunning. So the whole place steeped in history. And really created by the French kings when they felt they wanted more horses for their military operations. They didn't want to keep importing their horses from Italy and Spain. And this was on the back of Louis XIV. He'd already tried the notion of a sort of empirical stud farm at Saint-Léger, but it didn't work because the ground was infertile. There we go, and a cracking round for Milan there, for Serbia. No balls on the ground, 189.3. That gives him a cones total of 10.65, so that puts him into 3rd place in the cones ranking, pops him in front in terms of the overall placings at the moment, where he was number 49 in terms of, that's his place, 49th, but he's currently sitting in 1st. 192.79 is his total. And now we move to Vladimir Mudry, and he is driving for the Czech Republic team. He's got that star next to his name. The Czechs are great supporters of the sport, not a nation that's ever really been in the medals in terms of teams or in the top 3, but certainly great supporters. And quite a history of the horse, where in a lot of these European countries it's still very much viewed as a utilitarian item. So where there's been this a close association with sort of national breeding programs and agriculture and that sort of thing, we do have slightly different attitude in different parts of the world to the horse. But the beautiful Kladrubas that we've seen as well. Vladimir Mudry again driving his national horses. And as we saw the grey mares earlier, we've now got the black geldings and stallions. He's got the 2 stallions in today, Cicada and Salandia. There must be a theme of, I once worked with a horse called Cyclona, who was a Cladribber, and he was absolutely the most handsome regal horse, or one of them I've had the joy of working with. There was something very magical about him. So Sacramoso is the sire of all 3 of the horses that Vladimir has brought with him. And of course he has competed at his home event at Cladruby Nad Labem. There was great coverage of that earlier on this year. We had some really good live streaming from that, good commentators, good coverage of that one. So he is a driver for the National Stud and drives these wonderful old breed, the Cladruber horses, and he's driving the blacks. This year, good result for him was at Svilsvasvarad in Hungary, where he was 9th. Placed 2nd in Babaroko in Poland with the teams. 11th place as an individual. So great to have these beautiful horses. Just take a look at the shapes of their heads if you get a chance. Naturally very handsome. Three to add so far. 1 ball has rolled. One ball into time now as that clock's ticking. This pesky time with all these turns, but this isn't too bad for the Czech team. For Vladimir Mudry, 1 ball to add, 193.64 is his time, so that's 15.82 in 11th place for the cones competition, and he's in 4th place in the current standings, 197.84, so pretty much under the 200s in terms of where we are for these overall cumulative scores from the 3 phases.
Driving for the 5th time in a World Championship. Last time was in 2019 in Dripcool. And he is driving 2 Dutch warm blood horses, Just Liberator and Leonardo. His groom for the cones is Fallois Radet.
Ancien cavalier de jumping, le voici au guide de cet attelage, lui qui participe à son 5e championnat du monde.
Now in for the polls. You probably heard that introduction full, and looking at his biography of driving events, he's certainly been a very committed carriage driver for many, many years. You know, always been passionate about horse riding. Marek Bariloko, he has been a coach, jumping coach. It really helps if there is this knowledge of other aspects of horsemanship, be it dressage, jumping, eventing, whatever it may be. Is really wise, and there was a lot of discussion certainly in the UK some years ago when we felt we needed to expand the pool of judges in driving, and this project of bringing over ridden dressage judges was a little bit controversial, because obviously if you don't understand how the horse works, or you haven't had any direct dealings with how the horse works when it's in draft as opposed to being ridden, it uses its body very, very differently. The relationship between the human and the horse is quite different. Things like core strength, you know, what's in the brain goes down the rein, all sorts of commonalities, but things like understanding the harness, the fit of the harness, the emotional pressure points of where the harness is. If you ride and there's this huge industry around saddle fitting, keeping backs right for certainly the ridden horses, keeping limbs right all across the board, dentistry. All of this counts for an awful lot, but if you think about as a human being, if your shoes don't fit or your belt's too tight, it's not particularly comfortable. And so this is why the fit of the harness is really, really important. Now at this level, it's something that goes without saying, but certainly if you're starting with driving, make sure you have somebody who's pretty experienced helping you fit that set of harness. If you buy it, get the breast collar not too low, you don't want it rubbing the points of the shoulders, too high, catching the horse in the windpipe. And if ever you get a chance to go to someone like Boyd, one of his seminars on bitting, it's really, really interesting. He's like a professor on it in terms of the mouthpieces, the different bits that you use in driving. We often think that we're quite limited in driving. Most horses will be in a basic Liverpool, which is the standard curb bit where you've got the rings around the outside, the curb chain, the bars down. But within that Liverpool bit family, you can have many, many different mouthpieces. You can have them fixed, you can have mullen mouth, arch mouth, you can have different rollers or mouth bits, all sorts of things. And so do always keep vigilant about the conformation of your horse's mouth, where your reins are fitted. You might have different bridles for different aspects, training, all sorts of things, but it's something that often there isn't enough inquisition and inquisitivity about. Being inquisitive, that's what I'm trying to say, about the bit, which is really where it starts and stops in terms of getting going with your driving. And then of course the fitting of these coupling reins, making sure that's correct, and that will vary. It can vary all the time, and this is where you need your friends on the ground, your trainers, people filming from the side. If one horse pulls, don't just sort of lengthen its traces. It's not that simple, but a really good explanation of it all can be found in Max Pape's book, The Art of Driving. That sort of makes it quite technical, but it helps you there. And so 2 on the ground, numbers 9 and 19, Marek Bariloko for the Polish team, but certainly doing their bid to maybe hop in front of the Belgians. They're just nipping at their heels in terms of the team standings. Not too bad on time, 193.95, 18.98, puts him into 18th place currently, but just puts his nose over the 200 total, 200.88, 8th position currently. Now for France, this is a local gentleman. He's based at the stud, and I do remember that it was Andrew Council that rather liked his dressage test. One of our judges, Andrew's also chairman of the British National Federation. It's called British Carriage Driving, so he chairs that, has an awful lot to do in keeping that rolling well, keeping everyone happy. And this is Raphael Berard, whose family have actually been manufacturing carriages for many, many years. And this gentleman also teaches carriage driving. He's got Selle Francais and French sports horses. If any of you were at Royal Windsor last year, there was a beautiful display. They did these bright, tend to be not exclusive, often quite bright chestnut. So Raphael is also in the sort of administration side of driving in France. He's in charge of the driving section from the IFCA, which is the French Horse Institute. He's based here in Le Pen, and the first time he took part in a FEI World Championship was for the singles, which was in Conti, also in France. That was back in 2002. So somebody that is well familiar with competing at this level of event, with this sort of pressure. He's got a mixture of mares and geldings, but got 2 mares in for actually all 3 phases. The geldings having a relaxing weekend, which no doubt he's quite happy with. Danae du Elbe and Ella du Elbe. Similar breeding, you would think, with those names. Yes, the du Elbes, they have the same sire, Suleiman, aged 9 and 10. C'est le Français, so the French sport horse, and a bit like the other warm bloods, they are really good performance horses in ridden and driven disciplines. And at Royal Windsor we did have a super display with them over last year for Her Majesty the Queen while she was still with us. It was just an absolutely fitting tribute. She didn't go to the opening of Parliament, but she came along to Royal Windsor. That was something that really tickled all of us in the horse world. And she, alongside her husband Prince Philip, she facilitated so much of driving, opening up her estates at Sandringham, Norfolk, and actually a little bit at Osborne in the Isle of Wight, and certainly up in Balmoral in Scotland. Lots and lots of driving on all the royal estates, so something that very much ran through the blood. She herself was a carriage driver. There's some great pictures of her and her sister Princess Margaret back in the day driving the same sort of George IV ladies' phaeton that their granddaughter Lady Louise now drives with the Fells, and sometimes the current Duchess of Edinburgh, Sophie Wessex, or she was as was now the Duchess of Edinburgh. Looping round. Here we go for Raphael Berard for France, 1 down, decent time 94.53. That's a total penalty score of 16.27 for the Cones, 12th place in terms of the Cones. Pops himself into second place at the moment behind, it's actually Milan Djurdjevic for Serbia, who is in first place just now, but pretty good. Individual, not going to count towards the team's score, but pretty good for French interest. They'll all be having a sort of similar talk behind the scenes. Next in, as you can hear from my colleagues announcing around the arena, and they've done a sterling job. Congratulations to them, both French and English, word perfect. We've got Oliver Lange-Velleman. He's driving Ferro and Titan, and he is a member of the Spanish team. We've had a good Spanish contingent here. They're currently sitting in 11th. They're nip and tuck with the Italians at the moment. Spain on 353.22 and Italy on 355.90. Ahead of them, the United States of America, Poland, Belgium, Australia, Austria, Netherlands, Switzerland, Germany, France and Hungary. Way out in front at the moment. Oliver used to be a show jumper. He started to drive in 2016. His father, Jochen, used to drive and is also an international judge. Being trained by Michael Freund over the years. And he has been a gold medalist at the Spanish Championships before. Got 2 German horses, which would tally if Michael helps him, and a Dutch warm blood. Titan is 16, and the German horse Ferro, who's a gelding. Titan's a stallion. He was 9th in Exlu really early on. 3 times he's won the Spanish Championship. And it's Ferro, a 12-year-old who's used in all 3 phases. He's had a bit of a swap around with his grooms. We've had Nancy on for the dressage, Antonio Lopez for the marathon, and Antonio Torres for the cones. I've made a weekend of it, obviously. Same too for marathon and cones. First Nicholas was the horse that was used in dressage. One to add so far for Oliver for the Spanish team. We are now into Oliver's sitting in 45th place after dressage and marathon. He was 41st after the dressage with 61.67, now 55th after the marathon, 118.04. That was enough to put him into 45th overall. 2 down, so 6 to add to actually a jolly good time. I think that's probably our fastest time. Where was Frank? Yeah. Confirmation from the arena that was by far the fastest. 172.83, so 4.83 seconds over, 4.83. He still hasn't got ahead of Frank because Frank left all the balls on top, so Frank Grimont-Prez still in front for the cones competition. Oliver has put himself into second place, 8.42, but only 2.42 time penalties for him. Yay, that's why you do it. Look at that face, absolutely brilliant. Good for him. Worth the journey up from Spain. Congratulations, lovely note on which to end his event. Pops himself for the time being on top of the leaderboard, 188.13. It was numbers 12 and 19 he knocked, but 172.83, that's by some way the closest that we've got to that elusive time. Frank, his time was 177, so he was just over 10 seconds, just under 0.03, shy of 10 seconds over that time. Now we move back to Poland. They brought a good contingent here. I think it was Raphael that had a bit of a shocker on the journey over. Somebody drove on one of, I don't think it was, whether it was a French motorway or where it was, somebody drove into the trailer that was carrying his marathon carriage. So he was a bit late getting there, but the rest of the Poles went back to help him. He's got Patricia helping him on the carriage. All these geldings here. He's been the Polish champion on several occasions. And it's Job Drop is the horse that he uses all the way through Lex for marathon and cones. Geldings, Job Drop is 9, Lex is 7. And another competitor that has a long list of international results next to their name. He has a riding centre along with his wife in Poland. He's been involved in equestrian sport since he was a child, show jumping for 10 years, and trains with Bartolomek Kwiatek, and Veronica, who are very, very brother and sister, very good drivers for the Poles. And actually Bartolomek, they train in turn with Boyd. He's also coached by Mika and Claudio at Riant. So this is a gentleman who takes his training quite seriously, and it does pay off. Currently sitting in 44th position. We are pretty much at the halfway point in terms of running through all our competitors. We've just got odd breaks every so often. I'll let you know when the next one's going to be. On he goes. Hey, hey, hey. 1 down. Pretty good time. 180.60. Yeah, great. Still under 10 in terms of his penalties. 1 down, 3 to add. So that's 6.3 for time penalty. So that's 9.30 from that time of 180.6, and that gives him an end total of 188.59. It was number 12. Next for the Brits, we have Diana, Countess of Lindsay. She's another one that's been training at the Riant Centre.
She's driving Malaki and Nile. It's her second World Championship and the 6th time she's taken part in a competition here in Haras.
Grande-Bretagne, membre de l'équipe Diana Lindsay, le prochain départ, dans 35.
Now, we've got down on the notes here that it's Malaki Nile, but Minter Wynn, the chef, did send me a note this morning to say we think it's probably Coleman and Nile. Those of you who follow Diana will be keeping an eye out. Malaki was used on the marathon, so that was a note from the British chef that actually it's probably Coleman and Nile being used. Diana Lindsay, who was raised with carriages and coaching around her father, was a very well-known figure, member of the coaching club, and drove four-in-hand Nigel Chamberlain MacDonald. She was brought up at the family home near Winchester. It's called Cranberry Park, once the home of Sir Isaac Newton, he of gravity. Didn't he have an apple as well involved in it as well? 9th at Royal Windsor. Has been out and about competing. She's been on the continent at Le Pen and Kronenberg and Beekbergen. Her husband also involved in politics and used to manage the National Trust of Scotland. She's actually based in Scotland. Their estate is in Fife, so she brought up in the south of England, in Hampshire, and now in Fife, which is the region of Scotland just north of the capital, Edinburgh. She's got Chelsea Sinclair on with her through all phases, and the geldings that she's brought with her, Malaki, Coleman and Nile. Two down on the clock at the moment. Yeah, this is this tricky phase of it. For the British team, she had a super dressage, was sitting in the top 10 for quite some time on day one. 19 looping back and turn. Oh, that's it. And on she goes for bit expensive in terms of balls on the ground. 4 to add for Diana Lindsay, 199.97, 27.88. That's standing her in 34th position at the moment, currently 19th in the standings. She exits the event on 207.09. To confirm, the balls were 9 and 10, 15C and 17. So 4 down. 12 to add in penalties plus some time. That takes her total to 27.89. Diana, Countess of Lindsay, driving for the British team. Only one driver for Ireland. He was our penultimate driver out on the marathon yesterday, so we were able to get quite a lot of camera shots of him. Volker Rawson, he lives in Tipperary in the south of Ireland, driving Icandro and Jasper. He finished his dressage in 45th position, absolutely halfway point of the leaderboard, 62.62. Seems to be quite a balance this. He was 50th after the marathon on 116.54, so pretty much in touch. If you think our leaders were around about the 100 mark, so that's good. It was very close on the marathon. If you look at the scores, so Imre Kovacs, who's just about to come in for Romania, he was on 114.03. That was for 36th place. In front, at 25th place on the marathon, Norbert Kakonyi, who will come in as an individual for Hungary, that was 25th. So it just goes to show how very, very close the scores were, but really spread out in terms of the placings. There are 2.5 points between Folke and Imre as they stand at the moment, and that was a difference between 36th and 50th places. Folke at the moment on a running total of 179.16, so 42nd place for him. He was 45th after the dressage, 50th after the marathon out of 91. That was one ball down so far, 3 as you can see on in that orange rectangle on the right of your screen. A few of our drivers now have their sunglasses on. The sun is up. Indeed, it's late lunchtime, or 1 o'clock depending when you eat. 2 geldings we've got here, aged 9 and 10, being used for all 3 phases. Jasper's sire is Del Vero, a name that crops up again and again, and Folke's son Chris has also been very successful internationally on the junior circuit, and he was delighted to have won the cones. Folke did at Beekbergen this year in a really strong class. Won't be winning today with 2 down, but it does give you a lot of confidence when you get a good result during the season. Confirmation from those listening from the UK: points for Dan Lindsay for time was 15.89 and 12 to add for the cones. Now we have for Folke, his time was 179.44, as you can see. So good time, really good time for him. Shame he had 2 to add to the cones, with the cones down, so 6 in terms of the points for him. 5.72, that's 11.72. That is good enough to put him into 7th place, which is pretty good considering we are now, yeah, we've had 50 odd go so far. We're down to 41st place. So remember, we are going in reverse order in terms of the positions after both the dressage and the marathon. The marathon order doesn't necessarily relate to the dressage standings, but by this stage of the event we do run in reverse order. Imre Kovacs now in as an individual for Romania. We've had a good Romanian contingent here supporting the event, pairs and some on the national team, others competing as individuals. Here's another that has used the same 2, certainly on the paperwork for the dressage and cones. Katoki the 2nd, or number 2, and Dario Royal, both geldings. Had Marcy the stallion in for the marathon, and we've got a mixture of Holsteiners So that's Kentucky, German, great German breed there. Oldenburg's another good German breed. That's Dario Royal, and Marcy is the Hungarian. So good events for him. Been out and about this season. He is a professional driver. He's been active in the sport since 1997 and has been a Romanian champion in the past. A member of the Romanian team in Arad back in France a long time ago, and then some of this is with four in hands and others in Haras, which is where we had a World Equestrian Games. He was on the national team with a four in hand, and then in Hungary again when the Romanian team came 11th. That's right, 2 balls down now, as you can see on your screen. 6 to add so far. And up top of that, there you go, it looks just stretched. You can see the base of that tower where one of our cameras is situated. Hi, 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 on he goes, 2 down, 186.35 is the time, 15.18, that's 12th place for the cones competition, 194.09, 5th place currently as he leaves his World Championship, but great to have him here.
15.18 total in the cone driving phase.
Next in for Hungary is Norbert Cacchioni, and he is driving as an individual, but Hungary so strong at this event.
He is driving, he's driving 2 Hungarian bred horses, Fixer and Somos.
Une paire de chevaux hongrois maintenant avec le concurrent numéro 50. La Hongrie, représentée par Norbert Cacchioni, pour sa 3e participation à une épreuve de championnat du monde.
Clock ticking for Norbert Cacchioni, driving Fixo and Somos. Gelding and Mare, and he's another is using the same combination for marathon and the cones. Somebody who's been driving internationally for quite some time, very long list of mainly Hungarian events to his name. A few in Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia. Awful lot going on in that part of the world. These Hungarian bred horses. He was in Fabian Sebastian in Hungary in 2015 as an individual, as he was in Lipica in Slovenia in 2017. He's an entrepreneur. And how he got into the sport. When he was 15, he received a special permission to start at driving competitions, as his age was lower than the limit back then. He won the title of Champion of Tolna County, and then that launched his driving career at this international level. He was chosen as one of the best athletes in his country in the early 2000s. By 2015 he bred his own horses. He's been a multiple country and regional champion. He's won the Hungarian Derby Gold. And he was a past champion with the horse pairs. Currently ranked 34th in the world coming in. That's pretty good. Now at the moment the balls are up and on, and they stay up and on, and we have a new leader. How exciting. Well done to Norbert. Gosh, these Hungarians are here in some style. Good for him. Cracking time, 2.95. By far our fastest time and lowest penalty score so far. So that puts down a bit of a marker for what is going to come. 2.95 clear round. Norbert Kekonyi, been driving for a long time and used all his many hours driving around a cone course to help negotiate this tricky course built by his fellow countryman Gabor Finther. So we are now into the 30s in terms of standing in 39th place. Norbert was sitting in 14th. 39th. We've got Sandor van Vliet. He's driving as an individual for the Netherlands, using the same two, Hertog and Leopold, in the dressage and cones. We had Bagara, who came out for the marathon, and this year a 5th place at Beekbergen. Great event. He's from Maasdijk in the Netherlands. He's got Antonio Rigamonti on the carriage with him. Third at Exloo as well. Dutch Warmbloods, as one would imagine. Some of his horses previously owned by Mr. Chardon Sr. and Mr. Dobrovitz Jr. And actually, as you heard from Martin during that interview, if you had the chance to listen to Martin talking so kindly and eloquently about his horses and paying tribute to the team around him, and the fact that, you know, all the preparation and the practice and the dedication that goes into being a world champion. Doesn't matter whether you're running races, driving horses, sailing boats, whatever you do, you have to live, breathe, dream, think it every hour of the day. And that's certainly what Martin Holler and the people around him do. But they bought the marathon horse they used yesterday from Theo Timmerman, who's a well-known Dutch driver as well. And very interesting to hear that even running up to a world championship with the depth of talent in the horses, he's had Dior over the years as well, that Martin is still on the lookout for new horses. And that's quite a bold move in a world championship year, to at quite a late stage in the preparation. And because the whole year, Martin will say himself, he's spoken at seminars about it, that the whole year works backwards from a world championship. So to be buying new horses quite close to the event, I've only driven one event with it and introduced it to, as he said, their training regime. A bold move indeed, and good horse, really good horse for rising up to it. We say this about all these horses that exist at this level. We talk a lot about the mindset of the drivers, but the mindset of the horses, they have to be able to cope with the travel, the pressure, what's asked of them. All-round athletes, running on the marathon, dancing in the dressage, and having to be supple and quick in their reactions, the mind games of the cones. Each and every one of them here, of all the 270 or so horses out in those beautiful stables, they all have their own distinct personalities. And although Martin talked about shaping the horse to his regime, they will have shaped more so themselves to the horse. That's how it works. If you're going to get the best out of your horse, different loop there. That's a new one. You can see there's not many marks in the sand there. Well done, Sandor. Not following form. One down, good time, 12.88 overall. So that's for 12th at the moment. Don't forget, we've just seen Norbert Kekonyi for Hungary as an individual, but obviously good team talk squad talk going on behind the scenes for the Hungarians. 2.95, we've just seen that storming round for him. He's way out in front, and that's obviously put him in front too. But Sandor now sits in 5th place overall, 190.92. His time 187.76. So back with Hungary. It really is all about them this weekend, and another driver that's been around for quite some time, competing with his Lipizzaners. This is Laszlo Penza. He's got Andrea and Huber helping him. Andrea back on, she was on for dressage as well. And Incitato and Neapolitan horses, Neapolitano horses. I did, if you were listening on Thursday, I think it was, go through the sort of 6 big names, and then Tulipan and Incitato also in there for the prefixes for these wonderful, wonderful breeds of horses, the Lipizzano, and an introduction for lots of them. If you have a look at his harness, you can see he's got those tower turrets on the tops of his pads, which probably indicate that these horses are driven as well. So that's the point at which your leader reins pass through the tops of your pads. We call them tower turrets in English. All's on top at the moment. The Hungarians having a good show so far in this final phase, this cones round. They've been practicing, haven't they? So Incitato XV 15.6 and Neapolitano, long line of breeding for this one. The mare 32.30. A lot of them have the marks on the side, these Lipizzanas that come from the big studs, and that indicates the year of birth, the sire, the dam, and you can actually read some of their markings. So we've got the big 6 in terms of prefixes: Maestoso, Favori, Conversano, Pluto, Neapolitano and Siglavi, and also we have the Tulipan and, as we see here, the Incitato. All of them have slightly different origins, a little bit of cross-pollination between some of them, some from Italy, some from Croatia, some from Hungary and Slovakia and Slovenia, all those sorts of places. Really fascinating if you study the history of this wonderful breed. 1 ball down, good time, 181.80, not the fastest but pretty good, and he comes in under 10 penalties, so job done for Laszlo Penza. 9.9, that's puts him into 6th place currently in the cones. Norbert Cacchioni, he may well be in the placings, 1 to 10 placings in terms of awards for these cones competitions. So as you'll hear, we've just got another quick break, but Laszlo's popped himself into 2nd place, so Hungary 1-2 at the moment in terms of the rolling places, but out in front with Norbert Cacchioni, but making up for his slightly unexpected marathon. We still have Frank Grimont-Prez with that great 7.99 that he clocked early on in 2nd place. In the meantime, enjoy the break. We will be back with you shortly. There we have. Yeah, that's running in reverse order. Don't forget we are now into the 30s in terms of the placings. Yeah, that's it. That's so Norbert. We've just seen that these are the individual cones placed in Frank Grimmel present. Oliver for Spain. Andrea Tott had a great round, so quite a few Hungarian flags. 1, 2, 3 Hungarian flags up there at the moment. So we will be back, yeah, in just about 5 minutes. That's the length of the break, 5 minutes or so. 13:24 with Fabien Guilmaret, who is driving for France. So short break once they just harrow what they can of the arena without knocking the cones. See you in a moment. Confirmation just there of the individual placings, but this is where the teams stand at the moment. But don't forget, we still have the Hungarians to go, so that's just a rolling situation just now, but quite interesting to have a look. So France heading up the teams just now, but those 3 Hungarians, they haven't had any of their team members go yet, so that's why they haven't quite figured on there. Just a little bit of arena maintenance in the meantime. great to have you with us. If you are watching from home or wherever you may be, it's been an absolutely brilliant World Championships, one that will go down as a vintage event, but it's not over yet. And let's hope the tractor and the horses avoid each other. Thank you. I'm Sarah Dance. I've been absolutely honoured to share the action with you. So I know lots of you tune in from all over the world, and it's just great to know you're out there on the other end. Thank you so much to the technical team, FEI TV, Clip My Horse, who have helped bring this coverage, and we've had a local crew, some of the French, doing the camera work and producing it on the ground, so all credit to them. It's not always the easiest task to follow driving events. Much easier probably to focus a camera on just one ridden dressage arena or show jumping, as some of my colleagues on the FEI media gang are working in Barcelona. We've got Phil Gazala, our great friend, who commentates a lot on driving, and Phil is helming it with Jessica Curtin. I was listening to them last night, but we're back in France. They are in Barcelona for the Nations Cup final tonight, so quite a few of the FEI crew are there, but we are here, the drivers, in Haras au Pin in Normandy. And what a beautiful venue, what a stunning setting, and everybody's been really appreciative of the warm French welcome and the beautiful stables for the horses that have been very much a part of the overhaul. There's some fantastic arenas out there that are being used for warm-up, the lunge zones, the car parking, the facilities have been second to none. And once again, it was originally known as the Versailles of certainly French breeding situation, the stables, and I think we have the Versailles of horse arenas. Now we are coming back up the order. We are in France with Fabien Guillemard, and he is driving as an individual. He's got Harvey and Isard the 5th. He was in 37th place coming into this part of the event. 61st. No, he wasn't. Where is he? He was 46th. Drop the eyes down a place. Well, he this is a commentator error. There were two of them in 37th place, and Laszlo, who's just been and done quite a good cones round, so he tied for 37th coming in with Fabian. So Fabian and Laszlo, and it was actually Fabian was 46th after the dressage was 62.98, whereas Laszlo had 66.63, which was for 61st. But Laszlo, as often the Hungarians are pretty strong on the marathon, 111.33 for 24th place. Bearing in mind we did have 91 out there. Fabien, again, not much between them, but lots of places, 114.98 for a 40th, but they both came into this in 37th place, so 177.96. So let's see if this cones course ends up splitting them all on top at the moment, but that's one of the tricky zones of Gabor Finter's course, the Hungarian course builder, who was also in France earlier in the year designing the World Cup course in Bordeaux when we had the finals there, and the calendar is out now, so do look it up online if you are a fan of the World Cup, where we have our four-in-hands racing. That's another one of our drivers that's taken the right turn. Not all of them have. You'll notice most of them come out on the other rein. There we go, out through. So good accurate round, all the balls up, but slower on the time. It's the deal you make with yourself. 194.92, 13.46. that's 14th in terms of the cones competition, and he does slip down a little bit in terms of the rankings. 191.42, that's 7th, where we are still. Norbert Gacconi in front, and he had that great cones round, 2.95. Did his position no harm at all. He keeps climbing up the leaderboard. The more people that go, he's sitting in first, and Laszlo in second just now after another good cones round for the Hungarians. But this is going to be an important round in terms of the Australian bid for team placings. Tor van der Berg, who's in, well, great position. We'll see him pretty much at the close of play a little bit later on. But Andrew Damsma, there's two of them in the team, so everything has to count. Did a good dressage, both sub 60. Andrew was 59.04, and Tor, who is a ridden dressage specialist as well, he's 55.17 for his dressage. And Tor had that superb marathon yesterday, 102, very much in the mix in terms of that. Andrews was 118.03, so that put the Australians in team 7th, but they are a shade behind Austria on 334.09. Unlikely they'll get onto the podium, but certainly to be in the top. They won't even want to be in the top half, they'll want to be in the top third or even the top quarter. We've got 17 teams all together. And when Boyd Excel launched himself onto the driving scene some years ago, suddenly Australia became very much a nation that was considered with driven success. We had Jodie McKeaney driving at the Para World Championships a few weeks ago next Lewin after that storming marathon. Absolutely incredible. Driving a borrowed horse that belonged to the great George Bowman, another man who, not just in terms of British driving, but internationally, and indeed it was his son that was the only gold medal winning team that we had for the Brits, but the Bowman surname, huge in terms of driving. And they lent Jodie all the way from Australia a horse, so she wasn't even driving one of her own sort of Dutch hackney, and it leapt into the water. Jodie did so well, and she channeled all that energy to a great marathon which saw her in the medals for the World Para Championships. So great to have Australia here in driving. There is a really keen driving scene in Australia, and they have a lot of well, particularly British and European trainers go down there, but it's just the sheer distances involved in travelling around. He's got Rhiannon Damser on the carriage with him, and here it's Humorist RW, who's been the horse he's used through all 3 phases, and Joviro RW, they're all RW. KWP ends 9 and 11. The 2 cones down, and whatever happens going forward, brilliant time, absolutely brilliant time, 176.19. That gives him, well, 6 with 2 and 17 were the 2 that caused his 6 penalties. 10.1 or 10.10. 7th place in terms of the current cone standings. He's in 2nd place behind Norbert. He's pushed Laszlo Penza down a slot. But Andrew Damser, that will be a score that counts towards the Australian team effort. Has worked with the Chardons, works with Boyd, and on a Dutch dressage yard. So on we move, and talking of Dutch, Eline Mentink, she's here with Ivanhoe T and Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre's the stallion that's rolled through all days for her. Cisandro, the sire of 2 of her horses. Ivanhoe T is 10, and Jazz and Jean-Pierre Her two other horses are 9, all Dutch Warm Bloods. She's had a good season, lots and lots of potential with this Dutch athlete. Eileen driving on the Dutch squad, which is a feat in itself, but wins in Ex-Loo, Kronenberg, Laden, and lots ahead of her. She's only 18, so an exciting one to watch, not just today, but for the future. Currently in 35th place. Sharp horses, these Warm Bloods, these long legs that cover the ground. Look at that. Just as I said, she was able to get 2 or 3 strides of great trot out of them, which eats up the ground, and then having to bring them back. 3 to add so far, but high pressured situation on these young shoulders. Can you spot that straight line down through those cones? Interesting to see in terms of the technical build of these combinations. Twiddling, and then here we've got the tricky bit where you really have to bring them back, and of course they want to go. It's often at this point in a cones round, in your last sort of third, where the horses can get a bit strong, but she's kept them in her hand, trotting and cantering, but my goodness, they can trot. 2 down, but keep up. Once you're through, you're through. Can't change anything at that stage. Yeah, she's swept round on that left rein. She's stuck on the left. Yeah, and the horse is going again, round again. Yay, off she goes. Lovely, lovely first World Championship for her. Good time, 182.62, 13.31, and as the local commentator's saying, lovely and fluid to watch, and certainly a name for the future. I suspect we will be seeing her on the actual team, not just the squad. Eileen Mentink, good World Championship for her. 9 and 15B were the ones she knocked. 13.31, 189.44, currently in 6th, 15th for her cones position at the moment. Now, Austria, we go back to the team situation where there's a bit of space between the Dutch and the Austrians. It'll really be the Dutch and the Swiss. They'll be wanting to leapfrog, but those Swiss drivers had such a tremendous marathon, and actually they're now knocking on the door of that bronze medal position. But tight between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Not much in it at all. Less than a cone. France in silver medal position, 311.98. Switzerland just sitting off the podium at the moment, 313.66. Less than a cone between the teams. It is really tight. Austria in 6th. Yeah, they need to keep Australia off their heels at the moment, and that is the job, or part of the shared responsibility for this gentleman, Thomas Blumschein, driving Mirage and Van Austria. These were the same 2, Stallion and a Gelding, that he drove in the cones. Youngsters, 6 and 8, but has had a good season, some good results. First in Stadelpura and Altenfelden, 2nd at St Margarethen, 6th at Boel. Drove in his first competition when he was 16, has been an Austrian champion in the past, member of the Austrian team who was 7th in Kronenberg, and he drove as an individual. Oh, good result, 7th in Drebkau in 2019, and that included a 2nd on the marathon. He was 51st after the dressage 63.64. Interestingly, looked like might have been some faults on section B. There's a 2.5 next to that, whether there were some time faults or penalty for something, not sure. What was that? Because actually in the obstacles it was pretty good, 109.65, total of 112.15, 28. But 2.5 there that were added to his obstacle penalties. Where is he? On 2 now. Currently 34th. So it's sort of into the top third now. A tough twiddle, we'll call it, through those cones. And these big striding horses, they do eat up the ground. That's what they want to do. That's why they do well on the marathon as well. But then when you ask them to do these turns, really collecting them up, and this is where you need the suppleness and connectivity. And on he goes. That's the end of his World Championship. 2 down, 185.49 is the time. A penalty total of 14.74. Pretty good if you think how many have gone before him. That's 18th in terms of the cones, 7th for the current position overall.
190.54 combined score, 185.49 seconds, 2 balls down, and that's for the result for Thomas Brumschein for Austria. Switzerland is next with Michael Barbet. Martin Barbet, and he's driving Da Vinci des Arenes Oldenburg, age 9, and Leonard, the German, Satu, age 13.
Michael Barbet here for Switzerland as an individual, but part of this really strong Swiss squad that came over and meant business on the marathon. He was actually 16th after the dressage, 56.12, all those mid-50 marks, quite a lot there, but that was good showing out of 91. 119.14, so 59th on the marathon, but you know, those placings quite wide in terms of the placings and quite narrow in terms of the penalties, but he is currently in 33rd, all very close. And who's he got today? Da Vinci des Arenes and Leonard, who is a stallion. Same combination, cones and dressage. Got 2 German horses here, or German breeds. He's a farrier and has a livery stable. Competed a lot over the years with the singles and was an enthusiast in terms of driving competitions from the age of 15. Yeah, lots of international results over the years with his single horses, lots of wins, and a good horse called Solo 5. Best placing individually at a World Championship was 2nd. He won the marathon in 2012. This was member of a silver medal winning Swiss team who've done incredibly well in the singles, bronzes and silvers on several occasions. Running through the results. In 2010 in Protoni, we did actually have a British world champion there, Paul Sidwell, for the singles. It does happen. He was 4th. I think what helped Paul, and he'd be the first to say it back then, was the fact that, like we had in Protoni last year, when the heavens open, they really do. And he said his Hackney was better in the mud than a lot of the other horses. Well, that's interesting. That's Paul Sidwell, who has, alongside Anna Grayston, when she won the pony pairs. So individual titles for some of the Brits, just occasionally. One ball down so far, but we're into time. And you really need to gain as much as you can in the early parts of the course, so you've got a bit of time in hand for those last tight turns. 184.99, that's 11.49 with time, and the cone, 10th place for the cones competition, puts him into 2nd place at the moment. We've still got Norbert Cacchioni with that brilliant cones round, 2.95 his penalties. He's currently sitting in front in terms of the leaderboard and the cones competition, so Hungary on top just now. Sven Stuk for the Belgian team. We're cracking on. He's sitting 32nd, just over 30 to go. And he started with just shy of 90, 2/3 of the way through. How is Martin Hollow feeling at the moment? He does admit to getting nervous, and he says that the team around him just don't give him any jobs. He's not allowed to do anything when he gets to World Championship, not even, he can eat and drink, sleep, but he has a great team around him that look after the horses, take care of all the technical stuff, the strategic stuff. He gets up there and drives, but that's what makes a world champion. Tight. You see, those horses are really desperate to go back through that, even though they've already been through it. They're sort of programmed to just go through the set of cones in front of them, and really difficult to get a rhythm going between 1, 2 and 3. A bit easier from 3 to 4, slightly longer. You've got that longer stretch from 4 to 5, turning back on yourself to 6. Then here we have through the combination number 6. 6D was the one that was really causing a bit of trouble. Maybe going past the judges was a bit off-putting. That would be quite expected. Then across a bit of a diagonal there, past the flower arrangement and turning, looping right back. There's 180 to 7. Then you've got a short stretch, but looping back to the other oxers. So we've got oxers at 7 and 8 there, and then narrow oxers with the plant pot right in front of you. And then you're going down, pushing on, but turning back on yourself for 9. Then there's a bit more of a stretch back up past 8, and the judges loop round to 10, 11 and 12. These are the 3 that look like a combination, but they're not. But you would have to drive them as if they were. But it does mean that because they're not in a combination, as they are, that's why they've been tricky. That's 12 gone, 3 up for him. Good round until that point. 13 all comes on quite quickly. Left, then right. And there is the push down to 15. Yeah, you see he's opening up a little bit. Probably one of the longer stretches, but then right up in that corner where the box is, this is the start of number 15, which is the next combination. Let's see if you can see from the angle those cones in a line to make the serpentine. And then this is where it's tricky. These twiddle round to 16, open up a bit, try and get a bit of momentum through that middle zone, but you can't hit 9 that you're passing, nor can you hit 4. 17, narrow pair at 18, relatively straightforward, and then you've got these turns Yeah. A horse is going, we want to go, Dad, we want to go. And yeah, that's quite a test at the end. One down. Well driven from Sven with Fari H and Extreme. That was number 12. We saw that happen on the camera. 184.61. His time 11.31 for 10th. So he's just slipped ahead in terms of the cones from Mikael Barbie, who went before him for Switzerland. So interesting. That will serve the Belgians quite well in terms of keeping them ahead of Poland and hopefully for them catching up with Australia. But don't forget, we've got Tor van der Berg to come a bit later. We've got another one of our Romanians. They brought a strong gang to Normandy, Gogo Rakotsi, and we've got some Conversano, Neapolitan and Tulipan horses, which is a bit of a giveaway. Lessons in Lipizzana's. Had some good results. 1st, 4th, 7th this season, ranked 50th, inspired to drive by the great Hungarian Georgi Bardos, who's a multiple champion and does as much carriage driving as he can. Does go with the pair. Zoltz Hartmann on the carriage for marathon and cones. Rebecca was on there for the dressage. Conversano V125, that's the gelding that was used for the marathon, but otherwise we've got the two stallions, the Neapolitan and Tulipan, and we've had dark Lipizzanas, but we're back onto the greys now. These two narrow oxes, 7 and 8 through them, fine. They don't cause as much trouble as you might think. Famous last words, might get one of them because you got to get yourself out. Yeah, commentator's curse. As soon as I'd said that, he knocked it. So that was number 8. Looked like the second element of that went, because you've got that flower arrangement or the shrubs right in front of you. So you're having to turn your horses just as your back wheels are still in there. So that's part of this clever course. And that would have walked quite differently to how it drove. And all credit to youngsters like Alan Durand, Anna Durand and Aline, who are relatively young, because the experience that it takes to, say, walk into an obstacle and find your route, or walk round the cones and just know where your angles are and your split times, that takes lots of competition practice. One ball down at the moment. That was in number 8 by the looks of things. Time ticking as it does on this course. What do you think, Martin and Francois? Some of Tor van der Berg, Marcel Luder, Christoph Ostertag, Dennis Schneiders, Stan van Eyck, Eric Evers, Werner Ulrich, Marco Freund, Anna Salmon. How do you think they're all feeling at the moment? They've done this lots and lots of times before, but still, there's no point in doing it if you don't get a little bit excited and nervous. And he's out, one down. Good round for the Romanian, 183.88. That's 10.94 in terms of the total penalties time. And the one ball, 9th in the cones competition, and he's popped himself into 2nd place. Still Norbert Gecchioni for the Hungarians in front on the leaderboard, and with the cones on his 2.95. Next in driving as an individual, it was our winner for the horse pairs at Royal Windsor at the Grand Prix, driving Grand Prix there in May, one of the best settings you can get for an event. And we've got Rents Egberink. He's got Katrine on with him, Katrine Geldof. And which two has he got? Jimon van der Martha Hooftex and Colano. Or if the intel is correct, we've got two stallions here. It's Colano that he uses all the way through. Naturally, they are, as one would expect, KWPNs, these Royal Dutch Warm Bloods. Relatively young, these two are 8 and 9. 6th in Kronenberg, 16th in Beekbergen. Came into this event ranked 14th, so that's pretty good when you think about the company he's in. And part of this strong Dutch squad. Adarts is their national team coach, and he manages all of them. He was managing the Haras as well in Exlu. Does a great job helming the Dutch driving interests. Managing some strong characters as well, but they run a really tight ship. Rents began driving the Friesians, of course a Dutch breed, back in 2000. One on the floor for him. Strategically placed arrangements in the ring, in that arena. It's not designed to make life easy. There we go. Shadows. The sun is up. Shorter shadows in the middle of the day. Look like 13 he's gone through. 3 getting expensive. Getting expensive. Look like they're having a good look at the camera there. Why wouldn't you? But all of these rounds, even if our athletes are driving individually, helpful to feed back to the drivers that are going to come afterwards. But by this stage they will have all had their split times. Whoa! That was number 18. And Jerome will be there very soon with his rebuilding. Somebody will come with a stick. That's the Dutch. That's 4 down. Yeah, expensive round 12. Time very good. He went for the time, 173.17. Really went for it, and actually had they all stayed on top that would have been astounding, but they didn't. It would have been 2.58, but it's not, because he's got to add 12 to that. It was 3, 9, 11 and 18, as we've just seen. Those were the ones that went. 173.17 the time, and so he ends the competition on 188.69. That drops him down the standing. We've still got Norbert Kakongi in front, leaderboard and the cones at the moment. Frank Grimond-Prez, he's held on well to his positions, was first for a bit with his 7.99, in second at the moment, and that's it, we're into the last third. In 29th position for the Swiss squad, this is Bruno Widmer. And Gabriella Fani has been on the carriage with him. Linus and Sagrija, Stallion and a mare. We've got Rocker, actually, so no, we haven't got the Stallion in. Linus was used for the dressage and the marathon. Just checking the X's on the sheet as opposed to what's up here. There we go. So we've got the 2 mares in. The girls are in front of Bruno Widmer. And he started out when he was driving professionally for the Egger Brewery in Switzerland. Started in the sports side of driving. He was a groom for one of the Swiss single drivers and began himself 2009. First national competition was in 2011. Being a Swiss national champion. Member of the team in Kronenberg, individual in Lipica, and team in Hungary and Slovakia in the past. Got a mixture of Dutch, Swiss and German breeding. '74th after the dressage. He had a score of 69.04, but he was one of those that had a storming marathon. Really fast through the obstacles yesterday, 104.65, so he was 6th after the marathon, so that's what's pulled him up the rankings so dramatically from 74th to 29. The Swiss really strong over the course in the parkland yesterday, in the shadow of the beautiful chateau. It really is such an iconic part of the venue here in Normandy. And looping, and yep, he's just caught it. That's a shame. You heard the collective cry from the crowd. Oh yeah, 3 for him. That was a shame because it had been a really good round and he was good on the clock. 178, 14 in the end. Oh, you can just never stop driving a cones round till you're through those finishing gates. 9, 19 and 20. Oh, easily done. The last 2, what a shame. Maybe just lost his focus a little bit there on those last turns because he'd gone for it on the time, as one would expect. He'd had a really good set of times through the obstacles, so clearly good at turning at speed. That's what that's about. But he's going to drop down the rankings a bit, sitting in 6th at the moment. That's 20th after all these many rounds of cones. 14 his total. Yeah, he knew he'd got his line wrong because it's all about the accuracy of the lines. And Spain have, let's see where we're getting, we've got 2 Spanish competitors, 1 team member that we've got at the moment. This is Joaquin Sauriduatu with Hermanis and Kensington, and then we skip to Poland, then back to Spain with an individual, so 2 in the top 30 for Spain. Then we get on to Swiss, Germans, Dutch, Hungarians obviously, a few French and Dutch. Yeah, it's going to start hotting up really soon. There's even a dimension for the markers, which are the A and B's and the numbers. They should be 330 millimeters square. The balls have to be 72 millimeters diameter and weigh about 200 grams. The weight of the cones is 2.5 kilos each. There is no restriction on the colour, but they do tend to be red or orange, sometimes yellow, and then for these narrow cones they're denoted by the blue. They can either have a blue sleeve sitting over them. Sometimes we have them for the indoor World Cup competition. They can be black. And the angle, as I said earlier, is 60 degrees. So that's the slope. So fascinating to go through the rules just every so often. it's all mapped out. They started as 2 pages in time for the first European Championship, which was held in Budapest in the early 70s. And the sport, much of its success coincided with Prince Philip, then president of the FEI, giving up playing polo in 1971 when he was 50. So then he, with his brilliant mind and extensive range of contacts, was able to put so much of his considerable energy into developing the sport. One ball down at the moment, and we're into the clock ticking. 185, 6, 7, 187.23. That's where the clock stops. One down. 12.62 to add for him.
12.62, that's the penalty score in the cone driving, 187.23, just one ball down, and the 186.13.
So to confirm the breakdown of that, 3 penalty points for that one cone down. His time penalties, 9.62, 12.62, 16th. In terms of the cones competition, results of ABC, the 3 sections joined together, that pops him into 4th. So still Hungary in front on the leaderboard. Norbert is really going to climb. He was in 40th, but already he's got into the 20s. Done his cause no harm at all. Gogo Rakotsi for Romania. He's certainly going to come out of the 30s. So these cones, Sven Stuck may well, but we are back with Poland, using the same 2 horses, Baron II and Lipton. So Monica guiding them through. Philippe is on the back for all 3. And, oh yes, rather like these horses, the Silesians, from that area of Poland round about where Wrocław is. One of their heritage breeds, very much bred to be a draft horse, although will be a general sport horse, quite heavy, have lovely big sloping shoulders, good thick cannon bones on them. So sort of middleweight horses, you'd almost say. But yeah, well put together horses. They won't have the sort of natural athleticism of these performance bred warm bloods, but noted for their lovely temperaments as well. There's a lot to be said for the temperament. You want a nice person to be dealing with in the stable yards, particularly if you've got family, children around you. A 19th century breed that was originally a sturdy agricultural horse. We depended so much on the horse, not just for construction, building our civilization, but for keeping everybody fed. That's what they did, humans and animals, tilling the fields. In the 1950s, they had some Oldenburg blood put into them to just make them a little bit lighter. They've still got that same basic compact conformation. Strong, will either have sort of a straight nose or that lovely Roman nose. Powerful backs, big feet, sturdy cannons. Those are the main breed features of these lovely Silesians. What a treat it is to see a range of breeds being used. Oh, lovely. Good looking horses. All the balls on top at the moment for Hubert and his lovely Celestian horses. If you want to get to a World or Continental Championship for the pairs, which we have here, a National Federation may enter a maximum of 6 athletes. Three horses per pair, and a big cheer there. And that will shoot him up the leaderboard, 185.29, well judged rounds, no cones knocked, no balls rolling, 8.64, and oh lovely. All the work, all that hard work to get to this point. Yeah, stretch out the shoulders. Might have been a little bit of tension there. And acknowledging the fans down the side, 8.65, under 10 in terms of the penalties. Good note for Hubert. They've got a long way to go home, these Poles. And great for the Polish team. Yeah, just tucked in behind Belgium. That will have done them no harm at all. In fact, that might well have a bit of a bearing on pushing the Poles ahead of the Belgians, but as soon as we get confirmation of team placings, we will of course bring that with you, but it's still very open-ended. We've got all our good Hungarians and Germans to go yet, and that will have a bit of a bearing on where these team medals go, as well as the individual ones. But Hubert Sitowski with his Celestian horses for Poland, and that popped him into 2nd place in the current rankings, 4th for the cones. So the chef de keep and the veterinarian, they have the same privileges when they come with a team as the athletes, whatever those privileges may be. There we go, this is all in the rules. Quite often, if you're a host country, you may be permitted to enter more individual entries. That sometimes happens at championships. Host country national federations who've submitted nominated entry for a team can enter up to 6 individuals. Dress of athletes and grooms must be conforming, mainly for safety. The whip, this has to be carried for dressage and cones, and an athlete must start the competition with a whip in the hand, otherwise its penalties 5 will be added if they put down or drop their whip between the start and finish, or if it's not held in the hand at all, so if it's popped down on the carriage, that's another 5. We've got Sebastian Sabater Espelé going through for the Spanish. He's an individual at the moment, driving Capital and Lord Stanley. If the whip is dropped, it need not be replaced and the athlete may finish without it. However, if there is a spare one on the carriage, the groom may hand it to the athlete and no further penalties will be incurred. Obviously this is very different for our para-athletes, as you would have seen if you were in Exlu or watching it. Minimum age for the horses, I think 1 star starts at 5 years old and over. In 2 star it must be 6 and over. Disqualification if you're entering horses that are too young. Long bit on welfare, as I've said all through. Really important. And that wheel width, most drivers using the same carriage. Slightly expensive there. For Sebastian, 6 knots. Good time. He obviously went for it on the speed, 172.32, 20.1641. He had a fast time but paid a price for it. 4, 9, 12, 17, 18 and 15D, last one of that second combination. So maybe the gamble didn't quite pay off for the Spaniard driving as an individual, but Good to have him here with his German-bred horses.
Il nous reste 25 meneurs à prendre le départ. Le départ qui va être donné à Nico Van Praat.
Next in for the Belgian team, and bearing in mind that great round for the pole for Hubert just a moment ago. Bit of pressure in terms of where they're going to be, whether Poland will get past Belgium and Nico Van Praat for the Belgians driving Jardo and Job. Used the two same horses all the way through. He has been on the Belgian team. And these two Dutch warm bloods by Mano and Cisandro. His father, Nico's father, is Eric Van Praat, who also is an international pair driver. Started driving himself, Nico did in 2009, and started competing internationally in 2014. He has been a Belgian champion and mainly competed with ponies. So things like Breda and Minden. And in Minden, that was a pony championship in Germany in 2017. When the Belgian team won a bronze medal. Nico was part of that. So many of our good drivers, think about Joseph Dobrovich Jr. and certainly Bram Chardon, started with great success with the pony teams. And the ponies are sharp. They do teach you how to drive. You only have to breathe on the reins sometimes, and they can sense it. Very sharp little brains. And a lot of these competition ponies, so different from the big horses. So you get a very, very good grounding in reactions and driving if you have come from ponies. So there's probably a point just off camera out there where all the wheels are being measured, just to make sure that it's fair for everybody. 148 centimetres. You can go wider, you might not want to. It's not going to do your cones course much good. How's Nico done? And all those balls are on top, and that's why he's got a really big cheer, and that's why he and the horses had a burst of excitement as they went over. Yeah. Lovely to see. Lovely, lovely to see. Nico Van Praat, great news for him. And he, plenty left in the tank as he sprung his lovely big black horses over the finish line. Great round for him. It still hasn't beaten Norbert's. His time was 175.14, 3.75 in terms of the cones competition, but he's put himself in front of everybody else who's gone before, and may now be quite hard to beat. But in the meantime, we do have Emma Olsen coming in, driving Bajnok and Gelviro. Emma, who we see so often sitting behind Boyd Excel, absolutely key to the whole enterprise in Valkenswaard, where Boyd and the team are based. These versatile horses who will go indoors, outdoors, pairs, and in the four in hand. And if you were watching earlier, we shared that interview that Boyd did. It looked like it was during the dressage, but just talking about how different it is driving a pair in a forehand, apart from the obvious. But just how exposed you are and how important it is the horses are well matched. Have to be more like twins, whereas for a team like a family, to paraphrase Boyd Excel, Emma's boss. And it's all very well being supplied with these extremely experienced good horses, but when you've got those the pressure of the boss watching you from the side, which she will be, mind you, Emma is very, very cool. That's why she works so well in the pressured situations. And you have to go all the way around. She's coming back into this tight oxer. And on the turn, yeah, she's making it look very smooth so far. That's 7 and 8. Doubling back. These horses, when they do open up, do eat up the ground very well. Emma as an individual for Sweden. They've had all ladies on their squad, so Boyd's been supporting not just Emma, some of the others, and training Americans and Germans and Australians. He either goes there, travels abroad, does quite a lot of training in America as well, or they'll travel to his base in Holland. Around that bottom corner to drop into the next combination. 3 on the clock, 1 to add so far. And Emma, with the professional team that she's part of, they will have been really hot on the split times. But the team talk might well have been take it smooth, keep those balls on top. So she's driving round on the left rein, sticking on the left rein. Some have swung right after that, but there she is, squaring them up for the last one. Quick look down, 2 to add, and a bit more on the time for Emma Olsen. But big smile. She's relieved. She's had a great time. She may have been in many, many international competitions, but a lovely, great smile from Emma. Congratulations. But it's a bit different when you're driving, as she is now. And now for Italy, Joseph Dibak, Hungarian originally, but has for some years now, and indeed been on a medal-winning team for Italy. But Emma's 20.46, 43rd place for her in the cones. She's sitting in 15th at the moment, 189.89, 11 and 19. Yes, just knocked that penultimate one. Slightly frustrating when you're so near the end. But big smiles. Nonetheless, that's her first World Pairs Championship under the belt. Maybe the first of many. In 23rd position now, we have Joseph Dibak driving Carol and Lancelot. Got Claudia Locatelli on the carriage. 2 stallions, according to the paperwork. A long, long list of international events: Italy, Netherlands, Slovenia, Austria, Croatia, France, and he's been on the Italian team for a long, long time. 3rd individually in 2015, and that's when the team won their silver medal, and indeed he was 2nd in the cones. He's been 3rd in the cones before, so this traditionally has been a good phase for Joseph Dibak, driving for Italy, which he has done for a long time. introduced to the sport by his grandfather, and a multiple national champion. Works professionally as a horse trainer. Bulls on top at the moment, but this hasn't always been the most straightforward of lines. 10, 11 and big sweep round here. Backwards S there between 11 and 12 to make it. So far so good for the Italian team. They're pretty close to Spain. Spain currently on 353.22, Italy on 355.90 in 11th and 12th position respectively. Confirm Emma had 6 points to add and 14.46 on the time, which was 20.46, 43rd in the cones, but at the moment sitting after all three phases in 15th. And he has been very good at this in the past, knows how to leave the balls on top, which he just has done. Time 13. So if you heard, Italy currently in 10th, so they've gone up the rankings a bit, but there's still more to come. We've still got Jacob Arnold to come for the States, but might have done the Italian cause no harm with that round. His time was 194.37, 13.19. That translated into, that was just straight time on that. 21st for the cones, and a 4th place at the moment. Nico van Preek for the Belgian team, currently sitting in 1st place. 2nd in the cones, it's still Norbert Gagoni individually for Hungary, who's ahead with that brilliant 2.95. Idaho H and Dancer W with the supremely talented Joseph Dobrovits Jr. Previous gold medalist for the Hungarians. Driving individually this time. So in Kronenberg back in 2021, 2 years ago, he was on that gold medal winning team, as he was in Drebkau in 2019. ...2015 in Hungary. And he's also been on the team with Four in Hands, supremely talented. Came into the competition ranked 2nd in the world, only behind Martin Holly. He'd had a great season prepping for this. Sadly, the two main horses, Indian and Sikira, he had hoped to bring, just couldn't come. So borrowed a horse from his dad that had been in Ex-Lou. Yeah, a bit expensive so far for Joseph. That's, yeah, won't be his World Championships this time, but there'll always be another one He's not number 2 in the world for nothing. Trained ahead of this event with his great friend Bram Chardon. They've pretty much grown up together with their famous fathers in the driving world, and they still work closely together. Joseph was cheering Bram on from the sidelines when he won his gold medal at the Europeans not so long ago. They've spent many hours parked up in various different fields and areas all over the world as they've gone to events. Into time now as he goes through the narrow cones at 18. Circling round to 19, trying to keep the momentum going. Horses going, this is unusual. Don't normally have to do this between the last 2, and out he comes. The time is 1:92. 1:92, the clock stops at 24. Yeah, not the event for him. No, they won't be on the podium, but still great to see him out competing.
192 seconds, 24 penalties.
So 24 penalties for him. 193.27. He will slip down the rankings a bit. Now, as an individual, we've still got a few individual athletes left at this end. We are up to the 21st placing for Bruno Meyer, driving great names. Will come up on the screens in a minute. There you go, Eddie Murphy and Elton John. Somebody was having a lot of fun when they named those 2 horses. And pretty consistent for him over the 2 phases. 25th after the dressage, 58.53, and 21st on the marathon, 110.36. So that gave him a collective 168.89. Currently sitting in 21st with Eddie and Elton. He's got Gabriella Pano on the carriage with him. Individual competitor in Kronenberg, and going back in time was on the Swiss team, 3rd this year in Bull, 24th ranked competitor, so actually there or thereabouts in terms of his placing. German breeding for these horses. Sire is Esprit. 1 ball on the ground so far. You can just see a brief glance of that being fixed. Flags just bobbing in the wind, so ideal conditions, barely a breeze. And a good view of the floral tributes in the middle there, which is causing a few deviations on the course. Nobody's encountered them just yet. Still 1 down. Bruno Meyer for Switzerland. 21st place at the moment. That's where we're at on this final day of this wonderful World Pairs Championship, the 20th, and the nation that has dominated the whole series and has dominated this weekend. It's Hungary. They're sitting in front in the cones competition with one of their individuals at the moment, and we've still got their 3 team members to come. So really nail-biting stuff. Are they going to hold on? You would bet on it at this stage, but we haven't had any double clears. We've had a couple nearer the time. Those that have gone for speed sometimes have paid the price in terms of rolling balls, but we've got some real cone experts coming up soon. Good support for him, Ale. And oh, first one under the time. It can be done. It can be done. That's really exciting.
Not a double clear, but it's the first in the time of 168. Well done. That
It can be done. There will be an awful lot of people out there watching going, wow, big smile. Congratulations to Bruno Meyer. That is fabulous. So, hot news. The time can be made. Kisses, congratulations. One ball rolled, so that's 3 penalties. It puts him currently into first place, obviously, for the overall placings, but he's still second. Norbert stays in front, only just with those 2.95 time penalties. And that is fabulous in terms of raising Swiss spirits. Just to show them, we've got Stefan and Marcel to come and Werner Ulrich. So we've got the 3 team members for Switzerland to come. So that will have been really, really positive for them. They're in 4th at the moment, but we've got those 3 strong Germans ahead of them. But there's less than a cone between the Swiss and the Germans. It's really, really tight between these podium teams. What a shame we don't have about 6 slots on a podium. But that's the way it rolls in sport. 1 to 3, 4th is often the hardest place to be. Back to the competition. Yeah, that was brilliant. It can be done. Max Berlage, he's driving for Germany. Individual, important pathfinder for some of their competitors. Decent dressage for him, 59.19. That put him into 28th, and it was a 16th place in the marathon, which has brought him up the rankings, 109.47, and he sits in 20th on 168.66. 1 down so far, but as we've seen, you can still make the time. He's pushing on. Might be inspired. They will have their own game plans, but when you know that somebody before you has gone, it does spur you on. I think this was the pair where it looked like one of the horses was a bit smaller than the other. Doesn't matter if they're equal striding, similar sort of head carriage, that's absolutely fine. Another one, but we've got Lotus 263 and Brisbane. German breed, has been competing with a pony pair in the past. He was in Minden when the Germans won team gold. He was with the pony pair placed 5th, and in 2021 he was an individual competitor at the last World Pair Championship. Won Laden this year, 2nd in Aix-Lou, 5th in Kronenberg and Beekbergen, so had a good season to take him to this point. He has won Cones competitions in the past. He did so in 2021 in Drebko, and that was just a regular 3-star competition. He was the German champion this year, so that's when he won at Laden. And Katja on the carriage with him.
Le total pour Max Verlag, 12.42. 3 balls down, 9 faults on the cones, 3.42 penalties for time.
Good time though, good time. We're getting nearer and nearer as we come up to the top place drivers. We're into sub 20 place now. Max was sitting in 20th and he had 2, 10 and 15A. Those were the 3 he rolled. 174.84, clearly going for the time, which he very nearly got, but expensive in terms of the 9 he had to add, so that's 12.42. He finishes on 181.08. And yeah, we'll slip behind Bruno. And Nico van Pret for Belgium, their team effort at the moment. Now, a gentleman who has, we're just flashing up on the screen for those of you watching, the current placings for the cones. Just going down the rankings at the moment. So, short break before we come back with Beat Schenk. We've got about 6 or 7 minutes. So there we have the cones results just flashing up in this break for you. We might have some overall placings and maybe some teams in a minute when we get to the end. We've got a lot of athletes to run through. We're running up on those graphics to 40th. And there we have it. At the moment, this is the leaderboard for the whole competition results of ABC. That's dressage, marathon and cones. Bruno Meyer in front. Just rolling through that. Andrew Damser with the Australian team hopes in mind. Anyone with that star next to them driving for their nation as well. So these are the total placings, but we are now, when we get going again, into the top 20. There was Andrew Tott. She was one of the first to have a really good cones round, and Frank Grimond-Prez sat in first for a long time. Short break in terms of the live coverage. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Bonjour à tous, nous sommes déjà sur cette troisième matinale de ce championnat du monde d'attelage et sur cette journée tant attendue de la maniabilité qui verra donc du coup titrer un champion du monde à nouveau cette année. Avant de vous connecter sur le live, je vous propose un entretien avec le triple médaillé d'or venu une nouvelle fois remettre son titre en jeu, cette fois donc au Haras du Pin, le numéro 1 mondial et hongrois Martin Hall. Martin, good morning and
good morning.
Thank you to come on the morning show. My first question is about your form. You are the defending champion. What is your recipe for success?
It's a tough question to start with. Actually hard work, I think, dedication, and I have a really good team around me who helped me all through these years, and the amazing horses, of course, who pull the carriage, who do everything, but the success is ours. But they do the hardest job.
Okay. New horse this weekend, King's Gambit, just one international show with him. Few words about him?
Yes, we just bought him 3 months ago from Theo Timmerman. He's a Dutch driver. I saw him at the competition and I was really amazed how he did the marathon. So we bought him from Theo. I did a competition with him. It was really good feeling, but then we didn't take him to competitions because he had to adjust to our system a little bit. That takes a little time, and I hope that for today he has done that. We really have faith in him.
Okay, perfect. How do you feel about the other competitors this year?
It's a very strong field of competitors, of course. It's not easy to be the one who everybody wants to beat, but that's pressure. That's why we are here. That's what we do since many years, and we will try to cope with it. I hope it will work. If not, then we try next time.
The French driver Frank Grimond-Prez was at the second place in 2021. Maybe the same scenario this year?
I'm okay with that. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again to come on the morning show. Avant de retrouver notre deuxième invité, ce que je vous propose, c'est un petit recul sur cette journée de marathon. C'est en images et c'est en commentaires.
S'il y avait un qualificatif à apporter à cette journée de marathon, ce serait saisissant. Les 91 équipages qui ont pris le départ sur cette course effrénée de plus de 8 km ont offert au public venu en nombre une série de rebondissements exceptionnels. Des 3 prétendants au podium de ce championnat du monde à la sortie du dressage, seul Martin Hall a su conserver sa place et par la même occasion creuser l'écart avec la concurrence. De 5 points d'avance, l'échappée écarte le peloton de 18 points après ce deuxième test. La France est deuxième, malgré les malheureux déboires du vice-champion du monde 2021 et deuxième du dressage Frank Grimond-Prez. Son coéquipier François Dutillois a réalisé un marathon parfait qui lui fait gagner 6 places. La journée de maniabilité s'annonce tout aussi intense car de cette seconde place à la 6e, seuls 4 points font la différence. Thor van den Berg, Australie, Marcel Luder, Suisse, Christophe Ostertag, Hongrie et Dennis Schneiders, Allemagne, se tiennent dans un mouchoir de poche. La tendance est d'ailleurs la même par équipe et ce, via ces rebondissements, l'écart est exceptionnel. Derrière la Hongrie, qui a une fois encore montré son excellence, la France reste deuxième via la maîtrise de Mathieu Hobbileton, mais à moins d'un point de l'Allemagne, toujours en troisième position. Juste derrière, la Suisse et les Pays-Bas sont en chasse. Coup de cœur pour le Suisse Marcel Luder, qui après avoir remporté le marathon, ici même en juillet dernier, réitère hier sur le parcours de ce championnat du monde. Bravo!
On est de retour sur notre matinale sur laquelle on accueille en plateau un des partenaires titres de ce championnat et des événements équestres au Haras du Pin, la Maison Pourcin. Karl Lemaire, bonjour, vous êtes dirigeant de la Maison Pourcin. Si on devait définir la Maison Pourcin pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas encore l'entité, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas encore la marque, comment pourrions-nous le faire?
Alors c'est un patrimoine extraordinaire, extraordinaire. On est la dernière bouclerie parisienne du secteur et la maison existe depuis 1830. C'est une maison privée que j'ai sauvée il y a maintenant 6 ans puisqu'elle allait complètement disparaître. Et vous avez toute l'histoire du luxe français, de l'équipement militaire, tout ça grâce au cheval, au Mont-des-Quins. Et on a donc depuis 1830 tous les accessoires qui ont été fabriqués pour le Mont-des-Quins et notamment l'attelage, ce qui explique ma présence ici à cet événement.
J'allais justement y venir, du coup, quel est votre lien avec les sports équestres et notamment l'attelage? Mais c'est l'histoire le lien, c'est ça?
C'est l'histoire qu'on conjugue au présent chez nous, puisqu'ayant été juge là, au cours de ces 2 derniers jours pour juger l'élégance des attelages, on peut constater que tous les attelages, à 90% sont des produits porcins, puisqu'on travaille du laiton et donc ce sont des produits pérennes qui peuvent traverser plusieurs générations. Et on voit bien, on a le témoignage aujourd'hui, que les accessoires utilisés dans l'attelage des chevaux, c'est bel et bien d'inspiration porcin ou d'origine porcin directement.
Donc du coup, de ces accessoires, vous déclinez d'autres produits?
Alors bien sûr, puisque le Mont-des-Quins au niveau de l'entreprise n'est pas non plus un secteur très développé. La maison Pourcin, et c'est une des raisons pour lesquelles la maison Pourcin, au cours des 5 premières années où j'ai sauvé cette maison, on ne s'est pas trop adressé au Mont-des-Quins parce qu'il nous fallait fabriquer du volume, fabrication française, 100% française, j'insiste parce que c'est quand même très dans l'air du temps, mais nous c'est du concret, sur des machines qui parfois datent du 19e siècle, et nous avons à la fois une dimension artisanale et industrielle. Le Mont-des-Quins sous-entend essentiellement le milieu artisanal de savoir-faire. Donc on a d'abord axé notre activité sur la maroquinerie de luxe, sur l'équipement militaire. Donc encore aujourd'hui, la gendarmerie porte ses boucs qui sont des produits porcins depuis ce temps.
C'est beau. Vous avez parlé justement du prix de l'élégance, on va y revenir un peu. Vous avez passé 2 jours à apprécier l'ensemble des attelages sur ces journées de test numéro 1, jeudi, vendredi. Qu'est-ce que ce prix de l'élégance?
Alors ce prix d'élégance, c'est le Haras national du pain qui nous a demandé de remettre ce prix. Il y aura bien sûr 3 prix. Dans le monde de l'attelage, même si les voitures hippomobiles sont plus modernes, il est de tradition et le code du secteur m'a-t-on expliqué, c'est que tous les harnachements et la cuivrerie, ce qu'on appelle la cuivrerie, donc les accessoires métalliques qui sont dessus, doivent être de tradition. Et c'est à ce titre-là que j'ai été juge et que ce soir je vais remettre les prix, parce que ce sont des détails de l'élégance. Le cheval a toujours été un vecteur de l'élégance et du luxe, hein, pas qu'en France, mais également dans tous les autres secteurs. Ces 2 derniers jours, j'ai personnellement été émerveillé par la qualité des harnachements des chevaux au niveau international.
Merci beaucoup Karl Lemaire de nous avoir accompagnés à l'occasion de cette 3e matinale. On va du coup passer maintenant au sport et avant de vous connecter sur Grand Prix TV ou Clip Myers TV pour déterminer avec nous le nouveau titré champion du monde en individuel et la nouvelle équipe qui sera elle aussi titrée championne du monde, eh bien je vous propose un petit résumé en images de la journée de marathon, ça s'est passé hier. D'ici là, restez connectés, surtout passionnés. À demain, bye bye.
And welcome back. We're here. We're in the final phase. Very, very soon we will know, is he going to retain his crown? Martin Holler, who you saw and heard speaking just there, where obviously he pays enormous tribute to his wonderful horses and the team around him. Will it be his fourth consecutive individual title, and will Hungary once again take the gold? Everything is looking like it will do, but wasn't that an absolutely fascinating film? It's something we talk about the horses, we talk about the athletes, we talk about the courses, but just to think about all the buckles and things that go into making the harness, absolutely fascinating. In English we call it the furniture, the bits and those sorts of things. It's Laurenry trade, and with the music we're certainly pumping up the drama, but we don't need any help to make this any more exciting or any more dramatic than it already is. We are into our final session in what has been the most fantastic event here in Normandy at the National Stade Haras du Pan Le Pin, as we tend to call it. And what a great event it has been and will be, as we count down to knowing who will be the next world champion. Beat Schenk in the meantime driving as an individual for this incredibly strong Swiss squad. Elwin and Ferdinand. We know that the cones can be driven clear. We know that the drivers can get through and leave the balls on top. And we know now, after Bruno Meyer, that we can indeed have a time that comes in under that, what was elusive 168 seconds. And the clock is running on Beat Schenk. He's a really experienced athlete, been doing this for really quite some time with his partner Isabel. He was second this year at Samoa. He was third in the World Championship at Lipitza and has been 12 times Swiss champion. Also at the test event earlier in the summer here in Le Pin, he was 7th. Currently ranked 23rd. And we've got up there his current total. We've been through the horses' names and now we're bringing you his total. So that's 167. He's currently in 19th place. He was 18th after the dressage. This has been a really consistent performance from him. He was 18th after dressage, 57.22, and 19th after the marathon, 110.13. And so at the moment that keeps him in 19th place, but a long list on his biography of all the many events he's been to over the years, all over, and a member of the Swiss team on and off for a long time. The team were 6th in Kronenberg 2 years ago. One of their highest placings in recent history was in Lipitza when they were 4th. But they've come here with medals on their mind. They're currently sitting in 4th. And it really is nip and tuck between them, the Germans and the French. Netherlands not too far behind in 5th place. So although he is not on the team this year competing as an individual, will be an important round in terms of keeping the Swiss hopes and spirits running high. 1 down so far for Beat Schenk. To run through with you where we are on the cones competition standing. Norbert Kekonyi, who had the clear round, but those very few time faults, 2.95, so he's sitting in front at the moment. This is for the cones competition. And Bruno Meyer, who just about at the close of play there came in just under time, beautifully judged round, but had the 1 ball, so he is sitting in 2nd place at the moment. Nico van Pret on the Belgian team sitting in 3rd on 3.57, and Frank Grimont-Prez, who drove pretty early on in the day. He's had a real up and down weekend at this World Championships, but he had a clear round with those time faults at 7.99. Oliver Feldman-Lang for Spain, 8.42 in fifth, and in sixth at the moment with his lovely Silesian horses, Hubert Sistowski for Poland, 8.65. Number 10 it was that Beechink had a roll with, 193.74. That was a total of 15.87, 34th place in terms of the cones competition. So not in contention for prizes today. 183.22 is where he bows out of this particular World Championship. And all American eyes and ears will be on this round for Jacob Arnold, because the Americans are also playing cat and mouse in terms of team positions. They are pretty much level pegging with the Poles. America sitting in 10, Poland in 9th place. So Jacob Arnold, who has got the geldings, he's driving the same combination for marathon and cones, Fabian and Kenji. Has competed in the past with pony pairs, been a member of the American team for some years now. His parents also competed in carriage driving. He's from North Carolina, also lives in Kentucky, and been involved for a very long time. Back in 2011 was the American Equestrian Federation's Junior Equestrian of the Year, but had some good results, wins in Babaroko. Obviously, Carla is over in America as well. Has been very successful over the years, and you will have heard Boyd mentioning his name when he was talking about the competitors that he's been supporting in terms of training, not just this weekend, but in the run-up to the events. He's just turning within that line between 11 and 12, and that's number 7 he's through. The first of the narrow oxes, looping back to 8, which, although it'd be nice to drive in a circle, you have to keep straight through the double cones because you've got the shrub arrangement just in front of you. Through 9. And he's safely through that 6D, which seemed to be causing a bit of trouble earlier on in the order. But as one would expect, a few more of the balls remaining on top as we come into our top echelon of drivers. Jacob Arnold for the USA and a team member. Yeah, that's it, running into time now. Balls all on top, but good round for Jacob Arnold. And yeah, clear, great round for him. 183.15, very much keeps the American team in touch for a good result. 7.58 time penalties, that's his final score. No penalties for the balls to add, and so that's a 4th place at the moment, propels him into 2nd place in the standings. Edward Boom, as you've just heard, he's a member of the Dutch team, the Strong Dutch Squad. But will they make it onto the podium? That had been an early intention of theirs, but they've got Germany, Switzerland and France to contend with, who are probably the teams that will be contending for those medals alongside Hungary. We've got Ilona van Het Roodland, and she, like Iowa, has been used all the way through. Maren Gelding, Mirjam Boom on the carriage comes into this ranked 12th. Some good results this year, good prep at Kronenberg and Beekbergen, where he was third, Le Pen earlier in the season 5th, and Bull 9th. Also competed on several medal winning Dutch teams, not just with the horse pairs. He's been a gold and silver medal winner with ponies in the past, but naturally, as one would expect, he's got the Dutch warm bloods. KWP ends both 10. Has been involved in driving through his father, Jaap Woem, who was a former chef de keep of the Dutch horse teams. Ewout Boom for the Netherlands. And that's a fairly decisive knock there, so that's one down so far. It'll come up on the screens very soon. 3 to add. There we go. Confirmation at the moment of that knock. Two to add now. So will this be a counted score, or let's just see how we get on. We've still got his other 2 teammates to come. Currently sitting in 7th place, Stan van Eyck, who had a great marathon as well, and Eric Evers. So 2 out of the 3 scores. Where there are 3 team members, those are the ones that are going to count through these different elements. Fairly smooth through that tricky bit. That's 15D to 16 has been fairly challenging. There's 17, then round to the narrow cones at 18, and how lovely it would be just to turn straight in, but no, you have to go around and approach from the other way with the white on the left, the red to the right. He's the one that's kept on that right rein. Not everybody have done that. Most have done it on the left. So 2 balls down, a good time, 178.85. We know that it can be beaten, that 168 marker. The line in the sand, but hasn't been very easy. 11.42, pretty good in terms of the Dutch team. He lies in 4th place overall now, 16th with that 11.43. It was a 16th place for him just now, but this will be quite a rapidly changing situation now. 9 and 6C were the ones that caused him a little bit of difficulty. Next in for the Austrians, Alexander Bosch driving Bambuka and Daddy Sunshine the second. And he's another one that's had a good season with some firsts and seconds. He also took part in the singles World Championship a year ago in the same venue. And Finesse, who's one of the horses not being driven now, was on the marathon, was actually a horse he drove with some success in the Young Horses World Championship, which is something that takes place every year. We've got one next weekend, and in 2018 and 19 as 6 and 7 year olds he competed with Finesse 374. But now Alexander Bosch for the Austrian team. Now it looks like he's setting out with intent to make the time, Let's see if it pays off. Brother of an international pony pair and team driver, Stefan Bosch. Grew up with lots of horses, has been a winner of the Junior World Trophy back in the day. Alexander Bosch for Austria. One to add at the moment. How's the time looking? Pretty good. And as he swings round to this 15. Oh, just have to listen to the crowd there. It's becoming a slightly expensive round for the Austrian. 3 down so far. Maybe that commitment to trying to get the time in has just been a bit costly as he comes round to 17. Then the narrow bluer cones of 18. This sharp circle. And yeah, he's gone right afterwards, and time excellent. That's what he did. He really went for the time. 171.33, only 1.67 time penalties, but 9 in terms of the cones. So slightly expensive in terms of time, the cones rather. Good time. 13th position at the moment, 10.67, 175.25 his total. Yeah, probably came off that corner just a little bit too purposefully and got 15A and D. You really do have to be very balanced going through those waves or serpentines or zigzags, whatever they may be, but you're changing balance, so to come in unless you've got them really in your hand, not so easy. Number 10 was the other one he knocked. Now this is where it starts to get really quite exciting in terms of the team effort. We've got Georgi Fiketti, and he's driving for Hungary. His father was also a competitive driver. Georgi himself started when he was 14 and was a member of a gold medal winning team not so long ago in Kronenberg. But they've had an absolutely brilliant run, the Hungarians, in recent years. 9 times world champions in the pairs as a team. Will it be their 10th? Oh, I think he's going for time. Collective score at the moment is 164.54. Had a cracking marathon, really helped Hungary's team bid with his brilliant drive through the marathon. He's currently sitting in 15th place. He was 51st after the dressage was 63.64, but a absolutely towering performance in the marathon. 100.9, which was for 2nd place, so he will have been very much part of the prize giving last night. He's going for it. Gosh, I expect the team talk is lay it down, although they only have to count 2 out of the 3 scores. This gentleman may well be hoping for an individual place. Might have left himself too much to do after the dressage, but very, very committed. Look at that. Leaning forward, totally committed, and the horses responding well. Sharp horses. He's even got air under his jacket, such as the velocity of how he's approaching this final phase of cones. Yeah, he's gambled a bit. One down. Yeah, it's going to pop up onto your screen. But if he keeps it at 1 but makes the time, that will still be very good in terms of where they're going to be. And you'll notice he's got both reins. I think there's quite a... Oh, gosh, the Hungarians, you can feel the emotion. Everybody. He's just had to pull them back to make that turn. But the time is good. Come on, come on, come on. On. Oh, is he going to make the time? Oh, so nearly, so nearly. Just played it safe. He'd gone a little bit hard over the course and it had 2 down, and really quick change of tactic because he'd knocked 18. Really frustrating. Popped himself for the time being into 2nd place. Bruno Meyer is still in front after his great cones round, but in terms of the Hungarian bid for another team goal, pretty good news. 7.73 the total, so only 7.37, my apologies, 7.37, 170.73. Lots of 7s and 3s in this for the Hungarian. He was in 15th. He knocked 18 and 15C. His total on time 170.73. His total cone penalties 7.37. And he's on 171.91. Now in as an individual for the Germans. Had a really good dressage to put him up into the top echelons. This was Lars Schwitt for Germany. 52.11 was his dressage score on that kept him in the top 10. He was 9th. The marathon was 112.25 for 29th place, but balanced that out and he's sitting at the moment in 14th on 164.36. So confirmation just for Georgi for the Hungarian team, 1.37 in time. He looked so like he was going to make it. That's the speed you have to keep at through the course. But unfortunately 2 balls. But Hungary have got quite a lot in hand. They are currently on 287.31 and France behind them on 311.98. Three to add so far for Lars Schwitt driving Capellan and Lefasco. He was 2nd at Babaroko in preparation for this and was a member of the German team in Lipizza when they won silver, and also in Drebkow when the German team won bronze. Got these Dutch warm bloods. These two are aged 7 and 8. And Nadine Schwitter on the carriage with them for all 3 phases. And you can see those seats are well and truly filling up. He's going to be over on time. One down, 187.29 is the time. That's a total of 12.67. 25th place so far in the cones, 177.01. That's his exit.
In the cone driving test, and 177.01 to finish the competition for the German driver Stefan Ulrich for Switzerland is next to
And just to break that down, 9.65 penalties for the time and 3 for that one ball roll. 12.65. That's currently 25th. Next in. And this is where the Swiss team will be perking up, and great scenes from these packed outdoor seating stands. Brilliant to see. Lovely support for this World Championship. And Stefan Ulrich, who's competing on the team with his famous father, who has been winning medals for the Swiss in horse pairs for many, many years. In fact, he's been doing it since it was a World Championship. Very long time. Anyway. On we go. He is sitting in 13th position, as you can see from the graphics up there. Had a decent dressage, 57.87 to finish in 22nd. And another one of the next generation Swiss who had this great marathon at 106.08. That was 9th. And you wonder what the team talk is at the moment. Are you going to go for it? Are you going to play it safe? And it's all over so quickly, the thousands of hours of thought, prep, training, sourcing horses, everything that goes into it for moments like this. At the halfway point through number 10. Balls all on top so far. That number 6 combination not causing quite so much trouble at this end of the competition. And those railings propping up lots of onlookers. Yeah, that's more commitment as well. And swinging round, balance, balance, balance. That's it. He's got them back in time. That's just where Alexander Bosch lost a little bit of his control, but Stefan did well, brought them back. And that 15D to 16, driving better now. Now we're at the top end. It's looking less jerky. Yeah, that's okay. And then you've got this loop where the horses go, really? It's tight, it's tight, it's tight. Oh, yeah, that was the brake on there. But he's done well. There'll be a... Oh, come on, come on, come on! Oh, thought he was going to make the time there. Yes, yes, yes. That's what it means. Pointing at his horses. Oh, look at that. Oh, that means a lot. That means an awful lot, doesn't it just? 3.01 in terms of time. He so nearly made that time. He played it safe through those last few. Well done to him. Nicely judged round, but Bamino and Summer Wind, and gosh, absolutely brilliant. Look at that reaction. Yep. Good horses. Good horses. I think he's happy. Lovely to see. Absolutely lovely to see. All about the horses. Reminds me of Glenn Geertz. Glenn always does that when he comes out, points at his horses. And next in, a lady who did that fabulous dressage test in terms of where the rankings were on the first day, on Thursday. And she sat for a long time at the top of the leaderboard on 57.22. Obviously, by the time we got through 2 days of it, she ended the dressage phase in 18th. 10th on the marathon. Really great marathon from Carolina as an individual for Germany. 1:06.54. As you can see on the screen, driving JP and Lando. And then we're going to get up her collective score. She's in 12th place. She's the last, as my colleagues have just announced, of the individual drivers. But she's had a great time. So Stefan Ulrich at the moment is in 3rd place after the cones. No balls to add, just those 3.01 in time. And the result after A, B and C is 166.96. So that's a bit of a benchmark as to where some of these top results will be. We're nearly into the top 10 now, 166.96. And that is great news in terms of the Swiss effort for podium places. They are sitting in 4th at the moment, but never ever underestimate the Germans. They are so competitive. Doesn't matter what sport you're following them in. Certainly if you follow football and lots of other sports, athletics, whatever it may be, the Germans are always so hard to beat. They have a very, very committed approach to their training. They work well as teams and they carry that through. Think of all their success in dressage, the great Michael Young with his eventing. And it's nip and tuck often between the Germans and the British in terms of eventing success. And don't forget, they'll all be up there competing against each other in Barcelona in a few hours. We will know who are the Nations Cups winners for the show jumping as well. Exciting times. Good weekend for Premier Horse Sport. All the balls on top for this clever lady from Germany. A lovely dressage, brilliant marathon. And the Germans always have such lovely horses as well. That's actually a lot of the key to their success. They've had generations of really rigorous attention paid to their breeding programs and all the breeds you can think of, all the different regions and studs. And the quality of their horses. If you ever get a chance to have a close look at them, or relatively close, during one of the trot-ups, which is an important part of the inspection process before they start to compete, and the horses always look super. Carolina, and she's one of the ones that's elected to go round to the right and then square up to the left, and a good round for her. A little bit more on the clock, but all the balls stayed on top with JP and Lando CD, so that's 10.04 for the time. So that's a 13th place for her and a really, really good World Championship. So 13th at the moment in the cones, 4th at the moment. Stefan Ulrich just now stays in front, and it's at the moment Switzerland 1-2. Bruno Meyer with his great cones round. He's sitting very nicely in 2nd place in the far of the overall positions go, but we've still got our Hungarian from what seems like a lifetime ago sitting in front for the cones competition. Anna Sandman, Freddie and Harley also drive in her 4-in-hand. Such a talented lady, been competing at the top levels with the horse pairs for some years now, but making a really big impression with the 4-in-hands as well. Had a good ex-Lou. One of the last to go through on the marathon, always sets herself up very, very well with her dressage. Beautiful horses. Whether she can replicate what happened 2 years ago in Kronenberg, where she took a bronze medal, might have left herself a bit much to do after the other two phases. Don't forget, last time, Martin, of course, the winner, not far behind him, less than 2 points. It was Frank Grimonprez for France, but that won't be happening today. It might be another Frenchman, and Anna was in bronze medal position. Great result for her. Might just have left a little bit too much to do because she is sitting in 11th at the moment. She was 4th after the dressage, but she also was in Kronenberg, 48.82. Marathon 114. In terms of totals, pretty well up there, but the placings, it was 35. But that averaged out at an 11th place for her, and that's one ball gone. So it looks like it won't be another individual placing for this very talented lady, but we've got many, many years of seeing her competing both with pairs and four in hands. Trains with Boyd Excel, has done for some time, through 13 swinging round, and you'll just notice that the ball rolled there, so that's 2 down for Anna Sandman, 6 to add. Currently sitting in 11th place, but driving also to keep Germany on the podium if she can. We've got Marco Freund in next for them, then Dennis Schneider. So the other two German team members will be following on. But how dearly they would have loved a solid round from Anna. It just gives everybody a bit more breathing space in terms of the team competition. That's another one gone. You can hear the reaction of the crowd. There's a big sigh. She's a really popular athlete, and there's a big German support here, but that's 3 to add to Anna, for Anna. 187 is the time, 18.50 are the penalties. She finishes her World Championship on 181.32. It was 9, 13 and 17. Those were the ones for Anna Sandman. Just received confirmation. Anyway, congratulations to Anna. That's her World Championship finish for the time being with her lovely horses, Harley and Freddie. But we'll see her out and about again very soon. And as my colleague on the arena commentating was just saying, that does give Marco a little bit of breathing space in terms of positions, but he won't be looking over his shoulder, he'll be looking in front. And with a famous father, a bit like Anna has, there is quite a lot to live up to. But Marco, who, like so many of these successful drivers who've got parents who've done a lot, think about Chardons and Doboviches, he's also been driving with the ponies, but more recently was in Drebkau, then Kronenberg for the Germans. He's going for time, isn't he? Fourth this season in Larden and Boule, 6th in Le Pen in July. Currently ranked 17th. Had a lovely dressage test. Judges like that test. He was 5th after the dressage with 49.92. Decent marathon on 112.27. That was 30th, but overall coming into this, we are now in the top 10 with Marco Freund. Number 7 and 8 out of the way, those narrow oxers. Yeah, he's really motoring on. He's determined to make this time, isn't he? Driving for this phase, Kaylee and Kerando. Now, all our remaining drivers from Anna onwards, they are driving for teams as well, so double the pressure. As one would expect, Dutch warm bloods. Delviro, one of the sires, really prolific for these driving horses. Two geldings here. Baloo is a stallion, quite young, both aged 8. So great performance with relatively young horses. 888, on he comes. Is he going to stay clear? 17 through, down, 18, 18. Oh, and you heard the crowd. Oh, what a shame. It had been such a good round. 19. Time. Is he going to do it? One down. Where is it stopping? Oh, so near, but well done and great for the German team. Lovely round, just the one ball and so near that time. So very, very near. Oh my goodness, 1.99 seconds over. It was 18. That narrow one hasn't been too difficult. Got one or two. Georgi Fiketti got him as well. 4 on the nose. That's exactly 4 penalties. 5th place in the cones currently puts him in front in terms of the leaderboard after the 3 phases. 166.19. Great job from Marco Freund in terms of the German team effort. Congratulations to him. He can do no more. He can do no more, but a gentleman that's done plenty for his nation and for pairs driving over the years. Werner Ulrich. He's got in Samito and Sail Pourtois. And he's got Daniela Cameraman on the back with him. And yes, there isn't quite enough paper to keep up with all the many international competitions and championships he's won. He's been a member of Swiss teams. He's been winners. He's really one of our titans of the sport. Currently sitting in 9th place. Multiple Swiss champion, as you would expect. Has competed in the past in the FEI World Cup. Drives a team as well as the pair. Really successful. One of our most consistent competitors over many years. So Samito and Sail Pourtois are his horses. German breeds for these ones. Lovely performance horses, some of these German bloodlines, and he's sitting in 9th. Had a lovely dressage test. The judges really enjoyed that. That was a 6th place for him in the dressage, 50.57. In the marathon, he was 23rd, 110.99, so really only 10 points off the leaders on that for the Swiss team. Are they going to do enough to get in front of the Germans? That is probably the brief outside in the warm-up zone. So far, all the balls on top. He's coming down to 17. But as we've just seen from Marco, 18. Yeah. You'll hear the crowd. You will hear the crowds. Come on, Werner Ulrich. Probably driven just about more cones rounds than anybody there. Come on. He will be over on time. But how good was that? Still as sharp as ever. His reactions, brilliant. 5.26, but kept all those balls on top. Fantastic. All his many years of competition experience on the international stage, and they paid off there for Werner Ulrich. So clear round as far as the balls were concerned. A few time penalties, 5.26, puts him into 6th place in the cones competition, and he sits behind Marco Freund, who remains in front at the moment on 166.19, and Werner Ulrich has just gone into 2nd place, but this is all rolling at the moment. He's just ahead of his son, so Werner is on 166.82 and Stefan is on 166.96. Probably quite tactful in terms of family relations. Now, Eric Evers, he was 2nd at Royal Windsor. He and Rents were playing nip and tuck at that event. He has been a coachman at the Royal Stables in The Hague, driving Datso, who is 15, and Impulse, who's 10. As you would imagine, they are indeed Dutch warm bloods, geldings. These are the pair that he drove in the dressage. And we are now into these team placings. So he was 11th on 52.84 after the dressage. Good marathon for him, 108.19. That was for 13th place. And so that took him overall into 8th. Consistent performances from him. So he sits on 161.03 in 8th place individually, as you can see. And we're starting to get some really good quality cones rounds now. You can see the horses working well together, smooth driving, keeping it forward. That's just what you want for cone success. Now, that's unusual. That's unusual. That's one of the first times, if not the first time, we've seen that route between 7 and 8. Most of them have been doing that loop, but he went, no, I'm coming in to that straight. Will it be expensive in time? Remains to be seen. Might be worth it in terms of leaving the balls on top, although those oxes haven't been problematic at all in the greater scale of things. Eric Evers taking that different route between the two oxes. Interesting. And down into that bottom corner, right by the crowds, but there's not time for the horses to have a look like they sometimes do in the dressage. You could see quite a few of them having a sneaky peek when they went into the side of the arena. We're getting a nice shot of the sand and fibre, but we're back up now. Yeah, there's no time for them to be distracted by the crowds. Now we're moving on, and this is looking good. 17, clear so far. And round you come, loop, loop. He's on that left rein. Is he staying on the left rein? Yes, he is. Is he going to make the time? Oh, not quite, but it's a great round for the Netherlands, and brilliant. That was a very, very cool and well-judged round, and whew, he's breathing. Maybe he didn't, and he's dropped his whip nearly, but that's okay. He wouldn't be penalised now. You're allowed in the excitement of the moment, and everybody thrilled with that. 161.03 was the score he came into it, 2.039, and what he's done is actually put himself into first place. So for the first time in a very, very long time, we now have a new leader in terms of the cones competition. So that's really, really good. It now could keep changing. But that was a beautifully judged round, 172.77. No balls on the ground. And it's interesting if you're following the live scoring. a lot more blanks in that cones penalty zone now that we are getting towards the end. And where's Norbert? Yeah, unfortunately Norbert for Hungary, Kakoni, he was sitting pretty for a very, very long time in first place for this cones competition, but his crown has just slipped and Eric Evers has gone in front. We're now into the top 7. Stan van Eyck driving Bentley and De Niro. We are very firmly into medal territory now. Came into this actually as the 8th ranked athlete after the recent season and sitting in 7th, so true to form. Dressage 52.76 for a 10th and 11th in the marathon 107.51. So after those first 2 phases, really solid performance for him. 7th place. Now we've got some Hanoverian bloodlines here. And a 7-year-old Bentley and 15-year-old De Niro. So De Niro, the more experienced of the two. Claudia van Eyck on the carriage with him all the way through. Clearly everyone enjoying themselves. He was 2nd at Bornham in Belgium this year and 5th in Exlou right at the start of the season. So far, balls on top. Going through that tricky line at the far end of the arena, coming round 10, 11, 12. And you dip down to 13, 14. You can motor on a little bit as he's doing between 14 and 15, but you really have to balance yourself. Clever course building here. That's it, balance, because then you've got these changes of the bend. If you remember that wave shape back in the dressage test, it seems like a long time ago now. Similar skill set that you need for that particular movement through the combinations. All the balls on top at the moment. We're getting increasingly accurate as we come to the top end. 18, we're okay so far. 2 more to go. It ain't over till it's over though, as we've seen. 19, he's there past the time. He's on time now, but again, another well-judged round through, and he's out. 178.87, 5.44 to add. That pops him into 8th place for the cones competition itself. He goes behind his teammate Eric Evers on 165.71, Eric Evers on 163.42. So the pressure is now on for the team. The pressure is on. As you would expect, and the pressure mounts. The closer to the top we get, the more pressure there is, but that's why these athletes are at the top end with their horses, because pressure is one of the things that they deal with well. They use it as their fuel, hopefully not letting it get to them. Now we are into the top 6. Dennis Schneiders driving Aglaia Livorno and Captain Chelsea. 24th Dennis was after the dressage 58.48 and one of our best on the marathon 101.28. He was 4th, so really pulled himself up the rankings quite considerably from 24th to 6th after that brilliant marathon. Enjoyed watching him go through the obstacles yesterday, and he's another one that started out driving with the ponies singles and pairs. And then in Lipitsa, he was a member of the silver medal team that won in 2017, and an individual in Kronenberg. He was 22nd there, did win the marathon, and comes into this event ranked 3rd in the world. So that's a pretty high ranking. We've had Joseph Dobrovic Jr., not his weekend. He was 2nd place, and of course Martin Holler, as we know, number 1. Martin will be out there warming up at the moment. He's done this many times before, but the pressure now. Did that sound like a collective sigh? It did. It did. It did. 1 down for Dennis Schneider. So that will, yeah, it depends if he's got time. If he can finish in the time, he might stay. No, he won't. He will drop. He will drop a place behind Eric Evers. Eric Evers on 163.42. Now we know that Dennis to his 162.74 has a minimum of 3 to add, but it's still doing the Germans no harm at all in terms of their team requirement. This is 15. He's snaking through, and that turn, these more proficient drivers in terms of competition placings, making that 15D to 16 look a little bit easier than it did earlier in the day. 17.1 to add. The time is very good. The time is very, very good. Might not be quite good enough. Hup, hup. I don't know that he will make it. 1 down for Dennis Schneider's 174.86, so that's 6.43, which is a 9th place in the cone so far. Drops him down behind Stan and Eric, who stays, Eric Evers, who is out in front. So he is climbing up into these top rankings now after his brilliant round. So quite costly when there's so little between them all. But Dennis Schneider's, he's had a great World Championship, might not have ended up on the podium, whether that was part of the aim at all. But now this starts getting quite important in terms of the Hungarian bid for yet another gold. Will it be their 10th? They do have quite a big margin, 24.67. That's 24.67 in hand between them and the French. It does seem pretty certain that they will repeat their earlier success, but we just don't know. This is a live situation. Christoph Oztetag, who did that beautiful dressage test, 48.46. He was 3rd after the dressage, and a good marathon, a really solid marathon. They had the luxury of dropping that score at 110.13 because you had Georgi and Martin 2nd and 3rd placed after the marathon. Only Marcel Luder got in their way for total domination, but after that lovely dressage and the good score, he did more than enough to keep himself in the top 5. So it could well be that after this round, the Hungarians have won their team gold. We've just got to wait and see what happens. There's a bit more to go, but I'm sure the team talkers just go for a cool round, nothing too flashy. You've got a bit in hand, a little bit in hand, but double clear would be lovely. But maybe 1 ball or a few time. But it depends if Christoph has got an individual medal on his mind, which he may well do. He's sitting in 5th at the moment. It's certainly no great leap of faith to think that he, with these beautiful horses just pacing really well together there, could get onto the podium individually. And yeah, 1 down might not happen now. One down. He's still got a tiny bit of wriggle room, but yes, that will drop him behind Eric Evers in terms of the individual placings, but should still be okay for the team. Yeah. No, he's all right at the moment. He's on 161.59. Is he going to stay there, or is he going to get a bit of time? Where are we? Oh, another's gone. That's it. Yeah, he's dropped now. And another. Oh, don't let it be too expensive for the team. Yeah, that's probably his hopes of individual medals now gone. Probably putting himself under a bit of pressure, but that's 9 now. 3 balls have gone, so he will certainly drop down. And he's into time, so Hungarians might be hoping that they can drop this score for the team. Yeah, that's it. He's getting a bit nervous, lost a bit of confidence, starting to look. That's just what happens when it hasn't gone quite to plan. You just start losing a little bit of faith in yourself and in your lines, and so he's looking down. Yeah, 192 the time. Not Christoph's day in the cones. 21.05. 3 balls and quite a lot of time to add. Puts a bit more pressure on Martin for the team. That's a bit more pressure onto Martin's shoulders for the cones. Yeah, Christoph did everything right in terms of the dressage, and he was pretty good on the marathon. Cones, not his day, but then there is an awful lot of pressure on those relatively young shoulders. Now Marcel Luder, we're on to now for the Swiss team. He was absolutely flying through that marathon, the only sub 100 yesterday, and finished 99.14, so 29th after the dressage. 59.26, still in the 50s, but that was 29th for him. But that incredible round, 4th place coming into it. Will he be on that podium individually? Will he help the Swiss get in front? The Germans and the Dutch can now do no more. The Germans and the Dutch can do no more. It's down to Switzerland, France, and then we've got Tor van der Berg. Here he is sitting in bronze medal position at the moment for Australia. Unlikely that the Australians will climb up any further, really and truly, in terms of podium places, but Marcel Luder with these zippy little ponies, I say that horses, zippy through those obstacles. The Freiburgers, so compact, this Swiss breed, and there's something about their conformation. They are, it's all relatively small and compact in comparison to some of these big rangy warm bloods that we see. And he's driving Charlie and Mishoff Laker. Charlie is the gelding, Laker is his mare, and these are the same two that he did so brilliantly on that marathon with, and no surprise that actually at the test event he came second and was third in Laden. So clearly the terrain and the obstacles really suit Marcel Luder for the Swiss. He's been a winner of Swiss medals, silver and bronze in the past, breeds his own horses and trained by himself and the family, introduced to the sport by his father, who also drives and breeds. So isn't that super? Homebred horses, if that carries through. There is nothing more satisfying than bringing on your own youngsters It's a long, long journey. It's a lifetime's commitment, particularly if you've bred them yourselves or whether you buy them in as 3- and 4-year-olds and start the training then. Marcel Luder doing great things here. Is he going to make the time? Come on, kick on. Kick on, foot down, foot down, foot down. Oh, yes, he is. Oh, just, even the dogs are getting involved, just outside 0.73. That's 0.36. We have a new leader in the cones and a new leader overall. And if that doesn't put the top 3 under pressure, I don't know what does. Wow. 0.37. And they were brilliant through those obstacles, and they were brilliant through the cones. And I wonder how many people will be going out and buying Freiburger horses after this championship, because that has been an exceptional advert for this breed. I think they've just increased the value of those breeds. Maybe people look beyond the warm bloods. That's fabulous. And that's what it means. That's just exactly what it means. Congratulations to Marcel Luder with his Swiss horses. Now, Tor Vandenberg, are you going to stay as cool as you have to? 14th after the dressage, 55.17, and a great marathon for him, 102, which was 5th in the marathon, and that combination and consistency was enough to put him individually into 3rd place. And Ross Carberry, you may be watching in Australia a bit later on at night, and for any of the Australian fans, if you're up, it's great to have you watching Carberry Estate Chino and Kerosene. Oh, those horses. So Queensland, when they're not in the Netherlands or competing in Europe, often drives a 4 in hand, but will also turn his hand to a pair. As you can see, this is pretty good to be in the top 3 at a World Championship, trained by Boyd Excel, and has been a previous Australian champion also. He and Melissa do a huge amount with ridden dressage. He is an FEI dressage athlete and coach as well, and that helps enormously in terms of the training, the schooling, the suppleness, the athleticism, the attention to detail in training these driving horses. The more you can do with that sort of training, the better. But now 1 for Tor. That might just be enough to, yes, that slipped him behind Marcel. So Marcel Luder will be on the podium. That's great news for the Swiss. Which step of the podium, we don't know. 2 down for Tor Vandenberg. Yes, that's the pressure. The pressure is starting to tell. Not surprisingly, it's a lot to come in with this weight of expectation. Team talk will have been go for the time, go for the clear. Time is looking pretty good for those of you with the split times. Hard to get round from this point. Is he going to make it? No. No. So that's podium hopes gone for the Australian, but a very, very good World Championship nonetheless. Congratulations to him and to all the team behind the scenes, be they in Europe or Australia. 3 down for him, 27th in the rankings for the Cones competition, 11.49, 3, 15C and 19, as we saw there right at the end of his course. 172.98 for the time, pretty good, very much in touch. That's 8th place, so he slides down the rankings at the moment, so that means that Marcel Luder will indeed be on the podium. So congratulations to him. Now it's just a waiting game for him outside, because we've got Francois Dutilleux for the French, and this is it. This is where the pressure really does mount, because we have 2 more to go. One of them is in the arena at the moment for France, and not a spare seat in the house or in the park. He's underway. Number 1, loop back. And you will hear from the crowds, yes, it was, I thought, an just not the greatest of starts for the French. He comes in after a great dressage. He was 8th after the dressage, 51.59. 6th after the marathon, a cracking marathon for him on 104.65. But 1 down so far. And there goes another one. Oh, you can just listen to the crowd. Right, come on, just breathe, Francois. Breathe, breathe, breathe. And that's another one. No, he's put himself under too much pressure. He's lost it, he's lost it, he's lost it. Oh! Breathe, regroup, get that heart rate down. Easier said than done, I know. No, just not his day. Not his day. That's 4th so far. Heartbreaking, it really is. Stay cool if you can. Please keep your cool. Oh, so emotional. That's what it's like to drive with at home with the weight of expectation. Doesn't matter how many times you've done it, and this man has done it on many times. Came in ranked 9th. He was 2nd in Kronenberg, 4th at Beekbergen, 1 at Smoor. Smoor, 11th in Le Pen, also rides dressage. And has done a huge amount with horses over the years, been a consistent member of the French team for many times, but yeah, maybe just too much pressure on those shoulders. So 12 to add so far. Really disappointing for him. He won't be on the podium, but Marcel Luder has just gone up a step. He's gone up a step, and it's looking pretty good at the moment for Eric Evers from Holland. Eric Evers may well now have made it onto the podium, but we're just wait to get confirmation. Time pretty good. That would have been not too bad on time, but yeah, just that middle section, just too much pressure, and that's what can happen. But he salutes the crowd and his many supporters.
15.47 penalties for François Dutour for France, which puts him down into 9th place in the general ranking at the moment with 171.71.
Confirmation there. 15.47, just too big in terms of where he's standing, with hopes of medals. 1, we saw the early ball go, we heard the ball go, heard the crowd. 5, 6A, 6B, I just lost it, and then but did well to regroup. But in the meantime, we move on. So François Dutour has just given medals to Marcel Luder and Eric Evers. So we're sharing out the medals between, at the moment, the Swiss and the Dutch. But will it be Hungary? We've got Epi back. Epi and Juventus, these are 2 of his mainstays. We heard there that during his interview a bit earlier, the new horse, King's Gambit, the stallion that was Theo Timmermans, was introduced to give a bit of zip to his marathon. That astounding dressage on Friday, 36.92 for this incredible pairs driver, Martin Holler. Here we will know in a matter of moments if he has retained his crown. Will he make it 4 in a row? And will he ensure that Hungary keeps its team gold? It's tense. He's got a game plan. He's done this so many times, but team needs him. The team needs him as well. Come on, Epi. Come on, Juventus. You've done this before. Listen to him. That's it. Look at that trot. Those trots bowling along. Oh, Epi. Could watch that horse trot all day. Round he comes. Number 7. Yeah, Epi can trot whilst the other one has to canter. That's just what happens when you trot next to Epi. Juventus, who has been in for all 3 phases. Oh, look, 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 look. Feast the eyes on the quality of these horses. So attentive, so sharp, so lithe, so responsive. Is he going to keep his cool? Martin Holler, he knows exactly what it takes to win, but still the pressure is on. 15, A, B, C, D. Come on, Epi. Come on, Juventus. Come on, Martin. Quick look down. But Martin is looking up and forward. Can anyone breathe? Can anyone breathe? I think we can. I think we can. Can we? 19. Come on, Martin. He will be over the time. 1 has gone. 1 has gone. But he's done it. Yes, 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 yes. We have another gold for this brilliant man, Martin Holler. What can you say apart from brilliance and a pat for his horses? Look at them trot. Look at them go. That's how you win a gold medal. Brilliant. It was actually number 20 that went. Oh, that pesky final cone, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. 145.83, and there we have it. So confirmation of our individual medalists, Martin Holler, and unprecedented 4 in a row for Hungary. On your feet, everyone, come on. On your feet. Just brilliant. Congratulations to everybody that made this happen, because there's been an awful lot of people along the way. So that's confirmation of our cones. Marcel Luder and Eric Evers, they put themselves on the podium with that. And there's Dad with the gilet on, and all the Hungarians. Yeah, that looks like Christina in there. Yeah, there you are, Christina. I'm hoping you're going to get me a quote later. You won't be listening, but I'm going to need a quote for the FEI Sports Report. Please, if any of the Hungarians could send that over. Oh, what a joy. So hopefully we will just bring you confirmation of that, but Marcel Luder in silver medal position and Eric Evers for the Netherlands in bronze, but we'll try and bring you confirmation of that in due course. And scrolling down through, Yeah, he was Martin 13th in the cones, but it didn't matter that last one that went 4.88. He knew what he had to play with. There's Dad. There's everybody. Chefs, team, dogs. They're all there. Well done, son. And absolute smiles all round. Confirmation there we have Marcel Luder. That brilliant cones round for him. Just a shade over the time. Eric Evers, another finally judged one from him, and Norbert there, who sat in leader position for a really long time. And that's just running through the cones results. As soon as we can bring you confirmation of the teams, we will do. And the final standings just running through on your screens just now. That's the placings for the cones. Thank you to everyone who's bringing us that information. And I'm sure there's just a bit of ratifying going on in behind the scenes. But to confirm there, Martin Holler, he had a cracking margin, 145.83. Marcel Luder for Switzerland, brilliant after his marathon yesterday and cones, winning the marathon and cones. That's extraordinary from him. 158.77 for silver. And Eric Evers for the Dutch. That's absolutely brilliant for them. Just trying to get the final team results for you. As soon as they come through, I will share them. The prize giving of the cones competition, if anyone's listening, will be in the main arena. That's on foot. So there we go. Confirmation on your screens now of our top three. And running down through it there. Anna Sandman, not going to be a podium place for her this time, but great in terms of the German team. Just trying to get these final team scores for you. As soon as I can, I will share that with you. Philippe, if you can send them through, that will be great. But there's Frank. He was our silver medalist last time and did everything right in his cones round, sat at the top for a long time. There's the Brits, Diana Lindsay, Nicola Pimblett, both on the British team.
Alors, restez avec nous pour une remise des prix qui s'annonce haut en couleur avec toutes.
But he's done it again. Martin Holler for Hungary. How many times is this very talented gentleman going to win? Is he going to stick with pairs, or will he dip his toe into it? There we have confirmation of it. And Switzerland, not to be for France, but absolutely brilliant from the Swiss, and they go into silver medal position. That hasn't happened for some years, and the Germans in thirds. But Hungary, they had that massive margin, so confirmation that yet again, and 10th time that this incredible driving nation, particularly strong with the horse pairs, has won. Job done for them. Double gold medal. Double gold. And it seems that with the depth of talent, they can go through all sorts of different drivers. They've had the Lazars, they've had all sorts of people on their teams over the years. Joseph Dobrovich Jr. And they have enough talent that they don't have to have him in a team. And Georgi Fiketi, Christoph, they were on the team this time. with Martin, but Martin obviously a mainstay of the team since Lipitsa when he won his first gold medal with the pairs, and that's it, 4 in a row for him. Who knows, will it be 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9? We'll just have to wait and see. But great result for the Swiss. They have silver individually and silver for the team. Absolutely the best they could have hoped for. It was predicted as everyone was arriving in Le Pan that the Swiss were going to have a particularly strong team, and my goodness they did. Had all sorts of promise, certainly for the marathon phase, but the depth of experience and talent they had certainly with Stefan and Werner Ulrich, and then Marcel there doing everything that was required of him. And great to see Stefan praising his horses, giving them all the credit, as Martin did during the interview that we were broadcasting in between times. So just clearing the arena, it happens pretty quickly. We've got all sorts of awards ceremonies to come. Hopefully we'll stay on air to share that with you. So Martin Holler in front for Hungary. He was winner of the dressage, 3rd after the marathon, 13th. Some sort of poetry to that, 1, 3, then 13 and 1 again. If you like numbers, Marcel Luder, 29th after his dressage, 1st after the cones, and that brilliant marathon yesterday. But just to put Martin's margin, the clearest margin he's won by forever, 145.83, Marcel 158.77, but he had plenty of room between him and Eric Evers. Congratulations to him. 163.42, 163.42. So Stan van Eyck for the Dutch in 4th, 165.71. Dennis Schneiders for the Germans, 166.17 in 5th. 6th, Marco Freund for the German. So Germany in 5 and 6, 166.19. Very, yeah, only 0.02 between the two Germans. The great Werner Ulrich just in front of his son. My goodness, how tight were those scores? So the Germans and then the next two Swiss, incredibly tight. Werner Ulrich on 166.82, his son Stefan on 166.98. So let's just run through placings. 5th to 8th, 166.17 down to 166.96. Tor Vandenberg, not to be for him on the podium. Just an expensive cones round for him, but certainly in the top 10. And equally for Francois, those two came into the cones, but just too much pressure for them on the day. Francois Dutilleux for France, and that pushed the French off the podium. So that's our top 10. Jacob Arnold for the American team, their top place in 14th, good for their cause. Top place Romanian, Gergo Racozzi, he was in 26th. Top place Spaniard Joaquin Sariduato in 28th. And for Poland, Rafał Łukacja. Hubert Sustowski for Poland, yeah, he was further up with those lovely Silesians in 23. Well, what a joy it's been to share the action with you. If you're staying on the live broadcast, we do have Martin Holler. I'd like to say he's a new world champion, but he's not. He is our most recent world champion, but he was defending his crown and he's kept that. very firmly in place. There never really was any doubt that it was going to sit on anybody else's head other than his. Everything he does, everything that the team and the horses do around him is focused on moments like this. And if you're going to win, that's what you need to do. And of course, that seals the win for Hungary in the team as well.
Allez, nous allons pouvoir débuter cette remise de prix de la maniabilité, prize giving ceremony for the coach driving test, and we start with the 10th place, la 10e place.
So, as you can hear, this is the prize giving for the cones, and so that's Dennis Schneider's for the German. This is 10th to 1st, rolling backwards.
Vos applaudissements pour Dennis Schneider qui va se voir remettre un assortiment de Pierre, la trotteuse, un stylo bois à du pain offert dans un magnifique coffret, bien sûr. La plaque, le flot et différents goodies offerts par le Haras national du pain, remis par le président du jury, monsieur Bert Jambon.
And you might have heard that Bert Jambon, who was president of the Grand Jury, our chief judge for the event, he's in here as well. But congratulations to all our judges, all the many stewards and officials, the scorers, people working in the office, everybody.
Aucune balle renversée. Je vous demande d'applaudir pour les Pays-Bas, Stan Van Eyck.
Stan Van Eyck, il recevra lui aussi le
Stan Van Eyck there for the Netherlands.
Dans son coffret, les goodies et l'assortiment de bière, la trotteuse. Très belle 9e place donc pour Stan Van Eyck. La Suisse sera à la 8e place, la Suisse qui est bien représentée dans cette épreuve de maniabilité.